All right, here we are. This is the coverage of Lesbimes on trial. This is the second episode of Lesbimes that we're covering, and it's actually the episode that um, had some on the scene footage over at the trial. So we're going to see if at the Trump trial, co-host Jarvita was on the scene, ready to ask some questions, and we'll show you how it went, how it goed. I almost said, not a word. So yeah, we're gonna look at that and see what you think. There's some of this that I have not actually seen yet, so that'll be interesting to check out.
Well, if you could get by, trying not to lie, then things wouldn't seem so confused, and I wouldn't feel so used. My Asian friend Brian's walking in me, and he thinks I'm probably crazy because I didn't tell people that I'm doing a lot less for me. In the Trump trial line, and I don't talk much at all. I'm usually quiet and observing and not trying to fight everybody in the line. But even though my computer screen is dead and all my plans to stream.
I like that we're starting all the episodes with songs. Very good, very nice. Live music.
From the Trump trial line, I'm going out of line, and I'm trying to make a Substack in the middle of the night. So the woman doing a feature on me might send somebody somewhere.
I'll have to check out the Substack. If I can get you the link to her Substack, I will let you know what it is, and we'll promote it as much as possible.
Where I'm publishing, I think I really got things wrong, but still I'm here. Okay, we're HB, Lesbian to Lesbian. My phone is clinging to life. It stopped charging.
Yeah. So the whole phone situation, we still got to figure that out. Might need a power bank or something like that.
It only charges on this little wireless thing. I've been running around doing everything in my life, in my world that is not sitting in line outside the Trump trial since the last day that I was here on Thursday. And now here we are. And
we here now.
Possibly we could get some interviews with someone.
We here now, folks.
Waiting for my lesbian me, who I told that the program was starting. Now, to get into the program, classic problem. I don't have my sound stage, so I can't start with my Jarvioki. But I did try to start. Let me go back. Where are you? Okay.
Ha ha ha.
Oh, I thought the world of you. I thought that nothing could go wrong.
So at this point, I'm just like waiting to get on the show. She thinks that I'm like, I don't know, avoiding, but it was just an issue of not being able to get into the chat or whatever. Get in. There was no link yet. Anyway.
I was wrong. I
A
was
rare
wrong.
librarian
If you
Jarvita look is it's not a common look on stream. It's a rare look, but here's a glimpse into it.
If you could get by, trying not to lie, then things wouldn't seem so confused, and I wouldn't feel so used.
We should do an opposite day episode where she's wearing the glasses and I'm not wearing the glasses.
Lying all the time, was it just a game to you? And I'm in so deep. Allegedly, I'm number 15. I've been here since 3 p.m. today. And
just to explain a little bit while this amazing song is going on, I guess for these Trump trials, I didn't know this, but you have to actually like camp out the night before to get a spot. You know, like people do for movies and video games, you got to camp out the night before to guarantee that you're going to be able to see the trial. Interesting.
And it's cold outside. I don't see
interesting
participants. Wait, you can't. How do you? What do you mean by you're here?
Oh.
You weren't here.
She told me she brought a laptop with, but the laptop screen broke, so that was not really an option. Plus, I don't know, unless you have a 3G, 4G laptop, 5G laptop, whatever they're up to now, unless you got, cellular internet, there's no real way to make that happen when you're at an event like this. So I don't know exactly how she would hook it up or if there's Wi-Fi, but I'm not the expert. She is.
Okay, how do I invite people? It was such a struggle to even get this StreamYard to work on this one. Okay, how do I invite people? Stream info. When you say you're here, you mean you're here?
What I mean is, we here now. Hell yeah.
On YouTube?
That's what I mean.
You don't mean you're here in the StreamYard, right? Because how could you be? Because I have to share it with you, but... how do I get for some reason, the link... I'm looking for where to invite with the link.
I don't know.
Because there's this thing.
I have no idea.
Oh, it's in this other. Okay, sorry. I'm done. Sorry.
What up, NY? Say WTF. This is a coverage of the Lesbimes show. This is after Lesbimes. Just covering the footage and what happened. Why am I up so late? Because I'm crazy. Why are you up so late, bro? I just be, for this show, I just be winging it, I just do it whenever.
Okay, now how do I comment? Oh my God.
No, this is footage. We're covering footage here. This is from the other day when she was outside waiting for the Trump trial. So I'm just covering that back, giving my behind-the-scenes thoughts on what happened.
There's no room for me to comment.
Mexicans.
Okay, hold on.
Do you love Mexican people? Now it's black. I got a schedule that's all over the place sometimes. Sometimes I sleep, sometimes I don't. You know, sometimes I work at night, in the morning. I can make my own setup schedule, so
Okay,
I do
did that
whatever.
screen go black? Did that screen go back there? First off, I would like to bring you to this pizza shop that I just
Pizza
made. They
shop?
made this pizza scam shop. Okay, there's
What? See, I missed this before. There's a pizza scam shop. I've never heard of such a thing, but let's get into it. Let's learn about it.
two pizza spots right next to here. I guess this would be.
Okay.
This is like the prison. This is like the criminal court. I don't
Ooh,
want to.
criminal.
I guess this is better lighting.
It's a pizza scam shop.
I don't really want to face.
Is it? Does she mean like it's a front? Like it's a front for a drug operation? I don't know. I like pizza scam shop more. That's better term.
I'm not camera ready. Not at all.
No, not until you put the glasses on. Then it's
Sucks about
then it's camera
spotlight,
time.
though, is you have to be camera ready.
That's true.
I've had pictures taken of me. I've been on TV. I haven't even looked up the links. This German television
And
station
then
and this
she's drinking beer outside at the courthouse. I don't know if that's super illegal. I shouldn't even have this on camera in case it's a illegal activity, but you know, we break the law around here.
also we're all like secret,
Um,
secret society where we're all fighting for our lives and our spotlight.
oh, another win for the Tosas. Why is GGG so mad at you? You'd have to ask him. I think that I'm cool with him. I don't have any issues with him. So if he is mad at me, it's you know, it's a one-sided war. I ain't got no problem with him.
I'm friends with everyone, but I wish I'd started streaming earlier when there was a coup happening. Well, not a coup. There's this crazy guy.
Yeah.
So there's this crazy guy.
I guess the cops have bigger issues, bigger fish to fry, as they say. You know, they got bigger things to deal with than people drinking outside.
A coup happening. Well, not a coup. There's this crazy guy. So there's this crazy guy we call Woods Boy, John. He's obsessed with me. But last night, or Thursday night.
All right, so we got the one character who I almost met, but her phone died. His nickname is Woods Boy, and then she's going to mention this other guy. She says Woods Boy is obsessed with her, and then there's this other guy that she's going to talk about.
This is going to be my third night fucking sleeping, staying out here all night. The last night I was here, this really crazy guy came and sat next to me, and I wasn't expecting that. And he might have severe autism or something, and I'm sorry for judging him, but he was like rolling around in his head and staring at me, and I started to think he might be somebody from the internet, and I started to think that he was going to grab all my stuff if I left it, and he was going to like.
Yeah.
And then.
All right, so that's what's scary about being out in the city. You gotta defend yourself. You know. You gotta watch out for freaks. This guy sounds a little crazy. You know, I don't know if you're allowed to bring. It's like, you know, if you're waiting outside before the trial, are you allowed to have a weapon on you if you're going to be going in there? Like, if you, let's say I'm not saying she has any weapons, or maybe she does. Maybe she's got a handgun. I don't know. But let's say you do, right? Let's say you're waiting in line the night before. You want to be safe, so you carry a small, concealable handgun. Then the next day, when it's time to go into the court, you know, they probably have metal detectors and everything. Are you allowed to keep your weapon at the front, like check it like baggage, or what? Like, do you get in trouble for merely bringing it into the building before you go in? I wonder about that.
And I wish if I had my StreamYards, my real StreamYards, I would fast forward to
What's
the
up,
video
Sam
of, like,
Hill?
I was taking a picture of the line in
Good
the
to see
morning,
you.
and he's in the background,
Covering
like,
Lesbimies.
smiling. Like, I feel bad. Maybe he just wanted to be my best friend, but I did not. I
Amazing.
could not be near him or sleep near him. It was really. I tried to capture him. Let me not harp on that. Okay. HB, we have HB. Oh,
Sam says Jarva is a Miro painting come to life. What is Miro? Can you tell me more for the universal audience and myself?
fuck, we have 6%.
Okay.
God damn.
So she's got 6% battery now. She's been dealing with 2 possible dangerous people here.
We're gonna
And
maybe
then
have to do
I joined the show from on location. So it's very exciting. You know, we're able to do this.
this in installments. Oh my god, I hope I
All right.
I want to put. Are we? It's like I'm in between. Okay, here he is. Lesbian.
Good to see you.
Me. Are you excited to be in a
I'm
break?
excited.
I was trying to. My audio is kind of crap because I'm using I don't even know what kind of audio headphones I'm using at this point, but you know, we'll figure it out in the future to do our pro show. But yeah, it was exciting, the first of its kind on site journalism video style for the show. So let's check it out.
Look at
This
this
is
format.
this
See, I
is
don't
good.
know. I'm keeping you.
Well,
I
so
don't know if I can openly stream the line because I have to be incognito. But we could get an interview possibly
okay.
with the crazy guy. We call him Woods Boy. So it's come down to two lists. There's 2 lists for the line, and one is by Woods Boy, and one is by the black woman. Her name is Tina, but apparently Woods Boy put her number 1 in his list as black woman,
Yeah.
and she doesn't know his.
Okay. So that's kind of all right. So this is interesting. There's like a sign up list to go in. I'm learning all this at the time. So there's a sign up list to go in. There's a black woman who's in charge of Woods Boy. You know, Woods Boy has a creative name. To just call her black woman, that's a little, I don't know, that's a little insulting. You know, find out what her name is.
His name, and she calls him Woods Boy. And they both have a list. Somehow I seem to be 15 on both lists, but this is all leading up to a showdown in the morning.
What do you mean by lists?
See, everyone's lined up here. They've been lined up since yesterday to get into the courtroom to be in the Trump trial.
Okay.
So there's
I'm
just
a
been
lesbian.
wars going on for the last 2 days. It
Okay.
just gets worse and worse and worse. This is what happens.
I'll have to look up this artist, Miro. Not familiar, but it sounds amazing.
Although it's kind of peaceful now.
My clit is a secret. Oh,
What time is it now? It's 11.
Sam Hill is saying he's a lesbian as well. All right.
11:23. Everyone's waiting
11:23.
at 9:30.
My clit is a secret.
Okay, so everybody has to sign up and line up so that they are guaranteed to get in. Is that how this works?
Well, yeah, but people invent their own systems. Like, it's just whoever was here first is keeping a list. So there's 2 lists. I don't know.
Okay.
There's different.
It's very strange to me that there's no like official person in charge of handling the line. It's just it's the line of people is just run by them themselves. I don't understand it at all. It's a weird system.
Like, I can't talk about this stuff in the line. I mean, I could, but I don't think
I suck pussy, Sam.
I don't
Hill
want to blow
says.
up my spot like that because
It's
I'm
very
like,
lesbian
I don't talk to
related.
anybody.
Very good.
I mean, I talk to everybody. I'm secretly best friends with everybody, but
Right.
no, I don't reveal myself at all. But we should try to get into. What's your take on? What's your lesbian me to lesbian me? What's your take right now? Your opening arguments on this unraveling, breaking current news.
Well, I'm fascinated by I'm fascinated by this. First of all, it's amazing that we have this on, live on-site reporting. That's great. It's first of its kind. I want to know. I heard. Looks like you're drinking out of a Lesbianese bottle there.
You know what? I come
Yep.
This is it's
We
breaking
got
news. This
the
is
official Les Bemis can bottle right here. Very good. With Les Bemis written on it.
reality.
Wow.
And I drink lesbianes when I'm on the
If you
job.
want
when
to
I'm off the
drink,
job.
if you want to drink beer that tastes like pussy juice, get Les Bemis.
Love it. Love it. So you were talking about what this Woods guy or Woods boy or
Yeah.
something,
Yeah, we
and
gotta get him. Damn it.
so you were saying he's like his autism is
No,
frightening.
no. That was this other guy that we're gonna cover him. I
Oh,
have
okay.
I have videos of him. He was like,
Okay.
Diet
this,
pussy
like
juice.
twitching,
Very good.
like rolling out of his skin, and he didn't speak, and he just showed up out of nowhere, and he sat down next to me, and I was telling Uncle Podcast about him, and Uncle Podcast is like, oh, he's not that bad. You're being mean. He didn't say that, but
Oh,
that
I
kind of
like
was
this.
the vibe, and I was like, oh my god, what if this guy is Uncle Podcast?
So she was concerned, and obviously we find out this isn't the case, but she thought that crazy autistic guy was actually secretly Uncle Podcast. That would be scary if he stalked you in person.
I started to think he was like some guy, like
What's
from the
up, Uncle
internet, 'cause he was just
Podcast?
staring
Good to
at
see
me.
you.
At least I got some video of it, but then I kind of felt bad. But then the next day, when he was just waving at my video on the line, I don't think he knows me. I don't know what happened to him. He just showed up out of nowhere one day,
Fat
and
lesbians.
and he's I don't know, he's not back yet.
Okay,
Yeah.
but
You don't
We're gonna see if we
respect
can
the
get an
fat
interview with the Woods
lesbians?
boy. He's coming
all
right now.
right.
I hope you do.
Can we get an interview with you on my TV show?
Oh, here we go.
Okay. Do you want
How's it
to
going?
come?
All right, so Woodsman shows up.
Can we see him, HB?
Yeah.
What up, HB? So
Hey.
we want to talk about your role in the line.
He looks like a young Russell Cook with longer hair.
Some people call you a troublemaker. Some people call you Woods boy. Some people call you a wannabe senator.
I'm all of the above.
A wannabe senator.
How are you feeling? What's your stature?
All right.
Can you see him, HB? Should we move him?
Where do you get this name Woods Boy? Where does that come from?
Oh shit! So then suddenly, her phone dies, and I'm left to run the show. We're 13 minutes in, and the phone dies. Now, obviously, would have been nice to have been able to do more of a show, but I'm glad we got that little bit at this point to cover, on location. Now, there is going to be more for me to cover later on in the video. I believe in the second clip, she comes back and is able to actually talk. I'll show you a little bit of the solo part. Now, I don't know if we count this as lesbians, if it's just me talking. Had a little bit of technical difficulties with the playing the videos on the show, but I'll show a little bit of this part as well. Sam
Okay,
Hill
folks.
sucks titties.
I don't know if we were just cut off the air, unfortunately. We're just trying to be live and, take care of the news, explain to people the news, the important news of the day. It can be confusing to folks, but we just have
So
to.
Sam, you're asking about a link to the show. Are you interested in coming on the show and watching this program with me, discussing, talking about it? This is a Lesbianese cast, after Lesbianese coverage show. So if you'd like to have, come on and do that, let me know, and then I'll throw the link out there.
Take it as it comes.
Oh,
Deal with things as they happen.
Okay. All right, good to know.
But
Yeah.
I've been hearing a lot, quite a lot, from the people around the world. We're just trying to figure out, what is the news and what is happening and what is going on in the line. I don't know if they are currently, if the screen,
Okay.
if the phone is broken down. But just here to hold things down until we get word from our
All
correspondent.
right, welcome to the show, Sam Hill. How is it going in
Thank you. I
California?
am a lesbian.
Sam Hill, you're a lesbian.
Yeah, man.
All right.
I suck the titties, but I'm only allowed one set of titties. I'm not in an open relationship where I get a lot of titties. I only get
I
some
see.
titties, and the titties aren't always available. I
They're
try.
not, but you
The
are
titties,
lesbian.
the
Yeah.
titties don't always want the suckling,
No?
but my mouth does.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know.
Stay down, Dick. Let the mouth do the talking or the sucking.
So you're ready for it whenever, but it's unfortunately it's not a two-way street.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
So you got your mouth open for the suck. It's the middle of the night here. It's 2:20. Like I have stuff to do
Yeah.
in the morning.
All right.
If you have a choice between sucking the nips or the puss, what's your preference?
You know, it depends on the mood of the time. I would say, you know, sucking on the nipples is
Fun.
you don't have as much of a job to do. It's kind of, you know, like you don't have to accomplish anything. It's just for pure enjoyment. So maybe
Oh,
that's a
I
little.
get, yeah. For the orgasm, you go to the puss.
There's a little more work to be done. You know, it's
On
a
the
little
puss?
more vigorous. Oh yeah, I mean, like you know what it.
But
You know what it's all
when
about.
you
You know
go
the
to the
experience.
puss, it's kind of uncharted smell territory. With the nips, it got that nice little smell. But with the puss, it depends. Did she take a shower? Is it after work?
Yes,
gotta-
yes.
You got to ask the history, the
Um,
day's history of the puss.
Yes. Hey, oh yeah, you gotta, you gotta
But
check
get
the
her out of the
pH.
shower, right?
Yeah.
Man, I
Oh
told
yeah.
this story once. It's true. It's a gross alert, but we're talking about puss news. I am a lesbian, and the lady did have vaginitis or something, and
Oh,
it kept me off the
really?
puss for a long time, man. It's like when I got too drunk. You know, I was actually in a frat. I got so drunk and so sick, it kept me off of wine for a year. So kind of the same thing with the vaginitis puss. What about you?
Well, I don't know what vaginitis is, but it
Oh,
it
it's just an
actually sounds like a
infection.
made up disorder.
No,
But
it's an infection of the vagina that gives
okay,
off a bad smell.
all right.
You got to know
So,
that. You're out in the world in an open
well,
relationship.
I don't know everything, but I'm glad. It sounds dangerous. Sounds not good.
Yeah, when you hook up with the dame, you got to have those questions beforehand. Like, you got no
That's
vaginitis down there before I come down.
yeah, that's the sexy talk. Yeah, exactly.
Well, you got
Um,
it down because you're in an open
oh,
relationship.
I
I'm an
got it down.
apprentice.
Now,
Well, you
this is,
hopefully
you know,
you go down.
once in a while, you know me.
No, I
I
don't
I
know
talk
you.
about my
I really don't.
policy all the time. My
No,
pussy policy. No,
I
you know me. I mean,
I
listen,
didn't know you were in an open
we're let.
relationship. I never knew that
It's
stuff.
called
Really,
lesbianism. It's how lesbians
lesbianism.
are. They're from they go out there. They go.
But a
You
cool
know.
thing about being a lesbian is you don't have to
Yeah.
worry. You don't have to get a condom or any of that stuff.
Exactly.
It's like baby
Exactly.
free, right?
That's
Kind of cool.
what? What did you
Now, if
call
you're a
it?
lesbian, you need the dick to inseminate. But two lesbians together don't have to worry about birth control.
Yes,
You get what I mean?
That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Alleged. Yeah, that's what I've heard.
What do you
That's
mean,
true.
hurt? You're in an
No,
open relationship.
yeah,
You're
exactly.
the expert. You
So
can
I know
tell
what
me.
it's all about.
I
I don't
yeah.
have to tell you. You've seen the videos of lesbians on the internet.
No,
You
I
know what
haven't.
they do. You haven't. Okay.
I will now.
You've never seen a video. All right. Look,
No, I've
hey,
seen
man.
videos, but
That's what
not
I'm
lately.
saying.
I'm really not into. I watch a little porn, but not that much.
Okay,
Little.
you're
I
more
like
of a
POV.
yeah.
What's your
You're
favorite porn?
POV VR.
You know what that
I
is?
like PO. I don't know, dude.
No, it's just
What
women kind
VR?
of naked and sexy alone. The dick.
Oh, that's what you like.
No, I'm serious. When I watch porn, I want to see no dick. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Serious. It takes away from.
Yes, it can be,
Yeah, true.
it can be traumatic if you don't feel like,
Well, you want to fantasize and pretend it's your dick. So
right.
seeing a dick serious wrecks the fantasy. Porn is all fantasy, right? Of course.
Of course.
But a dick, I'm a lesbian. I want no dick. I don't
Yeah.
even really like my dick that much. Serious.
So you see the vagina, you pretend it's your vagina.
Well, actually, I like
If
the
you're a
penis.
lesbian,
A vagina visually is not that. A little camel toe is cute.
okay.
But the nips, right?
Yeah, I like,
better.
Well,
Even orally.
it could both be appreciated.
I think with the oral sex, you get it's more multi-sensory. You get the smell effect too.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, I
You can
get,
tell I didn't have sex with my wife. I tended.
So you're like you're really thinking of, and the word lesbian, did that get you like really thinking about it? Hearing about lesbians and all
No,
that shit?
I self-define as a lesbian.
Okay.
That's why I really seem
And
quirky, but I'm really
That's
not.
new because I didn't know, this is the
Only here.
first I'm hearing of it.
Well, I wanted to save it for the 2 people watching.
Good. All right. Look, that's great. Yeah.
3 people with me.
Sure.
I mean, 1/3
Well,
of your audience.
The numbers went up, once you started talking about it, the numbers went up a little
Yeah,
bit. If you keep talking
one.
about it, maybe we'll get 20 people, 30 people here.
Went up 50%. Another
Yeah,
person joined.
look at that. You know me.
It's early, and usually I wake up in the middle of the night, but
Hey.
I woke up even earlier. Yeah, I
And
got a
what
problem.
you had an instinct that there might be a stream for you to go on. What got you up? What's
No, I just wake up too early. It's
Yeah.
insomnia. You probably know I've had that.
Oh
problem.
yeah. I mean, I'm awake right now. What am I doing awake?
Yeah, but you're
I'm the
5:30.
same kinda-
It's 5:30 is like people start to wake some.
Sure. But
Nobody.
I didn't just get up, I was,
Oh, you've been up. Yeah.
I've been up.
How was your show? You did a lesbian show with. How was it?
Yeah, so I was covering it a little bit. Did you see anything yet? Anything so
No, go
far?
ahead, and we'll do a little
Okay.
commentary.
So, all right. So I showed the part where it was live. She was at the Trump trial waiting the night before. Her phone just died. So this is
Wow. She was
Yeah.
at the Trump trial?
So she was waiting. She's been going to the Trump trial regularly, drawing
Oh,
pictures, taking notes, and I have some interview questions I want to ask her. So this was actually her waiting outside the night before, because I guess that's what you have to do.
Wow.
So actually, I can probably pull up the other
That's
video from the
interesting.
night. Yeah, no, it's
I
very
didn't even
cool.
remember that probably people from the public can go in. I didn't even think
Yeah.
about that. Cool.
Okay,
I'd
so
like to see this. Go ahead.
you've been okay. Yeah, so this is well, I'll play a little bit of just me talking, and then I'll pull up the
Okay.
video where she returns.
Yeah, I did a stream on the
about
trial, so I'm
the-
kind of following it.
You did? Okay. You've been covering some of
Yeah,
the talk
little
about
bit.
it?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. All right, let's get into the video here, and maybe you have some thoughts. Current happenings on the live stream.
Nice haircut.
When you're on location
Thank you.
and you're doing
Try to comb it
the
next
first of
time.
its kind type of
I-
broadcast,
all right,
you're going to
I
be
like it, but it
dealing
needs
with
to be combed.
things that either work or they don't work, and it's things happen, things come up
Oh,
that will interrupt
things
the
happen.
stream.
Let me write that down.
That will interrupt
Okay.
the broadcast.
I'm
and,
I'm a smart guy. I'm a real
Things
I'm
don't
away
happen.
with words.
I wish things
Um,
happened right now.
Well, let me. With
I
that
wish-
said,
Actually, I
let-
wish this wasn't happening.
well, you and me both. Let me actually switch over real quick. I'm gonna go to the stream.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
what are you
I am
listening
interested
to
in the
over there?
trial for sure.
What are you listening to over there?
You
Anything good?
at
Oh,
2:30
that's
in the
just me
morning.
playing.
No, actually, I
Okay.
went to Andy Cruz. Oh, here she is. Okay, all right.
Yeah, so she's actually
Yeah, comb your hair, the both of you.
I'll consider it. Look, I am trying to be professional now, so maybe I will. I don't
Big
know.
money, going for the big money. Yeah,
I'm
I don't.
also,
She's
yeah,
pretty, but she needs to comb her hair.
all right. She is trying to be camera ready, so we'll give her that
A
advice.
lot
All
of
right.
cameras in Manhattan in front of that trial, man.
Yeah, she
Somebody
probably
probably caught it.
if we watch the TV footage, we'll probably see it.
Let's see it.
All right, let's check this out. So she returns.
It's a really good trial.
Wait,
A lot
so
of
are
characters.
you watching the trial in the background?
Well, you can't watch the trial, but you have to watch the coverage because it's not open. It's not televised.
Oh, right. Okay.
But I've been kind of following it. It
Yeah.
could only affect the world. The election of Trump is a big deal, or not.
Yeah.
Good audio.
So, yeah. So I don't know why the audio is like this,
I'd
but
love to go in that trial and actually see Trump. It'd be interesting. So good for her.
yeah. I definitely have a lot of questions to ask her about it. So I don't know what's going on with the video. I don't know why it's so bad. I don't know who's talking in the background. Oh,
It
her
might be
phone
a
probably
good thing.
died again.
Oh.
Let's see.
Why doesn't Sheppy buy her a better phone?
That's
The
right.
Sheppy business, seriously, there's something very weird that he keeps phoning her. He's supposed to be married. I don't think he's married. I'm serious. I don't think he's married.
Oh,
HT.
you think he just made up the marriage, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I
Interesting.
don't think most wives, unless they're in an open relationship, would put up with this guy giving her money. He gave her a
Well,
phone, and I think you're right. I think he gives her money, and that's why she hangs on with him. Serious.
well,
Right?
I've thought we talked about that a little bit. I don't know. What I will say is regarding his marriage. I mean, I heard
Yeah.
allegedly that he had he had to go to counseling
Uh-huh.
with his wife
That's
because he's
bullshit.
always on the phone with.
Yeah,
You think
that's
that's
bullshit.
bullshit?
Dude, I've known him 6 years. He's been on my show a lot of times. He's really
Okay.
under the gun because he lied. People have gone after him because with Jimmer, he talked to kids in Discord. That's
Yes.
exactly true. So on my show, I asked him about it. He admitted it, but he said it was only for a minute. But it was actually he was in there for 5 minutes. He's just a liar. He's made up streams. I know this guy. I used to call him Community Phone because he used to go by Smartphone. He's really not a good guy. But the thing with Jarva, why would she keep listening to him? Well, we know he bought her a telephone, and he probably gives her money. I think you said that, right?
That's what he sounded like he said actually. So I'm just going
Uh-huh.
based on what he said. Like he said he was buying I don't know. Like Proactive and all this kind of shit.
Uh-huh.
And you know, so yeah, I kind of but the Sheppy stuff that you mentioned, him being on Jimmer Nam and everything, it did make me think like I don't
Yeah.
really want him to be on there. I don't really want him to be on the Les Me show if he's going to be doing this shit.
Well, I don't know. The thing is, I don't know. What weight do you give it? You know
What
what I
if he
mean?
did if he was in Jimmer's chat and talking to kids?
It's pretty bad. Yeah, you got a point.
Yeah, I
It's
mean, well,
pretty
I
bad.
don't know. You just brought it up, and now you're saying it's like no big deal. I don't know.
No, I haven't
I think
really.
it's a big deal.
No, I didn't say it wasn't a big deal. I really haven't. We know it's bad, but how bad is it? I don't know. I think he's done bad things. He did doctor my words and create a phony tape and all that stuff. He went on a show. He got me talking about my father. I cried. He was laughing. He fucked up Poon Handler by paying for live views. He said he tried to do it to me. He fucked it up because a lot of us don't want to say we don't buy views, right? You
Right.
don't buy views. But so
No.
he was fucking it up. He said he wanted to do it to me, to fuck me up. But then he said, because I'm on over 18, he can't do it. No, seriously, I don't think he's a good guy. Not just the Jimmer stuff.
Okay, well then there's no reason if it's the Jimmer stuff and
Oh,
other stuff, then there's
oh.
no reason to have him around.
No,
Yeah,
it's interesting. I have evil people come up all the time.
yeah, but
I
there's
don't know if you saw my stream. I had this COVID guy came up. And listen, seriously.
yeah,
The guy says he's going to sue me, and I said, if it's chicken, it's not funny, and if it's serious, I don't want you on. He comes on and he says he's going to sue me.
for what?
I don't know because I made fun of his voice. So he keeps going gay, gay, gay.
You made
And I
fun of his
started to
voice.
say, there's a truth in this. If somebody keeps saying the same thing over and over in different contexts, you have to wonder where that came from. Freud talked about that.
So he's gay.
Well, I started to question why he always talks about that. And you could tell it got to him because these people who gay, 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 there's something there. Why are they always talking about it? You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, when I said that, I think it bothered him. And his whole deal was, first of all, talking about what happened to me at 16. Oh, how edgy. Oh, how original. That was his whole deal. And then he has this creepy little laugh. And I kept saying, man, why are you going low? Why? And then he says, well, tell me the details. And I said, what's wrong? What, you want details? So I wanted to have fun with him. Seriously. I wanted a ball bust, but talking, it's just too creepy. Why don't you be funny? Let's do outwit. So yeah, it bothered me, but my strategy was basically call attention and depend on decent people saying, dude, why are you bringing up the guy's essay at 16?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like people use that against you a fair amount of times.
Yeah.
And do you regret ever bringing it up and mentioning it in the first place?
Well, he brought it up.
No,
I'm
but I
telling
mean,
what bothered me.
do you
No, I don't bring
regret?
it up.
Okay, but do you regret ever bringing it up, like
What
letting people
this
know
is
at
really
all?
a great question. Let me tell you why.
Well, thank you.
Because if I regret it, it means I'm ashamed. And I'm not ashamed. I'm the person it was done to.
Right.
Right. So no, not really. It's it's troublesome because I'd rather be laughing. And how many times do I have to keep? If it was the first or second time, but again, who would use that against me? They bring it up like it's against me, dude. You're the vile person going into it. Ask about it, but it was shtick. But it was beyond the pale shtick. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like if it's your event that happened to you, you can kind of goof on it and make fun of it if you so choose. But to go after it, someone else's trauma or experience.
If you're seriously interested in it, that's one thing. But if you use it because you think you're trolling, it's sick. And the guy was sick. He surprised me because I just want a ball bust. And he didn't even seem to get it. And he had this sick little laugh. What's funny about an S8? So I think he got it. I don't think he'll be around that long. I think people will talk about him. But we've been around, and like you sincerely go at me, sometimes with faulty history, right? But your intent, I don't think, is to use it to do shtick. With him, it was.
I'm not. Maybe I have. I don't know the specific.
I don't think you have
event that you're referring to, but
the assault against me at 16.
Oh no, you're saying that I have it.
No, you don't. You don't. No, you don't do that.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I don't think you go that low. I think you get it wrong, but your intent is like you really believe it, and you're totally wrong. Like the Tina stuff, totally slanderous. Like the 16-year-old. I think you were in Discord, and the people in Discord, RDA, they're still after me. That's what happened with Main Noodles.
Well, it was a specific friend of yours who said.
Was it? I have no friends here, so you're wrong.
And I've asked them, or an ex-friend of yours.
Who was it?
Cynthia.
Cynthia hates me. She said
she hates you?
On air, she said out of everybody, she hated me.
But
because I shamed her. Because
for what?
Well, I've told this story. I'll say it again. So Cynthia and I used to be buds, not friends.
Yeah.
We would DM like her child was sick. I said I would pray for the child, but we were on a kind of a nice, but not real friends. You know, she was on my show. She was on my very first show. What we did was me and Jay had uh, a talk with two camera women.
And when you say Jay, you mean producer Jay, right?
Producer Jay. So there was
Okay.
one camera, one cam girl, you know, those sex workers, and
Yes.
Cynthia. So the four of us talked, and it was fun. It wasn't that crude.
All right.
And also, we did the balcony scene from Romeo and Juliet, and she was my Juliet. And then it was funny, you know, it can be pretentious, but we did it straight. And then Ross Dog started to make fun of it, and we called it. He called it Samlet, and it was really
Samlet.
cool. It was funny. We got some Shakespeare in, so we were really good. But what happened was, I've told this before, is Ross Dog made that rape comment against my wife. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember that.
So I went to her. It really bothered me, and I went to her and I said, "Just call it out. You can say you're friends with Ross Dog. Like we were kind of buds, and I'll say, okay, I don't like what you said, but you're still my bud." She wouldn't do it. HB. All those years, and it's not a tough call. Just say Ross Dog saying he would come on air if a group of blacks, I'll change the word, raped Sam Hill's wife. It's not a hard
Yes.
call. It's wrong. She wouldn't do it.
He said he wished that happened to your wife.
Well, I'll give it to you
And-
word for word.
and-
He said
okay.
in my chat, in Shaw chat, and he said he did it. It's not like he said he would come on air at Shaw if quote a group of blacks, this I will change, raped Sam Hill's wife.
Okay.
Pretty bad, don't you think? Not a tough call.
He said that happened.
No, he did it. It was in my
Oh,
chat. He admitted it.
Yes.
Sometimes people will say I didn't say that, but he admitted it,
Right.
right?
Okay.
So I went to her because we DM'd at the time. I had a Discord and said, this is really disturbing. We're semi buds. Call it out. She wouldn't do it. She said, well, I told him privately. Well, call it out publicly. The only thing I ever asked her since that point, she's been my enemy. She's probably ashamed of it. So you know what? When people do bad, sometimes they try to put it or project it on other people.
No.
It's shameful her not calling it out.
Where now did she at this time when you asked her to call it out publicly? Was this the time that she was going on streams, or was she retired from the streaming business?
I don't remember that.
Okay.
I don't know.
So,
I'm
but when
probably
you
on
said,
Journey. I like Journey. They're a good group.
I don't, but when you said that, right? When you said to call it out publicly, were you saying publicly as in go on a stream and say it, or say it in a Discord?
Discord? Yeah, publicly, because Discords are kind of. There's always never trust. The security. People think, oh, it's secret. There's no secrets. That's what happened with Caleb and me. Remember Caleb? I don't know if you do.
I've heard of him. Yeah,
and Drake. He was like number 2. He was really, really. He liked my show. He was my main advisor, and he said he was going to my old university. He said he was a student there, so we got to talk about my old college. But it turned out he lied. He's not a student. That was pretty obvious. But anyway, what was going on was he was really, or is really, into Ross Dog. But he liked me too. So he was in Discord. It turned out he was feeding information to RDA. It was a Discord not friendly to RDA. So I said, I saw a DM you giving information, and he got all mad at me because he obviously did it. So I said, I have to take off your wrench. I just have to check this out, man. I just have to check it out. You're probably okay. And then he was affronted because he did it. What a slime bucket. Anyway, he was He was like, I really liked the guy a lot, but I was fooled. Another guy I'm fooled by.
So this was the end of it then. This was the end of your friendship. This was the
Well,
end of everything.
What there was a red
future.
flag, right? Because how
Okay.
many people have seen me? But he lives going to UCSB, which is miles above Santa Barbara. Let's say it's 15 miles above Santa Barbara in Isle Vista. I
Okay.
said, I need a new channel. Reb won't give me a new channel. It takes 15 minutes, I know, but I don't want to deal with it. Just give me the channel, and I'll come see you, and we'll
What do
walk around campus and have a great time. Nobody's seen me. Wouldn't you like to do that? All you got to do. He wouldn't do it, which told me he lied. He didn't
What do
want to
you
see
mean?
me.
What do you mean by give me a new channel? What does that mean?
Lauren went to StreamYards, right? She
Mhm.
got a channel, and then she gave me the password and gave me the channel.
Oh,
Hard,
okay.
because I hadn't even gone. I didn't even have my own channel at that point. You know me. I don't want to deal with anything. I'm really
Right.
lazy. That's the key to me. I'm very lazy, like you.
Yes.
You're lazy.
Look, king of the lazy people. I
So
mean,
I
when it
get
comes to streaming, I'm a high value streamer, so I don't know where you got that idea. But sure, could I be more productive? Could I be working
Oh,
harder?
come
Yes,
on.
absolutely.
You're a Jewish man, and Jewish people
Wow.
righteously, I respect that, achieve a lot, right? As a group. But me, I'm not Jewish, but I'm not achieving. But I'm saying that
You're saying I
because
should be achieving more.
I think so. What do you think?
As a person specifically though, because I'm ethnically part Jewish.
Well, I'm
That's what you're
saying there
saying.
are some groups that put a lot on giving to the world and
Yes.
achieving, and they're high, like Vietnamese people actually are very high achieving.
Okay.
My surgeon was Vietnam. They're very talented group of people. So yeah, but I'm, if I was Jewish and I'm not achieving, I don't know. It's like because I've been around a lot of Jewish people. I mean, so does your father? I mean, does he? He's probably not proud of what you do. No offense. He loves you, I'm sure, but
Okay.
you and me aren't exactly achieving very much right now.
So listen, I think that would he like me to be achieve more? Sure.
Uh-huh.
Now, one chat message caught my eye. Betty Spaghetti
Well, she hates me.
says
Oh,
high value
your chats
streamers.
are always wonderful when I come in.
Well, nobody's accusing you of anything,
She
here, but
hates
she
me.
says high
I don't
value
like her.
streamers
Don't you?
respect chat and
Why
aren't
are you
afraid of
taking out
damn
on me
hell.
your unhappy life, Betty? Stop. Betty's all pretend. Like I liked her, right? She comes off, but she has a mean spirit because I liked
Wow.
her, but she's very unhappy. She drinks
Now,
too much and she's a liar. You're the
now,
one who was despicable. It's not my fault you came on camera and showed you didn't show them literally, but one time Betty came on, she rented a hotel, she was mad at her husband, and she's very provocative. You came
okay.
on,
Good.
Betty. That was creepy. Not only that,
Now,
we both don't like abortion, but she supports AOC. She was managing Mod. How could you, Betty? AOC,
wait,
the guy who was cavalier about abortions, she's a
wait.
hypocrite.
He's anti-abortion. He's very much anti-abortion.
No, he's
AOC,
pro-abortion.
AOC the streamer. AOC the
He
streamer.
had women abort, and he made fun of it.
Wait a second. No, he
He's
said that.
pro-abortion.
No, he brought up Kate. Well, I don't know if he changed his
He
mind, but
outed Kate. Yeah. Oh, some scumbag.
he
That's
outed
a
Kate
scumbag.
and called it a bad thing. Called it a bad.
He said she had 2 abortions.
Right,
He
meaning
outed
that
her
he thinks
abortion.
it's a bad thing. Right, he wouldn't out her for abortions if he thought it
No,
was
he
a
doesn't
great
think it's a
thing.
bad thing. He did it to go after her. No, I'm not
Right.
making this up. He was
Okay.
cavalier about abortions. He was
Well,
joking. He had 2 of the women, he had abortions, and he was joking about it. He's pro-abortion. He has
okay.
that right, but not to be. I have a right to say, don't be cavalier at least. I
Well, she's
respect you.
saying
See, I'm sincere about this.
that she went on panel and told Alex that he was wrong
Yes,
to
I
be
believe
that
that.
way.
She was
Okay,
managing Mod for a
so
pro-abortion person. How does
all
that
right.
make sense? People who are against abortion are usually strongly because we consider it kind of not kind of. It is murder, whatever you say. You know what I mean? It is the death of a life. Wouldn't you
Listen,
agree?
I think that I don't really address the topic on my streams because
Yeah, I
it
didn't
always
mean
turns
to.
into a fight.
I didn't
You
mean to, but
say
Betty's
what
such
you
a
want.
scumbag.
I've had many a discussion where Unbleached has come on or other
Mhm,
people have come on and I try to talk about it, but it
mhm.
ends in
It's not
us
a fun topic.
disliking each
It's not
other.
a fun
So
topic. There's nothing
it's
funny about it, right? Nothing funny.
um, okay.
Too
No,
serious.
I mean, look, I mean, you
I
can make, I don't know, but I will say one
Who
of the
makes
other
abortion
producers,
jokes?
oh, lots of people, they do.
They do. They
I'm
really
not
do.
saying they're
I
good,
know
but I've
that.
heard Doug Stanhope make jokes. I've heard
Well,
other
that's
people make
Stanhope.
jokes.
He's kind of unusual. I used
Um,
to watch his stream. I don't watch his streams anymore.
and
We
we
get
can,
tired of you. I like
yeah,
Doug Stanhope though.
no, we can talk about that. But I want to ask you, chat again. Betty is
She's the
asking,
only one in chat.
and she's not saying any slander or anything. She just wants to
I
know.
don't have she's slandering me. I don't have obsession with Virgil. She
Okay,
just wants to attack me. Don't Your life stinks. You're an
you're
unhappy lady. I get it. Who wants to grow up and in the mid part of life have to work at a bar? That's just
well.
I worked as a server at a restaurant. I kind of know men get drunk and they come on to her. She's middle-aged. Don't take it
It's
out on
kind
me,
of
Betty. I know what's going on with you, dummy.
it's kind of you're kind of a celebrity when you're a bartender.
Well,
People
within
are
our
like
little world,
excited.
people within our little world, what 2,500 people probably know our name, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not pretentious, but I like a lot of group of people. I generally like you.
Okay. So I mean, now would you say that you attack
I don't want to talk
men
about
and
kids. Why are you always
men and
bringing up
women
kids?
equally?
Pardon?
Would you say that you equally attack men and women? Would you say
Can
that
I
you
address
attack
her?
men
You
and
have a
women
real
more?
degree in social work. No, I don't. I have what I said, dummy. I've been challenged for six. You're evil, Betty, because you lie. Go at me, but with the truth. Had 8 hours, dude. 8 hours. I love cassette tapes, so I used to always record everything. So I played 8 hours when I went to Ireland, working in this hospital,
Okay.
interviews. So you are sick, Betty, because I proved myself. Social work. What a dummy she is. Okay, I
So
really I
you've
don't like
proven
chat. I came up for you, but
you're not into chat. You're not into
no, I'm into chat,
what
but
they
not being
say.
slandered. No, I like chat.
Now,
You have the worst
okay.
chat.
Now let's just say she's giving her,
So you have a degree. Fine,
thoughts.
I respect that. But I don't respect who you are as a person. You're slander. You're a horrible person. You're supposed to be a Catholic, and I'm a Catholic. Not
Okay.
I sin. I won't go into it.
All right.
But I get our church's position on abortion, and I don't exactly share. I don't, it's such a tough issue. I don't want to see. It's torture for anybody going through it, I'm sure, whether you know what I mean? So I don't want anybody punished, but it is murder. That's my position. So you, Betty, you support. She was managing mod AOC. What he just makes up AOC, who treats women terribly. Oh, but it's okay with you're a hypocrite, Betty.
Well,
I forget your chat. You have one person, it had to be her. Why aren't
now,
you with your husband? Go to sleep, dummy, or wake up. She's always following me. Go have a life, but you don't, Betty. But don't take it out on me. I know your deal. You're unhappy in your marriage. You're unhappy in your work. I'm sad you have to work in a bar. I know what that's like. It's horrible. I mean, at her age.
wait, have you worked at a bar?
Well, there's a bar at a restaurant I worked. Yeah.
And you were a
I was a
bartender?
server. No, I was a waiter.
You can get some good tips,
Great tip.
especially if you
That's
know how to do it.
days, but dude, look, a middle-aged woman, attractive. You're attractive. Men get drunk and they come on to her. To my wife, sometimes, even where she works, when
Yeah, but that's work. I mean, that's not
but that's
like
where she works.
right, but that's her job.
Yeah,
I think that people have an understanding that you're not like just be, if you're a
dude, you don't get it.
salesperson, if you're a
No,
bartender,
no, the men
it's kind
say
of a it's kind of a way that you get more tips is like, convincing people maybe
Yes,
that
of
you
course.
have feelings for, not convincing
It's
them that you have feelings
pretend.
for them, but you
It's
pretend. So,
pretend.
so to
Give me
say
a
that
tip
that's
and I'll
like
pretend you're my friend. We all know that's pretend. My
right.
point is, when men get drunk, a lot of them come on to pretty women. And my wife, they used to say, they would come on to my wife, even where she works. She tells me this, and she says, "Look, I have a ring on." And the man usually says, "Well, I won't tell if you do." Men get some men get very creepy when they get drunk and they want to come on to an attractive woman. And the
Okay.
women working in bars, cocktail waitresses, especially, even the typical server, has to deal with these drunks. Dealing with
Okay.
drunken men is not fun for an attractive woman who's married or single. It's not
So,
fun.
what is your point in
My
bringing this up?
point is, it
What are
makes
you
her
getting at?
unhappy, and this unhappiness
Well,
transfers to her going after me unfairly. You get it?
so
Happy
you're
people
telling her
don't talk like her.
to quit her job.
No, I didn't say that.
Is that a reasonable? Well, you're
Don't put
implying.
words in my
Maybe you're
mouth.
not saying that. What you're
No, not at
implying
all.
is that
She has a situation where she's
you're
required to do something like that, right?
and you're implying that that is the source of her dislike of you. That's
Yes.
a little bit of a stretch.
No, it's her unhappiness. Unhappy people usually become trolls and evil. She can attack me, but the way she attacks me is always evil. In fact, I always respected her. I defended her. And yet she goes to AOC, a real attack machine. Not
Okay.
cool. No, she's not cool. I trusted her. She came up once. She was a
So,
co-host, right? She did a good job, but I don't think you're that interesting. She talks for 15 minutes. Now I'm going the truth because she's attacked me. This is my opinion. You're good for 15 minutes. You were on a show and you kept talking. You're boring. 15 minutes, she's good. She's not that smart, but I have to pretend. I always pretended you were smart but that's not my fault, Betty. I didn't attack you. She's not stupid,
so
but you're pretentious. You're not that smart, ma'am.
to be clear, all right. So to be clear, it's okay to.
I'm
It's
tired
bad
of
to. It's bad to hit on women, but it is okay to attack their intelligence and call them dumb
if they
and
no, she's
bad.
not dumb. She's not dumb. I
Well, you
said
said she was not that bright. I
she's
think
not that. She
was your word,
pretends she's so
which
smart.
means dumb. You see, so
No, it
doesn't that mean
doesn't. No,
dumb?
it doesn't. Average is not dumb.
Lacking
Call her
intelligence.
average. Don't
Okay.
put no. Ask me. See, what I don't
Listen,
like about these streams is people are telling me how I feel. I'm right here. Ask me how I feel.
okay. Well, that's a little ironic because you're telling her that she feels miserable
No,
at
that's
her
a good
job,
point.
and
Yeah,
you're telling me not to tell you how
well,
you
that's a good
feel.
point.
We're
Yeah,
both wrong for doing it,
that's a
aren't we?
fair
Are we
point.
not?
That's a fair. No, I'm
Okay,
not
fair
wrong.
point.
You have to deal with this slime bucket. No, but it's a fair point. It's
Okay.
just I've taken her shit for so long. I think I have a right to be honest.
Now
I've
you
seen
do have a right to
people
be
give you shit.
honest.
When Rex gave you shit, I saw your reaction, and she's
Well,
done worse to me.
with me and Rex, I mean, I kind of turned it into like a whole. I tried to. Maybe I
You're like a
wasn't.
stalker now, Betty. Shame on you. You're like
Well,
a troll. You're definitely a troll, and you're a stalker at me. Every time you see me, you get out of it. Stop. Why don't you ignore me, dummy? See, I'm tired of her because I liked her. I really, really liked her. She's one of these situations, like you and RDA, right? You liked RDA, they supported your show when I left, and then you didn't, right?
oh, I mean, sure. If we want to go back 4 years,
Bellin and all these creeps, they turned out. Look, I liked them too at first, and then you find out they're creepy, and it's more offended. Like RDA, I guess, helped you or something, and you were
so
offended, I think, because you supported them in a way. You let them come on Busters.
sure. So here's my question: Are you like 5 years from now planning on holding a grudge against
No,
Betty,
I don't like
or
grudges. All she has to do is stop attacking me, and I'm done. I don't think about
wow,
her, but I come on to talk to you, and she's the only person in chat. And you're like a stalker. You
let's
don't
see
get it,
what
Betty.
No, but she comes in my chat. Like she's
She
here
likes
other times
Yeah,
too.
well, she used to like me.
So I don't know
Go
that
get her
that makes
mad,
her a
and you'll
stalker.
see the real Betty. Get her mad at you. Just look, Hostbuster, for real.
Yeah.
I used to say I truly, truly believe that you don't know somebody until you see them mad. So I
Okay.
saw her mad, and she's not cool. She's not a good person.
Now
But am I going to hold a grudge? No. Stop attacking
you
me.
wouldn't do that, right?
I for a while, but eventually get over it. Look, I'm talking to
Okay.
you, and you said terrible things about me.
Tell me.
Slanderous.
And we can get into it, and we can also get into. Uh, but sure, tell me the things actually. It doesn't matter. I don't really care. But
Okay.
if you want to say it, you can.
You get my point. But
But
you said I probably said terrible things to you, but at the end of the day, I don't even remember. Grudges are not good, man. They're not good. But when somebody
okay.
goes after me like Betty, of course, I find you despicable because you're slanderous. Sin is a piece of shit.
Sin and now Sin. Okay, so Cynthia's here. Sin.
Oh, wonderful. Every
And
time I want to talk to you, I don't get to because these slime buckets show up in chat. Can't we
so
one time talk without trolls or haters?
well, okay, so
Gosh.
she gave her opinion, right, or she gave her uh, recollection of the
No,
events.
she hates me because I told the truth about her. Come on. Sin hates me too.
But
You're a horrible person, Sin. To make up slander against me. I'll never forgive. I forgive most people, even Raleigh, who took down my channel. I'll never, because I liked her. I trusted her.
no,
I prayed for your child, and you do this to me, and you defend. You wouldn't call out a rape comment, Sin. Shame on you. The only thing I ever asked her to do, and she wouldn't do it. And that's what, then after that, we were never the same. I can't stand her because she slandered me in the most evil way.
now,
And
okay,
she still does. Fuck you.
When you say she slandered
Maybe I
you,
do hate you. I hate hating people on the internet. But for her and Betty, look how emotional I get. Maybe
now
I hate hating.
women.
Gosh, you
Would
brought
you
me to that.
now? Do you want to be hateful? Do you want to change? Okay,
No,
here.
no. Would I like to stop having
Yes.
them talk to me? Of course. Stop talking to me, and I won't even bring you up again. That's a compromise, dummy. Both of you.
Now,
You are a piece of shit, Betty. You called
okay.
me worse. You're slime. Look, you are obviously very unhappy at the point you turned up in life, but that's not on me. You made your choices. If you're bored in your marriage, a lot of people get bored. Don't take it out on me.
Now, I don't believe she said that in this conversation.
Said, well,
That
no,
she was
just
bored of her
venting.
marriage.
That's my
You said
opinion.
that.
And she's
Okay.
obviously bored of her marriage.
Well, I don't want to say that
Well, I
because
do.
here's okay. But here's the thing, right?
Poon, you're defending Poon? Poon?
You said
Who's done terrible things to women, to Casey? You're defending Poon? Go ahead. This is who she defends.
I don't know what he.
Meth
Oh,
head.
okay. He did do a weird thing too, Casey.
A lot of weird
But
things.
here's what I want to say. Okay, so
Ah.
Cynthia says that you said. Well,
Lie.
she's saying.
I don't want to.
What?
We talked about this. Can we move on or I'll leave? We talked
Okay,
about this, right? We did.
But what
So
she
you're going to serve her
said.
purpose.
No. What
Oh.
she said was that what you said you didn't even mean.
I never
So-
said it. There's no proof because it didn't happen. Don't you people
Well,
follow
there
me?
is no
AOC
proof,
is
but
there's never any because it didn't happen. Where's
but
the
also
proof?
the
Come
channel
on.
the channel that it supposedly happened on isn't up anymore. So there's no way to
Sir,
prove
there's
or
a lot of,
disprove.
listen to me. You brought everything I do, people record. They bring up me going on Matt 6 years ago. Every little thing. I know that it didn't happen. People would have brought it up. RDA would have loved it. It didn't happen. What's wrong with you? You don't think people make up tapes on me? RDA and nobody brought it up because it didn't happen. What's wrong with you, HB? Don't you
Well-
have any bearing for reality?
I think if I had an agenda against you, I would not have
You do.
I wouldn't have taken issue with the multiple
issues.
people.
We
No,
have
but
issues.
Sure, but the multiple people who made fake
There's
videos
no
of you
a
talking
pattern
to
of
children.
behavior. You're the pattern of behavior. You become the stalker. People realize that,
Okay.
Betty. I liked you too, but other people are seeing what a crappy person you are. You got to
So-
pass because you're a woman. I'm holding you in the same regard. You're
So
a
this
crap
is a
person. You're a liar. You have an unhappy life, obviously. Obviously. Don't bring up kids.
so you think that she actually okay.
Okay. Look, this is the truth.
She didn't bring up your kids, I don't think.
She brings me up any chance she gets. She's, why are you obsessed with me? And stay out of my chat. She hates me, but she tried. You'll never be allowed in. Ever. Well, maybe I will. Yeah, all she has to do is change. I'll let her up. Just like you. You said terrible
Okay.
things about me, and I probably
What
said
if-
terrible things about you.
I don't know.
Right?
What did I say that you're thinking about? That's on your mind.
You said I might be a creep because I wrote my wife at 16.
Okay,
She wasn't
let's-
16. I
Let's
never
be
did.
clear.
And you gave it so much
Okay,
weight.
let's be
Some
clear.
bud.
I work in I don't doubt or believe things when I hear them. I use skepticism and I
Good, me
investigate,
too. We all
which is
should.
why I went
So where's
to
the proof, Mr.
Cynthia.
Investigator?
I went to
Cynthia hates
Cynthia
me. You go to a person
and she
who's
gave yeah, but the answer
she's
she
not a
gave,
fair person.
but it wasn't like an outright accusation. It was
Okay,
more
can we
like,
move on? How many? I come up to.
listen,
How many times do we have to talk about
you,
this?
I didn't even. I
Okay,
brought it up in a
can we
pretty
move
vague
on?
way, right?
I don't want to. I've always said this. I come up to talk to you, and you have the most vile chat. You don't have many people, but you had to have some of my greatest haters.
Well,
And by
let's
the
talk
way,
about.
thanks for. Wait a minute. Let me vent. Thanks for giving the worst stalker at this point, who has porn bombed me, who comes behind in
Who?
backstage. Rev, you made him a mod. Thanks.
Oh,
a
I
lot.
didn't. I forgot that he pointed.
Thanks a lot.
You. I didn't remember that.
Yeah. Well, thank
It
you.
must be the scissor.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Are you on
maybe-
syrup now?
No,
Why don't you get off?
I'm
Oh, you
saying in
can't.
general. I'm saying in general.
Why don't you go to rehab and get rid of that? It's not good, man. You know that, right? Being a syrup addict. You love it. It's a wonderful.
What? No, but okay, let's not look, it's not great, and I admit that.
Yeah.
Now
I know.
Cynthia says that she tried to talk to you
I don't want to talk to her.
about
If
the
somebody
discussion.
slanders me vilely, it's beyond the pale. It's like Cynthia, if I said you did these creepy things, but you did a creepier thing. You falsely accused me. You know, destroy Jorg. False accusations sometimes destroy people. If I wasn't around, I would have quit. I don't put up with shit like, but I've been around, so I try to deal with it. It's slander. It's like what some people have said about you. You've been slandered before, I imagine, right? I would
Okay,
think,
so if you heard something about me, right,
right?
and you heard
People
that
have
some,
talked about you. Yeah.
you would investigate, right? You wouldn't necessarily
what it
doubt or believe it. You would look into it, and which is
No,
exactly what
I
I've done.
would judge knowing you for how long we know each other, 2-3 years. No, you judge the whole person. We've been on air, right? You look at the whole person because it comes down to he said, she said.
That's
if
a
there's no
factor. Sure, that is it. Firsthand
Yeah.
experience is a factor.
Yeah. Well,
but it's
sir,
not
in
everything.
situations where it's one word against the other, it goes to credibility
Right.
and proof. Hopefully, there's proof. People make
Okay.
false accusations. Where's the proof? I hate that. If somebody accuses you and it's true, it has weight and validity. But without proof, what?
I don't
You
have
need-
proof, but also the channel that there could have potentially have been proof.
Look, anytime I go up, RDA, maybe not now, but they were, let me tell you something. You think you've been attacked. RDA, Joker, I've told this before, but it says something about how RDA feels about me, obsession. Joker came up and told me the Discord of RDA. People were not allowed to bring up my name. What? Nobody was allowed to bring up my name? What does that say about their attitude toward me, sir?
That you are traumatic to talk about. That it brings up trauma internally
I'm
to
just
hear your
one
name.
dude. It's like,
Now
how do I have such power? I'm
It's-
just one dude.
it's the Sam Hill effect, and it's happening.
What is that
to,
effect? Tell me.
I mean, Betty is is
A hater.
unhappy with you. RDA
Yeah,
is
correct.
unhappy
A lot
with
of people
you.
are. You've been
Uh,
unhappy with me.
Reb is unhappy with you.
You're
And
unhappy with me right now.
here you are. You're on the channel. I'm letting you speak. I'm not,
Well, I'm
you
up
know,
at
I am
I'm
attacking you
up at
fiercely.
middle of the night.
Probably you think. But
Yeah, you've attacked me so creepily.
probably because you're lesbian and I'm homophobic.
Well, that's a bit, but it's kind of
Yeah.
funny, you know.
Do you want to check out any more of this Trump trial stuff?
Yeah, I am absolutely interested in the trial. Go ahead.
Okay. This is another part of what happened.
Boy, you're even talking slower than me.
Yes. Well, I'm trying to.
I know.
You know me. I'm trying to recreate
Too
my
well.
scissor
You know
status.
me too well.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got. All right, here we are. We've got more video footage. This was later in the night. The trial, the line.
I didn't know she actually
Live
attended
coverage.
the trial.
Yeah. So this
That's
was the
super
night
cool.
before. She's been
Wow.
going to a lot of possibly every single day of it. We've got
The story of the nation, and she went to it. Good on her.
She's
I'd love to go
being a
more.
part of history. I mean,
I'd
it's
like
cool.
to see Trump in the room. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, it would be interesting. I have a lot of questions. I'd like to ask what it's like to be in
Yeah,
that
I'd like
room.
to ask her impression of Trump.
Yeah. Oh, well, I should probably share some of the Instagram stuff that she's done regarding
Five
it. There's
Iron, you're
pictures
Five
and
Iron.
drawings.
You were. Who did you support? Five Iron supported this really horrible person. Was it Jim Renam? You shame on you, Five Iron, because he's an officer of the court, and it was what's his name? Not Lay General. Oh, Five Iron. Like you're slime bucket Five Iron. You support Not Lay General, a penis flasher. Dude, you're an officer of the court, I thought, and this Not Lay General commits cyber flashing. Who are you to talk, you little stupid man? You're a real slime bucket, asshole. Another wonderful person in chat. Thank you.
Okay, so he's
Who's
friends
next?
with. Okay, you're
I have
saying
history with these people.
All right. Well, we're
Unfortunately,
having fun. You know,
where's the fun?
we got Woodsman right here.
What's
I don't know. You're having fun with it, I think.
a little bit
Talking shit.
I'm venting.
Yeah.
It feels good to get it out.
All right.
Oh, my battery's going.
Okay. Well, just like Jarvis' battery was.
Is it worth
what?
going
You're
to
on
battery?
You're on your phone?
You want me up? No, I don't have a phone.
Oh, you're on your computer.
I don't have a phone.
So what do? Plug it in? You gotta plug it in?
Yeah.
All right, go plug it in. Why not?
Okay. Can you read? I just want to look at chat for a minute, and then we'll go.
Okay.
Because he is smart, so I want to respond. The only reason you hate I don't hate. Well, maybe I do. I hate hating. Right? We don't want to hate these people.
I mean, it's just
after being slimed. The only reason you hate these women, not women. How many women do I hate? There's Betty, who else, and Cynthia. That's two, dummy. And I don't like to think I hate them, but maybe I do. The only reason you hate these women and a couple of others, there's no couple of others, is because they figure you out. They didn't figure me out. And you support Not Lay General. Enough said. Okay. To be liked by Sam, you have to be gullible enough to be used by him. There's no using, dummy. I don't take money. Why don't you attack people who take money? There's no money. You're such a slime bucket. I don't believe you, or maybe you're a lawyer, maybe you're not. If you are, you're horrible. You're one of those shysters. You shyster. I know that word. You know, I like it.
But I'm not sure these. Yeah, very good use of a word. I forget what it means.
It's a lawyer. My brother's a lawyer. There's rungs of lawyer. There's the top people like my brother who works at a big law firm. They charge $1,400-$1,600, and then there's the slime buckets like Five Iron who I'm not saying you do this, but like some shysters go to hospitals trying to get clients. That's a shyster. I think personally, you follow. Look, let me calm down. Not Lay General. It's a cyber flasher, in my opinion. But can you understand that?
I'm not, I take a strong stance against cyber flashing. I think I've been very consistent about that. If you wanted to know.
Well, not like
Yes.
General flashes his penis. To me,
Yes.
that's a cyber flasher, and you support that because a lawyer technically he has a law degree. I don't know. He's not a practicing lawyer. He might not be an officer of court, but they're considered lawyers, officers of the court. Did you know
Okay.
that? They're supposed to kind of represent the justice system, which with
Yes.
Trump, what's going on now is you had a lawyer supposedly disrespecting the judge, which he's in violation of the criminal system. It relies on people believing in the system of justice, right? And the
Okay.
neutral person is the judge, supposed to be. So in this
Right.
trial, Trump has attacked the judge as corrupt. And a lawyer came in there, officer of the court, and according to the judge, the guy was staring at him and being disrespectful. So the
Okay.
judge cleared the court. Everybody leave except a couple people because I think there has to be witnesses. And he berated the lawyer. He said, "Are you staring me down?" Like that. It was very dramatic, right?
Okay.
Trump trial. So the point is that lawyers are expected to have respect as officers of the court. But how do I respect you, Five Iron, when you support a cyber flasher? Why don't you address that slime bucket dummy piece of shit? I get that from Beck. Beck
What,
like
calling
this.
people pieces of shit?
Yeah, 100%
Okay.
credit to Beck.
Now, what? Okay, so you're saying Five Iron is a lawyer? Sounded like that's what you said.
I think he said that. He can answer right now if he's still here. I thought
Okay.
he was a lawyer
I think he
or has a law degree. I don't know if he's practicing.
Okay.
But how can
And
you be a lawyer and support a cyber flasher like Notley General?
sometimes they got to defend those people. They
Oh,
got to.
but not in court, not
Yeah.
in chat.
Well,
Right.
you know, some comedians use their comedian, prowess off air, on air, everywhere.
Like who? Glassman?
So yeah, so like maybe he's a lawyer even when he's not practicing. He's just always in lawyer mode. I don't know.
Okay. Well,
You
he
know
should
what
be
I'm saying?
disbarred because he's supporting. There's David Waltz. All the trolls. Well, a lot of the trolls. The biggest. David's a piece of shit too.
No.
100% David Waltz.
Do
What a
you?
has been. You're such a has been.
Okay, so you don't even like David Walsh, the World News
Oh, please.
host.
He's funny when he's drunk. He's very funny when he's drunk, and he's
Wow.
boring now that he's sober. Who the fuck are you to give advice? You're a loser.
Well-
Your family left you. Why don't we take advice from successful
I
people?
mean, so you're
Where are the
also,
successful people.
but if you're talking about slander, right? You know, you're
Yeah.
saying things that are also unproven.
Well, I don't know if Five Iron slandered me. I'm not saying
No,
that.
so, David Walsh. You're saying
David
things about
Walsh?
him
Yeah,
that are not true, necessary,
obviously.
unproven.
Uh, Well, it takes a objective measure. He used to get a lot of views and be popular. You think he gets a lot of views now?
I'm not even talking about that. I'm
But
saying
that's an objective measure.
you're talking about family. You're saying things that
Well,
you've
it's
not
based
proven.
on. I think I heard your wife once. I think I did.
Okay.
Right.
So, but
in the,
if
in the
you
po-
hadn't heard her
well, I'm giving you the
for
proof.
many years,
Right.
right? But
Right.
for many years you didn't. So
Well, I
without
didn't always
proof, you would have
believe you.
come to a conclusion. Right.
Well,
So if you
right.
had said that, though, you would be just speculating. So
Yeah, well, I
in the
heard
same
her, so
way-
that's some evidence. It's not definitive, but it's
Okay.
more. David Waltz, AOC. See, you said, why do I think this? So I'm giving you why. AOC made an observation that when David's kid was around, he was on camera.
But
and
you
all of-
also okay, go
All right,
ahead.
I'm talking too much. Stop me. Go ahead.
Well, you said that AOC. You said earlier that
He does
believing
lie.
AOC, trusting AOC is wrong because
You're
of
right.
who he is.
Yeah.
But now here you are using his
Well, no, let me
him
finish.
as a
So
source of
AOC
information.
led. Let's judge the observation. He is a liar for sure. So he has no credibility, but let's judge the weight of what he said. He said in streaming, people like us who are on too much, you will hear background life going on in the dwelling place. Like my wife's here. I've had a party once, but so his kid was on camera. we heard people, and then last year, complete quiet. So that's what it's based on. His wife leaving him or his woman.
I mean, look, you can be in a, you can move to a different room. I've done streams from all different rooms in my house, so a lot of times they are not around anybody,
Right.
you know. So,
Right.
but it's
But
very
the point
important.
the point is there's background noise. There is whatever the
Oh,
room before, and now there isn't. You get the idea?
and
Here's the irony.
it's very important to you that you prove that, you know.
No, there's no proof, dude. We're just two guys talking. I've been attacked. David, how about this one? Let me go at David. I've gone at David with this one, but you have a Jewish father, so I'm interested.
I don't really want to get into that, and I don't even know where you're going with this.
But that's why I want another reason I don't like David. He said the Star of David is demonic.
Wow.
That's a big deal to me.
You know what it stands for, so.
What?
Wait, well, actually,
David, what does it stand for?
you should be a fan of it because some people say that you're.
Yeah, I should know that. What does it stand for? I'd like to learn.
It stands for David.
No, the Star of David.
Jewish, yeah,
King David.
the Jew.
King David, right?
King David, the Jew.
David and Goliath.
Sure.
Well, I kind of figured something like that, but I didn't know really what the religious people would say.
Look, I don't know. All I know is
I don't
that
know.
the religious people would say a lot of stuff.
I lost a lot of my Jewish informants because I'm no longer married to my Jewish wife. So I kind of depend on people like you for my.
Why would you? I'm not a scholar. I'm not
because her father.
An expert. Yeah, but it doesn't mean it doesn't mean that I actually know anything.
So you grew up with a Jewish father and you
Sure.
don't know anything?
Really? No,
Okay.
not really.
You're so observant.
Look,
comics are supposed
I never
to be
claimed to be observant. I never.
Dude, I didn't
claimed
say
that he
you
was.
were. I just thought you probably know more about the Star of David.
No.
You
Well, I could
Ask
make
your
up.
father.
I could make up
No,
a
don't
bunch of
make up. Ask
bullshit.
your father. I should know. I thought it had probably something to do with King David.
Yeah.
I know with of course the cross. So the Jews probably have, their, and I want to respect that. Not call it demonic. I don't believe.
I don't know what it means. I have no idea what it means.
Oh, you don't know what it means at all. Okay.
And I'll find out if I decide
what does it
that
mean,
it's
David? Oh no,
worth figuring out.
Now I'm gonna go figure.
I don't even
know
think.
what it means.
I think he was. Didn't he say he was joking about it? I don't even think
No.
it was
It was
legit.
in fact, seriously, okay. So he was really bothered by something, and he went into an anti-Semitic rant. I wish you would have heard that. And then
No, I did hear it, and he said it was a joke, and
No, he was angry. That's how I really feel, dude. I've followed him for years. I gave him a show. It's not like I don't know this guy. Not the first time.
Maybe you don't. Maybe you haven't cracked the shell.
No, I don't know, Ma. What about this is what he said. He said, what's so bad? Why isn't there or what's wrong with having a part of the country which is only for white Christians? Because these other groups have but it's unconstitutional. That means you would not be allowed.
Okay.
Or David would be.
Now,
right.
Would you say that Israel?
It's a terrible idea.
I don't know. I mean, you support Israel, right?
Mostly, not everything. What about you?
Do you support the ethno-state element of it?
Boy, you asked in other words, do I support a Jewish state, which is how they define themselves? Can you give your opinion first, and then I will?
Well, I would say that whatever your opinion is on a white. No, I don't. I think it's a ridiculous idea. I think you should be allowed to have whatever religion you want. But I think
they do. But they define like Iran. Iran's a theologic state, and they define the politicians or the people of Israel. Most of them say it's a Jewish state, which is kind of an ethno state or theologic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that
it's weird, right?
Zionism. It's all crazy.
I support. Well, you have to know history. Without the Holocaust, there'd probably be no Israel. Don't you think? You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Well, the Jews suffered so much that countries were sympathetic. So when Israel wanted to be declared a Jewish state, the UN basically approved because there had been the Holocaust. They got a lot of sympathy, right? You get that?
Okay.
The
Yeah.
Jews said, a lot of the Jews said, we're not going to be in that condition again, like in Germany, that we were dependent for our security on our state. Because how did that work out in Germany? So they said, not going to happen again. We want our own country as Jews so we can defend ourselves. We're not going to be in a position of being carted off to the camps, which is pretty evil and extreme, correct? You would agree. Holocaust.
I would say that it was not a good thing to happen. It was bad, negative. I'm not a fan. I don't support it. I think that if it happened again, it would be.
You probably wouldn't be alive. You wouldn't, because if Hitler had won, he would have eventually come for America, and people like you, having a Jewish father, would have been in trouble. I mean, I'm not hyperbole, right?
Yes.
Okay, because Hitler did not like Jews. Let's put it like that.
Yes, correct.
Even though some people think he was half Jewish.
Hitler did not like Jews, and he was half. Where'd you hear he was half Jewish?
I've talked about this. Well,
okay.
Some historians, most probably don't agree. Some. I think Dan Carlin, that it is a historical fact that Hitler's mother worked for a Jewish family as like a maid. So the theory was that oftentimes the head of the household, usually a man, will take advantage of lesser employees, especially back then. I mean, now we have political, you don't do that, and you shouldn't do that. But back then, so that was the theory, because then what happened to her husband, or I don't know. So that's the theory, that they had sex, which would make Hitler technically like you, because you're half Jewish.
Okay.
Not to say you're Hitler. Not to
all
say
right.
not.
So maybe I'm like Hitler.
No,
maybe I am. Maybe I am. I don't know. Maybe I am.
You're not like Hitler.
You haven't seen the worst of me yet.
How many Jews have you sent to I don't know, Camp
Unfortunately, none. Unfortunately,
Unfortunately, huh?
Well, you don't know what I'm capable of if I get filled with methamphetamine. Really if I become a politician.
Cough medicine, isn't that like a depressant?
I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. No, I don't.
Well, who would know? You would know.
You would know with your degree and
2 degrees.
Psychological.
Beck attacked me. I actually went to Andy's. And Beck was attacking me. So I went up. As soon as I went up, she left. So I came over here.
Okay, so this is your second choice.
Yeah.
This is not your first choice.
Well, I wanted to.
That's good to know.
No, I can go after you anytime.
Right.
I have a chance to go. Right.
So sure, anytime you want to talk shit and attack.
Yeah.
I'll welcome you with open arms because
I'm
a glutton for punishment.
Well, thank you for providing me where I can go after people.
Well, I mean, I didn't expect it. I didn't know it was going to happen.
You. No, I like talking to you. I expected Jarba. I like talking to Jarba too.
Well, we
go back to the trial.
We can cover. Yeah, let's cover a little bit of this trial. We've got Woodsman right here.
I'm kind of an authority on the trial since
he was there. Oh, you're the authority. All right.
Yeah.
Well, you can chime in with information.
For sure.
All right. So she's at the trial. They're outside ahead of the night before.
David, come up then, David.
This was after the camera went off and she recharged it.
Okay. Like the obligation of due diligence, and their money. They have to be smart with it.
Are they talking about the trial that we're watching now?
It's not clear to me what exactly they're talking about.
Like if they can trick the bank, it's all well and good.
I think they're talking about falsification of records. That they can trick the bank, which is a part of the case.
Creating a story, leaving a sponge in a child's brain.
Okay.
If you just had to deal with it, that's the only story.
You know what I mean? About what?
Right.
Oh, the Cohen
that he was involved in promoting his competitors leaving his sponge in a child's brain.
I don't
That
understand.
somebody deserves to be prison.
Oh wait, did you
He's
hear
not
anything
really
about
saying
that? He's
He's-
talking about Cohen. Michael Cohen left a
Okay, so
sponge
Michael
in
Cohen
a guy's
was Michael
brain.
Cohen. So if you check out Trump's history, he was born in, I think it's Queens, New York City, and growing up he knew about this lawyer Roy Cohen, who was known as the Fixer.
Oh, I
He
thought we
was-
were talking about Michael Cohen.
Well, I'm bringing it up to Michael Cohen. Let me do this, okay? You asked about Michael Cohen. I'm giving you a
Okay.
backdrop. So Trump wanted a fixer like Michael Cohen. He's saying that because Michael Cohen was known as ruthless, willing to do anything for his client, to go low. You get the idea? To be ruthless, even violate boundaries. I know, I've seen a movie about Michael, this other guy, what's his name? Sorry,
Talking about
Cohn,
Roy Cohn.
Roy Cohn. Yeah, I don't even know how to. Anyway, the point is that Trump wanted his own Cohn. How do you say? He wanted his own
Cohen.
fixer, right?
Yeah.
So guess who came along? Michael Cohen, who took on that role, meaning that he would do anything basically for Trump. He even made the statement, Michael Cohen, that he would take a bullet for Trump, but he didn't really mean it, right? Like people say that. And so he turned. It's like here, I turned on RDA. So he was a lawyer for Trump. He arranged to have this falsification. He was part of that process, right?
Mhm.
And he went to jail for bribery. He lied for Trump. You get that?
Mhm.
To protect Trump. He went to jail and then he turned. And that's what he's in the courtroom to testify against Trump. The problem is for Michael Cohen, he committed perjury, so he's a known liar. So what the prosecution had to do was bring in documents. Like if Cohen said, "Oh, I talked to Trump on Tuesday at 9 a.m.," they'd bring in a phone record. So the problem is Michael Cohen is dirty. He's a liar. But the prosecution hopes that with bringing in documents that the jury will believe Michael Cohen on the issue of him and Trump being part of this falsification. If they don't believe Michael Cohen, then they won't convict Trump. If they believe Michael Cohen, they'll probably convict Trump.
Okay. Now,
Okay.
what is this though about Michael Cohen wanting to commit suicide? Why did that happen?
I didn't hear that. Did he?
Okay,
That I don't
recently,
know.
yeah, recently he said he wanted to commit suicide. It might have been at the most recent hearing. I don't know.
Yeah, that'd
So
be
you're
interesting. I
saying
didn't hear that.
that's what they're talking about right now?
I don't know. I woke up. It was 1 o'clock. I know the Michael Cohen testimony. I didn't hear the comment about suicide, but even so, that probably would be relevant. It will come down to
Right.
did Trump? I mean, legally, there's other things going on, but legally, did he commit the crime or not? Of course, the Democrats probably are bringing up this trial. The question is, this alleged crime occurred in 2000. Well, Trump and this porn star got together in 2006. I think the crime alleged took place right before the election in 2016. But why
Okay.
now? Why now? Right?
Well,
Because Trump is running for president.
yeah, that's a
That's my
big
pick.
part of it, and yeah, I mean that's a big part of it.
Right.
And because they couldn't get him on previous things, it's
Yeah,
something
I
that
think
commonly happens.
they're not going to say that, the prosecution, but I think reasonable people like me and you, well, me. Sorry.
reasonable.
No, you're-
I mean,
understand.
like
joking.
me actually.
No, you're
just me.
I'm just joking. Just you.
I know.
So, but look, here's an interesting deal. It could go
Yeah.
either way. So we have this trial with mystery. Most trials, a lot of trials, you know the ending, right? But on this one, I think it could go either way. What do you think?
What, the trial?
The verdict.
It's not clear to me yet.
Yeah.
I haven't followed it close enough, and I
Well, I
don't.
have.
Okay,
still
so
don't know
you're
what's gonna
saying it could go either way.
It could. That's my opinion. Yeah.
All right.
Which
Yeah,
makes
well,
it, but it makes it fascinating because there's mystery. If you know the trial's going to go a certain way, it takes out the power of the verdict. You know what I mean?
yes.
Like if someone commits a murder on
Wait,
video and
no,
go to
I don't know
trial,
what you mean. What do you mean it
okay,
takes away the
so
power of the verdict?
if you know what the verdict is going to be, let's say that there's a on video the guy murders somebody, right?
Uh-huh.
So if it goes to trial, you probably figure, well, he committed murder on video. He's probably going to be convicted. So you know the
Yeah.
verdict. But now we don't know the verdict, which makes it interesting. In other words, it's a mystery. How will it
Yes.
turn out?
It is a mystery.
Okay, that's my point.
All right. Now, what is this they're talking
Hi, Lexi.
about regarding the brain and the sponges in people's brains? Have you heard about that related to
Well,
Michael
I
Cohen?
found related to Michael. No, I heard. I thought you were going with that one of the candidates of the election, Robert Kennedy Jr., said, I think last week, that he had a worm in his brain.
Yeah,
that died.
that's
Yeah.
not
Is that
what
what
they're
you're talking
talking
about?
about. No.
What are
they're
you
saying,
talking about?
let me go back.
Okay.
That's the only story.
If you want, I'll get a battery. If you want to
that
continue.
All right.
Cohen did?
Yeah.
Okay,
You can
I'll
do
be
that.
back. Yeah.
Promoting his
I have nothing to
competitive
do.
living
It's
as
the middle of the night here.
I don't
All right.
That
understand.
somebody deserves to be president.
Well, I don't understand.
All right. So here they are outside talking.
So, and a lot of people would figure, like, if they can trick the bank, it's all well and good because they'll pay the money back anyways.
How about just the story of leaving a sponge, creating a story, leaving a sponge in a child's brain?
Leaving a sponge in a child's brain. Okay.
If you just had to deal with that, that's the only story.
What do you mean about what? Oh, that Cohen did?
That he is involved in promoting his competitors, leaving a sponge in a child's brain.
I don't
If
understand.
that somebody deserves to be president.
Well, I don't understand. Well, I don't know anything about this.
Because you don't know anything about
Well,
this.
when was it
Even in
revealed?
2016, there were stories coming up about this guy, Ted Johnson, whatever.
But who? Cohen?
What?
Cohen?
No, not Cohen. Cohen.
He's
didn't
still
have anything to-
believing the propaganda. It's like this whole trial is revealing that Trump paid for stories about who is it?
Ben
Rubio,
Carson
yeah.
and Ted Cruz.
Of leaving malpractice, National Enquirer
I'm back.
malpractice, leaving a
Okay.
sponge in a child's brain.
Oh,
All right.
so
So we're-
the story that
He's
Ben
good, right.
You
He's
would put if there
competitive,
was
he's
a if there was a line person that might be getting in line ahead of one of your guys, you'd put it. And there was and somebody said he might have left a sponge and he might have been a doctor once. You'd put out that story. You'd scribble that
It's a
over a
joke.
page of "I love kittens" and put it out,
Yeah.
right?
Biden and Donald Trump get along.
The sponge is a joke.
I'm just wondering.
I
I
don't know. Sounds like she's saying it's propaganda. Another
didn't hear
guy
anything
saying
about
it's
it.
real. So somebody who was a doctor
Right.
left a sponge in a child's brain. I guess I don't know. They haven't explained.
Every
who it
once in a
was.
while, you'll get a really bizarre, but I don't know what it has to do with Michael Cohen.
Yeah, I don't know. They're going to explain it.
Okay, let's
Let's see if they.
see if it's a
explain
bit.
Yeah.
He's asking if it happened that Ben Carson left a sponge in the
Oh,
child's
Ben
brain.
Carson.
Okay, you know who Ben Carson is?
Yeah.
Okay. He ran for president.
Bodies, and then it's found out later when they get
But-
an infection or
I think
something.
he's
So
the
don't know,
housing
maybe-
secretary under Trump.
I don't know. Oh, so that's why it's relevant to this.
I don't know.
Because He was a
I have
housing.
no idea. I have no idea.
Was he is he at the trial?
Ben Carson is a neurologist before he became a politician.
Okay.
So he operated on
And-
people. That might
and-
have. That's maybe what they're talking about. Oh, I think I know what they're talking about. You ready?
Okay.
So Ben Carson ran for president against Trump. So during the campaign, it came out. It was alleged. I think it's phony. It was alleged that as a surgeon, he left a sponge in a patient's brain he was operating on. But I heard or read that's made up.
All right.
What it has to do with Trump, I don't know.
And is he at Trump's trial?
Maybe who I don't know who attended today because these politicians have been turning up at the trial. So it sounds
Okay.
like maybe he did. I don't know.
All right. Let's see what they say about it.
It did happen. Did it not? Well, it could have happened.
Well, would you rather your
No, it didn't happen.
We gotta buy the
Yeah.
to read the
yeah,
story.
you
Okay.
gotta buy the National Enquirer to read that fucking educational.
There would have been a
document.
lawsuit
Would you rather
something
a
about that.
president that
Yeah.
that inquires themselves is an investigative journalist in their own right, like me, like if we had to hypothetical play a role with people.
I
like
don't know what
Ian
she's
Ron,
talking
you
about.
know, who's been
Um,
listening and absorbing
She's
as
an
well, you know,
investigative
and tries to
journalist
figure
now.
out the
Right.
facts. Did
Well,
this person?
it's pretty
if they
cool
really
she's at
care
the
about
trial.
their opponent,
Yeah.
I
and
wish
think
I
they're
was.
Oh, and there's the jarvacourt.substack.com, I guess is where she's writing about this.
I did streams on. I did 1 or 2 streams on this. Thanks for watching.
Okay. You're welcome.
The trouble with politics is with drama, you'll get a lot of interest. With politics, you'll get a few smart people. But I like to do that sometimes.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
do
you
you
didn't
think
watch it.
you have to get your audience? Well, it was probably on at a time when I wasn't around. I don't
Well,
know.
most people are look. Most people come here. Enough of the politics of their own life, enough of this bullshit. They come here to be entertained. So that's why it probably doesn't. I mean, if you want drama, you go to some real guy like who's that Carlson guy? Who's pretty good.
Tucker?
Fox. Yeah, you go if you want politics. Maybe you go to people like that. You don't come to me or you for that.
Oh,
But actually, I'm pretty good because I have no agenda. I'm an independent, and I have a degree in political science from the University of California, and I
What if-
follow the news.
what if you became a full-time politics guy?
Well, I was asked in my community to actually run for something, so I didn't want to do
To run for
a political office within my city. Yeah.
oh,
But I didn't do
really?
it. Yeah. So I'll tell you how that works. You know how that works?
No. How does it work?
So on a local level, let's say, I don't want to say the population of my city. It's between 50 and 100,000. The
right.
way to get elected, and I know a guy who did this, and he was a real, like, terrible personality, ugly, but he got elected because he went house to house and shook people's hands. So if a politician shakes your hand, you have more of a connection to him. That's why politicians do that. So I
Okay.
knew I could get elected because I have the credentials to teaching. I speak pretty well. You know, I put on my most charming personality. You know, okay, be nice. I know how to do that. Not here, not with you, but
Okay.
but why would you? I mean, it'd be a terrible job, don't you think?
I don't know. I mean, if it's your thing, maybe you'd love it. I don't know.
So what
I mean-
happens is you go to these meetings and the people who show up generally are the complainers, the ones who care enough. So you spend all your time listening to idiots complain. And some of these people, because you have hearings, you know, mayor, if you're on the school board, and a lot of your time are listening to these stupid people. If I want that, I can come on Hostbusters. See what I do.
I see how. Okay.
So, but yeah, it's going, if you put in the effort on a local, I'm not saying if you go more state or you need money, it's a whole different deal, right?
Yeah.
It's a whole different schmear. Did I say that right? I love you to
I
Schwartz.
think so. I don't know what it means. Oh, does it mean what, like a schmear of
like a
cream
mess.
cheese? Oh,
Is that what it
okay.
means?
I don't know. You got me.
A smear on
Got
cream
me.
cheese. I thought it meant something else. You're my
Okay.
expert. Okay.
Well, I'm
And
no
Yiddish.
expert.
Well, you're a comic. You should be an expert in Yiddish because some great comedians came out of vaudeville and
You're right.
the Borscht Belt, all of that.
I'll read up on it.
We both
And-
like comedians.
Yeah.
That's a common interest of ours. And I like old comedians, really.
Yeah. Yeah. Borscht Belt. People
Yeah.
from, what is that?
I know
the
about a
the
little bit
40s,
about
the
that.
50s.
So what happens is it only Jewish people? Jewish
I don't
people
know.
would get out of the city and they would go to these clubs, kind of like mostly people of their group or religion, and they call it the Borscht Belt because borscht actually is Russian. But do they mean a lot of Jewish people eat borscht.
It's
I
like a
think.
soup. It's a
Yeah.
cold beet
Yeah.
soup.
But it's Russian, but it's
Um,
adapted because a lot of the Jewish people came out of Russia, I guess. But they put, because they were primarily Jewish people, I think they
Yeah.
called it the Borscht Belt. So some great
All right.
comedians like Lenny Bruce came out of it, Dangerfield probably. A lot of great older, of course, comedians would go play these places.
All right.
And some
And
great
that's how it
comedians came out of it,
became
right?
the Borscht
The
Belt.
Borscht, which is funny
Now,
because borscht is actually Russian, but whatever.
all right.
Do you
Now,
like borscht?
I don't know. So you think a lot of lawyers eat it?
Well, I
These
would say
Jewish folk?
that like some groups go to industries like I don't know, picking in California, you get a lot of migrants or illegal.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
a lot of, like, we're Irish, or you're half me or something.
Mhm.
We the Irish people became politicians and police. That's what
Right.
a lot of them went into. So a lot of Jewish people have gone into law, right?
Mhm.
Is that your
That's
common
correct.
reference? Yeah.
I know that. Yeah, I know some Irish cops, and I know
Yeah.
of Jewish lawyers. I know this
A
stereotype.
lot of Jewish lawyers, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's kind of a good thing, because they're brought up to analyze the Talmud, the very analytical aspects of their religion. Whereas with when you go to mass, they talk about the mysteries of the faith. Well, if you're talking about a mystery, Catholicism is not exactly analytical like the Jewish culture is. You know what I mean?
You're
It's based on,
saying that don't like to question the text
oh,
so much.
brilliant. Yeah, questioning, you have to do it in a respectful way, but if you really question, it's probably not cool.
If the what would you say? How would you? Well, analytical, like kind of like you're saying, like question. Doesn't that mean you're kind of
Well,
testing it?
there's a part of the church that's known for being intellectual. I forget the name of that. Like, they run the educational systems like Georgetown, so they're known as intellectuals. But most people involved in Catholicism depend on, it goes back to faith, and like the Talmud. You should tell me, don't they like argue over what it means or something?
Probably. Wait, is the Talmud the same thing as the first, the Old Testament?
Is it?
I don't know. You're talking about Jewish folks, right?
Yeah, I know. It's like, I heard I've been to they call it temples or synagogues or something. Right?
Hmm.
I've been to it. And in fact, men in the Orthodox are the only ones allowed to pray, which is curious, right?
Yeah, that's a little weird.
That's a little weird.
Yeah,
Maybe in historical times when men had all the power, but now people still do it, I guess. Right?
yeah.
But it's interesting that only men, I guess women pray too, but in this communal sense of a, what do you call it, synagogue?
You're saying only women can go to the synagogue?
No, only men can stay if you're
Men.
Orthodox. There's different parts of being a Jewish religion, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we're talking about religion. Only.
Well, it always comes back to the Jews with you.
Yeah. Well, it comes back to Jesus. He's a Jew. So there you go. Whether you're
And-
Christian or Jewish, it should come. Well,
Oh,
if you're a Jew, I guess it doesn't come back to Jesus.
It's Jewish law, apparently.
It comes back to the Star of David, King David.
Yeah.
But it always amused me that Jesus was Jewish. Would you say that? Do you accept that?
I do find it amusing
And yet they attack his people.
that he's a Jew.
He's a Jew.
And yet
But
he's
some people
considered
like
a good person.
Jorg didn't think he was Jewish.
Yeah.
We argued about that.
Well, you know.
My sister-in-law, the Filipinos as a group are very, very religious. Well, she's a teacher and she didn't know Jesus was a Jew. So some people
Well,
don't even get it.
Did they not teach that in where she went to school?
Yeah.
Did
Yeah.
she go to Catholic school?
No,
Oh,
they can't. They're all Catholics.
oh maybe.
where she's
Yeah.
from. The whole school is
Yeah.
Catholics. In fact, it's not a it's not a tolerant society. If you say you
Yeah.
don't believe in God, you will be shunned. At least where my wife lived,
Okay.
worked. Interesting. They're not
So
society. It's like here, if you're an atheist or whatever, okay, big deal, you know. But over there, it is a big deal.
yeah, they don't like it. They don't. Yeah, I mean it's a more theistic country, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But if you like, I like being able to say whatever I want. But over there, good luck. But
Seriously.
most
Yeah.
countries in the world historically are like that. I mean, there was the Inquisition. I don't think they liked Jews during the Inquisition. They burned them, right? That
Oh,
was the Catholic
yeah.
Church, right?
Okay. That's
Well,
your
am I
religion.
making this up?
That's your religion, right?
Yeah, I'm Catholic.
Where they burn people.
Yeah, I
You
don't
support.
support that. I don't support
No.
burning
Okay.
people. No, I don't support burning
All right.
non-Catholics.
Good. All
You?
right. That's good
Good.
to know. You know, I'm
Well,
neutral on it. I don't have an
depending
opinion.
on some people on streams, I might hold an exception for it.
Okay.
Some
Oh,
people are
boy.
really bad. Yeah,
So
like not
you're
Lake General. Not
okay.
that I'm saying burn him. I'm not.
You would burn him. You're saying.
If I existed during the Inquisition, I would probably go along with it.
Oh, but not now because it's a different
No.
time where they
Yeah.
don't burn people.
Yeah.
All
Well,
of
they
a sudden,
do
it's bad
They do
to
in
burn
like
people.
Iran. I think they do bad things to
Okay.
people go against the government.
So, if you lived in Iran today,
Uh-huh.
would you support burning the body of Jay
Yes.
Leno?
Well,
Yes.
just because out of self-preservation, not because I support it. Like I get that Nazis.
Self-preservation.
I probably would not have been one of those people standing up to the Nazis because
No?
they were sent to camps.
Okay.
Would you have
All right.
stood up to the Nazis?
Man, I'd have to be there to give a fair
Well,
answer, right?
you'd be in a camp.
Okay.
It's these. I really like studying the World War II. It's very nuanced. They had what is a Jew, right? And they actually
is
had
a Jew?
definitions. If you had if it went back to the grandparents, you were a Jew. I guess if you weren't a Jew, you had a Jewish great grandfather, maybe you weren't. So they actually had
Okay.
definitions of what. So you would have been a Jew. Forget
Why?
being
Oh,
raised in
really?
Catholic. Yeah.
I would have been a Jew. Why?
Because you would have been defined a Jew because your father's Jewish.
I thought it went from the mother. You're saying it went from the father?
No. That's in the Jewish religion. You become a Jew through the mother, but we're not
Yeah.
talking about the Jewish religion. We're talking about
Oh.
the definition of Jews by the Nazis,
Mm.
which interests me
Okay.
because
right.
you could be killed because you have a Jewish grandfather, but you're not killed if your great grandfather's is very evil and bizarre. But
Okay.
defining people racially is like in the old South, which is really weird because my mama's side, we go back before the South. But my point is that they used to tease my father that he had Cajun blood, which might be part black. So in the old days of the South, they had a one drop rule. We're talking about
What,
defining
for black
race.
people?
So if you had one drop, basically you were defined as black.
Yeah.
So maybe I don't
Okay.
even though, but the Cajun came in with my father, not my mother's side. You know what I mean? So on my mother's side, we're probably pure whitey, but on my father's side, who knows?
Okay.
I might be black.
Yeah, you're part black.
I could actually.
How do you feel about that?
I don't know if I am because my father, I think I only met my father's uncle, but he had a bad, he's from Louisiana and we didn't see much of his family. I only remember seeing his uncle.
Okay.
So he had a very bad relationship, which is probably why he became a drunk and had problems with me because he had problems probably with his own father.
So, okay. So now, He had problems with his father.
Yeah,
And you
probably.
like Jews and virgins.
Yeah,
What do you think about Jewish virgins?
Why don't you ask me? Do I love? How do you ask that?
Do you love Jewish
I
virgins?
love virgins.
Jewish virgins.
Oh, you added something. I love the Jewish people.
Oh, just all Jewish people, or the
What
virgins?
about you? What about you?
Do I love Jewish? I love Jewish people
Hey, well, me too.
and virgins and Jewish virgins. They're the best, right?
In biblical times, you had to be a virgin. If you didn't, I think they stoned you to death. It was a big deal.
Okay, as
Like,
they should.
in the old days, right?
Yeah.
In Iran now, that's Sharia law and all that bullshit. Oh,
What happened?
well,
Your son zip a backpack.
Sam is. I'm not obsessed with virgin. See, this is why Betty's. I have no obsession. All I said was my wife was a virgin, and that's
Okay.
respected in her culture. Now, before I went to meet her, because it's not something I'm ashamed of, but we would bring up, what do you know about this woman you're going to meet? And I said, Philip, she's a virgin. And most people told me, even people in my family didn't believe it, because they see the world through American eyes, and there aren't many virgins after a certain point walking around in America. Would you agree?
I don't
Say
know the
after
percentage,
25.
but yeah.
After 21. So, but in the Philippines, they're very Catholic, and they have this idea of Madonna. What is it? Madonna or a virgin. You're either great or you're not. So my wife, now she got, fondled, but she didn't go to home base. So she was a virgin. I'm the only man. It's not that I boast, but I appreciate it. I didn't have to worry about venereal disease, other men, her comparing. You get it? It's a good thing, not a bad thing.
Okay. All right.
They make it. I'm not obsessed. My first wife.
But do you prefer it?
What should I prefer?
Virgin.
Well, you and your questions. Virgin.
Sure.
Yeah. Because I don't know, if someone's not a virgin, I don't know the men they've been with. You know how creepy some men can be. Some carry disease. So this way, 100% sure, I know if she's telling me the truth.
What if she's lying to you?
I know she's telling the truth. I know she's telling the truth. You know how?
What? Because you examined her vagina.
Are you over 18? We're over 18. No, because in the old days, you know how when the king would marry a queen, and the queen had to be a virgin. Yeah. So how did they prove that?
They put it in a magnifying glass, and they.
So after the act was consummated, they would take the sheets and they would go display the sheets to show the people, to prove the people that their new queen, was a virgin.
Okay.
They really did. It sounds gross,
right?
What?
How did they? I don't understand. What, to see if there's blood on it?
Yeah, typically. I don't know where. Yeah, typically when the hymen is broken, there can be blood.
But what if that's what the movie "There Will Be Blood" was about? But don't you think that?
Oh, I love that reference. I started to see the movie, but I didn't go with it. That's with Lewis. Is that a good movie?
Oh, okay.
There Will Be Blood.
I never saw it. I never saw it.
Just a reference. Nice reference.
Yeah. So what if she was on the period? That would also result
like Lincoln's?
That you would what?
I have a voice like Lincoln.
You have a voice like Lincoln. What do you mean?
So, well, this actor who played Lincoln in Spielberg's movie of Lincoln. Did you see that movie?
No.
Well, he's he's this Daniel Day-Lewis. Do you know this actor?
I've heard of him, yes.
He won the Oscar for playing Lincoln. So he really wanted to replicate as best he could the quality voice of Lincoln. So, of course, they didn't have recordings of Lincoln back then, but they had people describe his voice, and the people described his voice as kind of high-pitched. It wasn't deep.
Okay.
You get it?
So that's what he sounded like.
Yeah, according to what people wrote about his voice, it wasn't a voice like Jim Renam. It was probably a voice like
Yeah.
mine.
Okay.
No,
So
serious.
that's cool. Do you feel more presidential now that you know
Yeah.
that?
Yes, I
Yeah.
do. President
Cool.
Sam Hill. Yeah, I do.
All right.
No, it made me feel a little better because I know I don't have a great people make fun of my voice. Right?
So you should just tell people that you sound like Abraham Lincoln, and you also
do.
don't ever
I
tell
do.
lies, right? Or no, wait.
Uh,
Who was the one who couldn't? Never mind. That's George
About my
Washington.
personal information, I have thrown out
Okay.
that herring. Anything not to do with my personal, like my name, even my age. I don't want to give the birth. That's why I got mad at Poon Handler, because he gave up what he thought was my age. And he probably
What?
not.
Based on what? Like, how did he even have a age that he thought you were?
Because when I was naive, when I started Google, and they ask you personal information, and I actually was truthful. I guess some people lie.
Oh, okay.
That was but in the beginning, I didn't know I was going to be on air. So I just, I thought I had to give it. So I gave it.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Okay. So what? He saw that, and then
He
knew
said
what your
he
age
said he
was?
saw that. Yeah. Which is possible because there's glitches. And I mean, I made a mistake. My camera was partly open. Right. But it was
So
only
how
like
would
20. So it didn't show him what I really looked like. But it could have. I could have been doxxed right now.
But how did he see the age? Wait, so you're saying he
said there was
saw
a
the
glitch.
age you
Yeah,
signed
he
up?
said he saw it. Yeah,
But then did he recite the wrong age?
Well, he said for like a year, don't worry. I am Poon Handler. What I don't do is give up information like that. So
Okay.
this AOC started to be his co-host, and AOC attacks and was a terrible influence on Poon. And Poon's show became AOC Attack Show. So AOC kept goading Poon to give up the information on me, and he did. And that's why I don't like him anymore. He's not my friend, and I'll never trust him. I was going to have him come to my house for real to save me money.
What? What do you mean to save you money? What was he going to
So-
do? Do work on your house? Be your plumber?
I've had water leaks. Have you ever had a water leak?
Yeah.
It's a big deal, right?
Hmm.
So I have an older house, and the last guy who did the leak said, if it happens again, it'll be the third leak. Just redo the whole thing, because in my experience, you're going to start to get a lot of leaks. So it costs a lot of money. I think like 7,000-8,000, I'm guessing. So Poon would come out, save me probably $3,000 and fix it. And we go out, have a good time. And I trust him to not give out a picture or that, because I trusted him, right?
Right.
I don't think you would give me up either. So
Yeah.
I would meet with you, but not 100%, but probably not. So I was going to have him come up, but once he gave me up, I can't trust him. So he can't come out. I don't have to, pay all that money.
But I thought you said that he didn't actually give up, and he just
Well, he
kinda
might
said
have.
it.
He might have given
Oh,
up.
so you still don't know if it was a joke?
Well, he denies
trick.
it, but I know that he thought it was true. He denies it, but I heard when he did it. No, I'm not going to verify, or why would I do that? It might be true. It might not.
I don't think that there's a way to see that.
Well, he thought he did. There's a way.
He said he did.
Look, dude.
Okay.
Let me give you an example. You know High Number, right?
Yeah.
So High Number got doxxed because there was a glitch and it showed what he looked like. So it happens. Cynthia
Okay.
somehow, I think Cynthia, if I remember the story right, Frank sent her allegedly drugs. Allegedly. But Frank showed it and it had a return address that might or might not have been Sin's. So these things happen, man. It's going to happen to me. I'll make a mistake or something and I'll get doxxed. Have you been doxxed? Have you been doxxed?
Yeah.
By who? Who did it?
A few times. Red Bar.
Oh, okay.
Pot Awful.
I never gave up.
Unbleached.
Well, that's terrible. I never would have given up your first name, even though it would not have been doxing, because
Wow.
once upon a time you said it on air. But I still don't say it, right? But I know it,
Yes.
and I won't, and I
And
haven't,
that's
even though you gave my nickname.
well, you might. You might.
Yeah,
do
you
it.
never know for sure. But I
I
haven't
don't
doxed
know.
anybody in 6 years, right?
Okay.
Look, I had Ross Dog's name, and we're enemies. I never gave up Ross Dog.
All right. Good.
Well, I'm just giving proof that I don't give up people.
That's good.
I don't get credit. Betty doesn't get AOC. You think he doesn't? AOC doxed Reb's sister, or what he thought was his sister. AOC did that with Mad Shangy.
Oh,
You went to
Mad
you're his
Shangy,
managing mod. Yeah, he gave up. It turned out it wasn't his sister.
who was it? Some
I
other
think
random
like
person.
either local relatives or people living nearby. Something. Like
Okay.
that. But he did it. He AOC will not say he won't dox. I broke with May Noodles because she said people she will if somebody doxes her, she will dox their family, innocent people, just not
Yeah.
their kids. And I
Not
don't
good.
agree with that at all. That's
Not good.
no. So I kind of broke with her over that. I supported her up to that point.
Good.
So now
That's good. That's a
there's
good
another thing I'm going to call her out for.
move. Who?
Uh,
May Noodles.
May Noodles, who currently doesn't have her channel up, but she'll probably be back. Right? They were talking
right.
about why. I was watching Andy for a bit, and they were talking about she had a temper tantrum or something. I don't know. But I don't believe that people should bring up charges having to do with kids 20 years ago. Like May Noodles brings up, I think Jimmer got charged with driving 100 miles an hour, had a kid in the car without a seatbelt. Well, that's pretty bad, right? That's terrible. But did it happen 20 years ago? It was a kid, so let that go. So bringing up stuff like that on kids 20 years ago, unless it's really serious, let it go. Keep kids out of it, generally. But she's bringing this up using kids against people like Granny, you know, that Granny person. Oh, don't go off, man. If Hostbuster went off, I'll look at chat for 5 minutes, but I am going off, which is, I don't want to because it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Not a whole lot happening. Betty Spaghetti, if you're still here, I don't want to fight with you. Every time I say, let's just don't talk to each other, I'll see you make a nasty comment about me. But I would like to resolve this between us. But it's up to you. If you stop talking about me, of course I'll stop talking about you. I think it's terrible what you've done, but you would say I've been terrible. But what is the point of sniping each other? It's just, it feels bad. It feels bad. People know you hate me. I don't like you. But if you want to stop this, I mean, I would. But I'm not going to be the only one. But let me say from this point forward, I'll really, really try never to mention you if you don't mention me. So it's your call, Betty. Looking at chat. There I am. I wake up. I didn't take Ambien. You guys get, you keep saying I'm an addict. I only take it at only half the month or less because my doctor only gives me 15. But look what happens when I don't take it. I woke up at 1 o'clock, went to bed, woke up a couple hours later. I'm not going to wake my wife up. It's 4 o'clock. What am I going to do? Nobody phone up or talk to. But here I can. So I go around looking for something. I found Andy and Beck was on, and they were talking about me. So I watched, and Beck mentioned me, that I don't have academic credentials. I'm a joke. And she said, I basically belong to RDA. What? I haven't been part of RDA for 5 years, 4 years. No, I've been fighting. So I want to come up and talk to her. I came up. She left. I don't, did she leave before I came up? So I left, but said I'd come back if Beck came up. I never bragged about having said, oh, I know what you're talking about. So, okay. Betty's got a certain truth. It's not that I boasted, Betty. I learned you don't, just because you're having attempted sex consensually, legally, if the woman, that has happened a couple times in my life, if a woman feels too much pain, then maybe one should stop until there's a better situation. And I actually, I'm not that guy like some men who just will want it, even if the woman's in pain, which can happen, not with all women, but with some women. So I said it got around that I was sensitive and caring in college because women talk. That's all. Boasting. In an ideal world, you have one woman, rest of your life, and she's a virgin. Betty, it's called Catholicism. Boasting? But I didn't know what you were talking. Why would you be thinking that after the thousands and thousands of hours? But the way you say it, I wasn't boasting. I felt kind of good that women respected that I would be decent. And it's true. There were a couple times where the woman was a virgin and she was experiencing pain. And I stopped and I said, okay, let's maybe another time when you feel more comfortable or whatever. And one of those women turned out to be the woman who loved me most in the world, Jenny. And I think I was talking about Jenny, and then I was talking about university. It wasn't major. It wasn't in a local paper. It wasn't, I didn't go around college boasting. But yeah, a couple women did come to me and said they were tired of being a virgin or whatever, and they heard that I would be nice. That's all. My first wife wasn't a virgin. Do I wish she would have been? Thinking about it? Probably. But why is being a virgin a bad thing? And actually, I think society would be better off if most of us, all of us, had more responsible interactions regarding sex. With me, my buds, if you get the chance when I was younger, go for it. That's wrong because I went for it my very first time and it wasn't good. I mean, it was good, but it was just sex. And the woman was known to do it a lot. And I have no good story. If I had done it with somebody I really cared about the first time or loved, it would have been much, much better for the rest of my life because the first experience doing it would have been great. It's a cliche, but you don't, for a man, you can have great sex, but you have better sex. For me, if you care about the person, especially if you love them. Is that a cliche? Cliches have truth too. So you're twisting it. I didn't boast. And I haven't spoken about it, I think, in a long time, because you look for all the bad and you create. I'm not that person. I have bad and good, but generally I'm good. And when it comes to religion, which you bring up a lot in chat with the cross, whatever you bring up a lot, I find it offensive, really, really offensive, because I don't consider myself very religious. I don't, but I believe, like a lot of people, and I certainly respect people's religions, whether they're Jewish, Muslim. I have some trouble with the actual religion. I mean, I'm not going to criticize the Jewish faith, but I'm not, and I don't believe, but I respect the sincere Jewish religion, right? I guess the major difference is that the Messiah came for us, and the Jews are waiting for the Messiah. Kind of a big difference. But they're the chosen people. They're the people of the book, the First Testament. And my first wife, and I know a lot of Jewish people, most are good. That's all. That's a good position. People can be good in any religion. Well, that might not be true. If you're like a theologic follower in Iran, and they think homosexuals should be thrown off roofs. If that's part of the religion, I don't know. I don't agree with that. A good person would refuse to do that, right? So even that is complicated. Lexi Lou, rerun. It was fun being with host Buster. No grudge. Grudges usually don't work out too well. But do I have a grudge with Betty? Yeah, as long as she keeps going at me unfairly. If she says I'm boring, even if she says I'm old, I'm wrong, I give Reb a pat, all that is fair. But most of this is slander, and the abortion deal is a big one. Why would she support AOC? Meaning she was managing Mod for a while when the guy is just despicable, just like B sucks. Once he burned that Bible, forget about it. Now, I don't go low. I don't think people should go over there, because if you go on panel, you're helping a stream. So be appropriate. And the best thing to do is just don't show up. B-Sox is terrible. Not many people are here, but false valor, slander, beating up a police officer, not one thing. There's a pattern of behavior. So be appropriate. I don't want his channel going. I don't like channels going down unless there's going to be criminal activity. Not surprising from stream, but other streamers try to take down channels. Look, if someone's odious or terrible, let people decide. But if you take down a channel, you take down the free choice of people. Now, if it's criminal, I get it. Doesn't mean that when Jim and Nan channel go down, I don't lose sleep. I don't have much sympathy, but my choice would be no. Keep the channel up, let people decide. Right? Don't dox. And I liked supporting May because it seemed like she was going against abusive behavior by others. Certainly Jimmernamp. And I like that cause. Most people might. But I think other people kept saying, don't become the evil. Don't become Jimmer, right? She doxed somebody. I criticized her in a civil way. She apologized and said she wasn't doxing again. And then one day she changed. She said, I was wrong. I never should have apologized. I will dox. And here's, you probably heard this, the deal breaker for me. She will dox the family, not kids, of someone who doxes her. Well, then you become the evil. Then you become the Jimmer. It's so clear, isn't it? And then character is truly reflected. Principle. I didn't attack her looks. I think she's attractive anyway. I'm not attacking her as a parent. That's coming around. The bad people have used calling people P words. By the way, I heavily disagree. And I told her this, that she, May Noodles, started to call people like Robin and Andy P pedo supporters. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. And I don't think she can come back. Now, she might come back with her channel. She might get 100 live views, right? But to me, she's lost the cause. She's lost the reason that I support her. She's become the problem. Now, she could turn it around. If Rev became a better person, if anyone became a better person, well, most people, I would change. If Betty stops attacking me, I will change my behavior and not mention her. Cynthia, whoa.
Yo,
And when people are friends, not friends like in our neighborhood, like in our real lives, but there can be real friends here, right?
my
It's
computer
rare,
died.
but there can be friends on the internet. There are people who really like each other, right?
Mhm.
I can't think of a friend. I'd like to meet Busamlaka. I really respect him. I like Shar. I'd like to meet you. But until I meet them, I don't consider myself your friend.
Friend of me, lesbian me. Yeah.
I'm not a fan of the lesbian. I think it seems like
You're not?
with
Fan of
Jarvis.
lesbians?
No, I'm not a fan of this lesbian shtick.
Oh, what are you here for then? What are you doing?
To talk to you, to
But
entertain.
you said you were here as a
I
lesbian,
was going with it. I'll have fun with it.
but you're
I
having
think-
fun with it. Okay, she's having fun. We're all having fun with it.
But there's got to be more. She has so much more to give that I think it takes away from her.
More
When she
than
keeps focusing.
lesbians.
Well, it's like a bit, but it can be overused, is what I'm saying.
Okay. Well,
I mean,
we're gonna use the shit
She's
out
not
of
a
it.
lesbian because she's
you don't know.
acknowledged relationships on air.
Well,
So-
maybe she's a bisexual.
Bisexual. She might be a bisexual, but
But
she has traditional values, which is why she got mad at you.
What
Right?
the fuck does that mean? Traditional values.
So we're talking about her values. So when you
What does she
tried
get
to
mad
do
at
it,
me for?
according to her, you were writing her, wanting to be with her, and she got offended.
Oh, but
because she has
that's
traditional
because I
values.
was just annoying the shit out of her. That's
Oh,
not
I-
because of values. I don't think
Oh,
that's
I
value
get
related.
confused. See, when she communicates, I don't get it because she does so many bits.
Well,
I thought that she was saying you really tried to be with her. So that was a bit or what?
No, I'm not saying it was a bit. I'm saying that has nothing to do with values. That just has
Sure
to
it does.
do with her being annoyed with me,
No, you're
disgusted
totally
by
wrong.
me.
No. Let me tell you why. Because her
explain it.
value, if I get her right, and I don't know for sure, would be that married men should not be with other women. That's a value.
All right, so she's a woman of values.
Well, and that point, if I
All
get her
right.
right, if you came on to her, which I'm still kind of confused about, she would not respect that because you're married. That's a value. Me too. I have that value too. I don't respect you.
So if I came on to you, you would say, "Watch out! I have traditional values."
Well, if you came on
That's
to
what
me,
you're
I'm not
saying.
homosexual. I would say,
Right.
go
You
back
would
to why.
say, I'm flattered, but I have traditional values, and I'm not one of those gross gays.
Well, I don't have all traditional values, but I believe in marriage, fidelity.
Right.
Marriage. I thought you did, but I was wrong. You see, you say I know you. I don't. I was very, very surprised to find out. Because first of all, it doesn't make sense to me that you want an open relationship, then why get married? Why not just
Well,
get
here's
married?
all right. The reason I didn't, I would say it's the same thing as saying like, how come you don't, how come you never told me your social security number? Like some
No.
things are just not for public
Of
consumption.
course, it's your choice. I get that.
So
But once it came out, then we comment. I only know about it because it
no,
came
but
out on air.
I'm saying you say, well, how could you have lived a lie for so long?
No, I
And
didn't
it's
say
like,
that.
or
You
lived
keep
in
telling me what I
deception,
say with words I
deception.
didn't say.
Well, my memory is foggy, but
No, not active deception. No, I'm not saying that because like you have that right.
okay.
I'm saying I'm surprised, and once I know about it, I don't approve. I mean, you have every right to do. What do you care what I think? But I'm giving my opinion, and a lot of people, to me, common sense. You never answered that. Why not have an open relationship? Why get married? Marriage is a tradition within the law, which includes fidelity. Because when you take vows, you're promising fidelity. So in that sense, it's a lie because you broke a
No,
promise
that's not a
because you got
law.
married.
That's not a law, and that's
No,
not even one of the
it's not
things
a
they
law.
say
No, it's
at
not a
the.
law. It's
It's
not a
not
law.
even something they say at the ceremony.
Uh, at some ceremonies, but it's an understanding. Come on, let's don't bullshit. It's why get married? It's you don't have to. It's not
Why
against the law,
get
but you
married?
did.
Okay, here's
So
a
why did
question.
you get married when you have an open relationship?
I have a question. Why
Can you
get
answer my
married?
question?
Well, okay. I'll follow it up with a question.
Sure.
The answer is that uh, you choose the definition that you
Oh,
believe
your
in.
audio.
A lot of
Yeah.
people believe. A lot of people believe that if you're gay or if you're black
Uh-huh.
and another person's white, that's
Uh-huh.
that in their definition that doesn't count. So a lot of people have
Wait,
different
what do you mean that
definitions.
doesn't count? What do you mean that
That
doesn't
that
count?
if you're gay,
Uh-huh.
it's a sham. It's not a real marriage.
Oh yeah,
If
yeah.
or if you're black and you marry someone white, that's an
It used
abomination.
to be against the
So,
law in the South. It really
so I
was.
mean,
Isn't that shameful? Yeah.
yeah. So what I'm
Yeah.
saying is everybody's definition is different,
No,
and, and
everybody's isn't.
yeah, it clearly
Marriage
it
is a
is
legal contract. No, it's a
right,
legal contract, dude. Right.
correct,
But
but it
some
doesn't say
aspects
anything about
aren't.
that.
Yeah. So some is not legal, but generally, most people would think that you get married and you're not going to have an open relationship. So you can answer why get married and have an open
And the
relationship.
answer is that you people should have the right to do what they want to do, and if they
Uh-huh.
feel like I don't know, I don't have an answer for
You
you.
don't have
What
an answer.
why?
Did she want that, or was it you? Did you both want that?
Yeah, and you
So
know
she
what?
wanted it too?
Here's my question. Here's my question then.
Okay.
Why did you get married?
And that's a great question because I
Is it
didn't intend to. Because in
okay?
California, but it's a complicated. So give me a minute. So in California, it's not practically it's unfair, the law.
Okay.
So because I love her and she wanted it.
Okay.
It's
So you did it for her,
like now I'm
not for
having a
you.
big anxiety over furniture. It sounds mundane, but it was $3,000.
Okay.
So I gave her a hard time because I didn't like the furniture that she ordered. She ordered from a picture, it showed up, and I never wanted it, I never looked. The furniture showed up and I didn't like it. But then, so we went back and I got more traditional furniture, right? Like I like wood and the chairs were comfortable.
Yeah.
But the current vogue is like these gray tables. The color is
Yeah.
great, right? It's true. We went to the store. Everything they were selling, except a couple, were great. Oh,
Okay.
German lady. All right. German
What's
lady,
up?
I want to talk to you a little bit.
Hi.
How's it
Uh,
going?
what happened with
Yeah.
May Noodles is, and she started looking the other way or already. So May Noodles came in as anti women abusers. These men who abuse women, including RDA And yet, she started losing me when she said Rostog and RDA never made a mistake. And I told her civilly what they did. I brought up, remember, Hostbuster. So Wendy Pack was liking RDA. So one time on air, I saw Rostog or Bellin tell on air Wendy hate German Lady and Sam Hill. I told that it's obviously a horrible thing to do. She wouldn't believe it or take it up. So I think RDA has partly destroyed her.
She wouldn't believe what?
That RDA did anything bad ever.
Oh,
Oh, not only that. I'm not sure if you're aware, Sam. Wendy has had like a period where she gave like hundreds to other creators. So she gave a super chat $100 to Rostock, and people were calling him out. Yeah, how can you take money from her? You know,
Yeah.
this and that. So he said then he only gives her the money back if he first said he's gonna give it back, and then later he
Yeah.
he backpedaled and said he only gives it back if she gets rid of me, because
I believe that completely. But
She-
look,
she
the way
gave
they
him the
went out-
money, but because she gave him the money with the words like she wrote in, "Leave
Right.
German lady alone."
Right.
Just
Right. You hear that, host? But he would do this. They
so
do
she
that.
had your back, is what you're saying.
Wendy did. Yeah, but
All right.
HB, they've done horrible things. And German Lady, why did she ignore everything? Does she not really believe it? Or but here's another point that I took up with her because she was going against abusers, and yet she's with a male-dominated hate group, in my opinion.
Mhm.
So I can't support that. I call her out, and also do not bring up things about kids from years ago unless they're critical, and she's done that. So I'm basically done.
You're talking
I
about
tried
Wendy?
German Lady, May Noodles.
Oh, May Noodles.
She brings up kids like 20 years ago. So I
Okay.
can't German Lady. I really liked her, but I can't.
I think she hears stuff about people that she aligns with, like it's the same thing like when she went
Yeah.
over to Lycan, people told her you know
Oh.
about Lycan. She doesn't care. It's only she has like this tunnel vision
Uh-huh. Yeah.
towards Morbid. She doesn't care who else is doing anything bad. It's just, it's like a selfish thing. Like it only matters if
selfish.
it's done to her.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it only matters. She doesn't care what
Yeah.
Ross did to
You're
other
right.
people.
You're
She
right.
only cares what has been done to her, and
Correct.
she wants revenge at all costs. She doesn't care who she's aligning with, even though
Correct.
they can be worse than they can be murders for what we know.
Well, I don't know about
doesn't
that.
care. She doesn't care. She and they do fuck shit. I mean, I heard Robin say that this Ellie a nasty one too. Like she claims she's not doing anything, but May Noodles said herself, "Oh, me and Ellie, we gonna look you up. We gonna look you
Really?
up on been verified and stuff."
Whoa.
So there's that.
Well, I think I may have burned a bridge because on my last stream, I called her supporters ass lickers. So that bridge may have been
Oh,
burned.
you said.
Yeah.
You crossed the line.
Well,
You might as well
but
be
my
say a
point is
racial slur.
that no, it's not a racial slur. That
I know.
if you
Racist.
if you support this kind of stuff,
Oh. No,
is that your wife?
a bunch of shit.
I hope she's not
Yeah,
with the
she's
man.
throwing stuff at.
Oh,
She
I
doesn't.
hope she's not having
No,
sex with a man
paranormal
right now in that
activities.
open relationship.
Okay, here we
Tell
go.
him to be quiet.
Okay.
He hit his
Right.
wife off camera.
German
allegedly.
lady, who would think that this guy is in an open relationship? That shocked me.
Why?
Right?
Who would think that you would that you would only talk about this till the end of time? Actually, I'm not surprised.
It's fascinating. Come on, it's like I'm shocked and fooled. But look at him. We do judge by looks. Like How many? I asked him how many women
You
he's
do?
been with. He didn't answer. How many women have you been with, HB?
Listen, like I said, a lady never tells.
Did you see the stream? Amanda, did you see the stream where he got catfished and this idiot kept letting this guy go on and on? Did you catch that one? Did you
No.
see that one? Oh man, it was brilliant. And I'm thinking, dude, why are you letting this guy humiliate you? But he
Wait,
did.
well,
He
'cause I
kept him
didn't.
on.
You're
You
talking
were
about
there.
when he came on here?
Yeah, on your show.
Yeah, it was already, it was already out there. What
I
could
didn't know
do?
that. I don't believe that.
What?
How was it out there? I never
I
heard
don't
about
know.
it.
It was all right. What am I gonna do? You know?
You're gonna say, get off. Don't humiliate me for the next 30 minutes. Although it made a great stream. Is that why you did it? But it was humiliating.
I don't
German
remember
lady.
why I
He
let
got
him on.
catfished. The guy brought it the DMs. Host Buster was catfishing with some guy, and the guy came on.
You
I
know.
have a bone to pick with you, Sam. Like
Sure.
a week or 1 or 2 weeks ago, you had like a monologue going on, and then you let this woman up. What was her name? Carolyn. You remember?
Yeah, I remember that very well.
Why
I never
didn't you
should have
let
brought her
in?
up. I didn't know her.
didn't- She was like gold. Like
Oh,
you
really?
didn't. She
Are you
was
kidding?
gold.
I was
Yeah.
warned about her.
She had an
Gold?
aura. She had
No,
an
I
aura
didn't think
about
so.
herself.
No, she was not. She was completely didn't care what I was saying. She came up with her own agenda. I didn't know anything about it. She was no. I disagree with you, but it's interesting that she was gold to you. So I would have, if I thought she was gold to people, I would have kept her up.
Yeah, she was about to rage on you or something. Like it would be.
No,
probably
she has some
developed.
agenda with other people. She's mad at.
Oh.
That's what she want to talk about, not me. She has something going
so-
on with somebody else.
So you didn't want her to derail the program.
Not derail. It's a irresponsible, selfish thing to come up, ignore what's going on, so you can do some hate thing on a group. No, that's
Oh.
not why I stream, to let people like that. But I didn't know that people like you loved her.
Yeah, I was thinking she's the next big thing.
No way. Stop.
She couldn't get a word in.
No,
Mm.
I wouldn't let her. I got rid of her. But I was
Yeah,
civil
I
about
saw.
it. No, I didn't like her, but I was civil about it, wasn't I?
So who was she
Yeah,
and
you
what
were.
was this about?
You were.
Pardon, HB? That's
Who
the
was
bone.
she?
Why aren't you coming on Shaw, dummy?
Me?
No, well,
Oh,
you too. But German lady, she used to come on my show. She must be mad at me.
Yeah,
But-
no. Like I would, but you let people up that I don't care of, and I
I
don't
get
want to.
that.
I don't
Yeah,
want
I
to go
get
on
that.
panels. to
Reb's a
fight.
mistake. I
I
tried
don't
with
want to
Reb.
have. See, I don't want to come on your panel, have a nice conversation, and all of a sudden AC comes
Yeah.
up, or
No, you're
some-
right. I get
don't
that.
know. See,
Yeah, I
I-
respect that. I didn't know.
contrary to popular beliefs, I don't really like fighting on panels, and in these kind of
Oh,
situations.
I never
would-
said you
would
like
happen.
fighting. I don't think you like fighting. No, we never
Mm,
fought. I don't
No,
think
but
you like
I-
fighting
I
because
just don't want to,
The-
I
there's
watch
certain-
you every now and then, but I will not go on your panel.
okay,
Oh,
I
probably not.
had a. I won't bring up AOC anymore, and I won't bring up Rep. By the way, I had a great panel because May Noodles came up with Wendy V, and Wendy
saw that.
V, wasn't that good?
That was good, but
That was good.
I don't like Wendy V at all. But
Uh-huh.
I gotta say, like May Noodles calling people that are not
Absolutely right.
pedophiles.
Yep,
That's
yep.
fucked up.
Terrible.
Like no matter how I feel about Wendy V, that's fucked up. Because
That's why I partly call out. Stop calling people the P word unless they are, and go to the police. No, she got into the calling everybody a P supporter. I called her out, and the last couple she stopped. But you can't dox innocent people. So maybe she got it on the stop calling people the P word. But I think I'm done. I don't want to be done, but look, she crossed the line too many times. Right?
So you think you're done? You're not sure.
yeah, I
Well,
mean,
here's the deal. If she comes back and changes and said she saw the light, that she was wrong about RDA, she did a real research. It really, how can she not know how terrible? Because I told her a couple of the things. I told her about the slander tape. So she's basically what, calling me a liar? I said, go talk to German lady, go talk to Lauren, and talk to other people, because it's bullshit. The RDA is a terrible group of people. I moved on,
Yeah,
but
but Sam, I gotta call you out on this. Like
okay.
you flip flop a little when it comes to
Why
that. because
change? Yeah.
You I remember a few weeks back you said we all have to support RDA because they support
No,
May.
no, I never said that. No, I
You
never
said
said that.
that. You
Can I tell
did.
you what I said? I hate when people say the wrong words. I said that after years and years, people telling me they don't want to hear about RDA, I want to move on. So because they, as long as they support me and do good, then I will drop the fighting, and I don't want to fight with them anymore. That's what I said. But if
But
they
now-
do bad, and Belen came up with just horrible stuff, I broke with her on principle. I
what
didn't
did
name
Bellin
call her.
do? What did he do?
The dummy May showed a DM from Bellin going after Sam Hill, saying terrible things about me. So
That's
then I
what
got
they
a
do.
sense of what she's hearing. So for some reason, like you said, because she's taken up with, I think, a group that hates women, basically. But she was supposed to be for women. So I just think she really fucked up. And I agree with everything you said about her, by the way.
I don't think necessarily they hate women, but they're getting off on this. They get off to just fuck with people
Yeah.
online.
No, I don't
They-
think they like women, in my view. They've said horrible things. The way they treat women, like you, for
like
example.
submissive they like women who are obedient, who are
But that's
not.
not liking women. Women are strong and independent. They're not little sub, That's not loving women. That's just saying, if you lick my boots, you'll be okay.
I thought you liked that kind of woman.
Come on.
I mean,
No, I like equality.
I usually have a good intuition when it comes to people.
Yeah.
And first, when people were praising her, I was thinking like, just wait. Like when she
Yeah.
went over to Wendy and played like she's like Wendy's hero and stuff. I was like thinking, wait, just wait, because if you align with these people and you praise them, that's to me is a red flag. Like, I mean, Jimmer is a piece of shit. Like we can all agree on that.
Yeah,
Like,
I think we agree on that. Yeah.
That's a given. Like she needs to understand, just because people call her out, that does not mean we all like Jimmer. Jimmer is a fucking piece of shit.
Correct.
But at the what's she gonna do? Like he makes like what I saw Gypsy Rose or like he completely is in his own lane right now.
Yeah.
He's not really bothering people right now. What's she gonna do? Like she's still gonna keep the foot on the gas on him. I don't think he's.
What she pretends. The latest is she was shocked because when he worked at Blockbusters 20 years ago, he heard something about one of the employees, if I'm getting this right, having sex with a 16-year-old, which is not right. But why that doesn't equate to evil. I mean, 20, it's stretching. You're creating bullshit. So the Jimmer Nam stuff wasn't bullshit. When she showed the video of how he treated her and he wouldn't let her stay, that got to me. She was truly in pain, and let her stay till the next day. So I think she had a cause, but certainly she's burned the cause, in my opinion. There's no cause. So she just became another streamer out for herself and now going low. And I'm not ashamed, because it takes a while to see the truth of people. So she was showing she was doing good, but there were red flags that you caught. I kind of did, but I don't want to be cynical. I said, let this play out, and I'm going to criticize her because on principle, I'm right, and see how she responds. And she banned me and called me a dirt troll.
A dirt troll. Okay.
Kind of creative, but I'm not.
Sam Hill and dirt in the same sentence. That's a crime.
I like dirt. I like dirt. I like
Really?
mud. Yeah. You never played as a kid? It would rain.
Oh yeah.
Have fights in the mud and you slip. It was fun. So I have nothing against. I mean, I don't want mud in my house, but anyway. So we
Are
agree.
you, are
But
you making racial? Are you making racial?
I
References?
didn't bring up any race. What are you talking
Are
about?
you one of those?
Race?
No.
Don't you get? I love.
You don't want mud in your house. Jesus
You get
Christ!
me more trouble. So I
Yeah.
burned that bridge. It came
This is a
out.
comedy show.
But they are. I think they're part of the problem if they're supporting me. They say they don't agree with it, but if you're supporting the host and you're a big mod, you are supporting it just because you say you don't take a position. And the position is so extreme. Whoa, right? Doxing innocent people crossed the line. I was responsible, but she basically ignored it. I tried to encourage her to go back on statement. She didn't. So there you go.
Since you mentioned the video, I have a different kind of point of view on that video that when Jimmer filmed her. How would you react if you have a woman or or a man has or a woman has a man in their house and they refuse to leave? Would you not
I had that situation.
especially if you think about, she could claim anything. She could claim he
That's true.
raped'd her or whatnot.
Correct.
So
Correct.
from his perspective, him filming her during that refusing to leave, that's actually the best he could do. The thing he of course,
Yeah.
the way he went about it, of course, that's a piece of shit. Like
No, I didn't disagree. I didn't disagree with the police, but he should have given her the next morning. But then the way he went after her, calling her a manatee night after night, which he does. That's what he does. I followed him, but it was pretty anti-woman and pretty cruel, I think. And he's experienced. Yeah, and that's why I supported her. And we talked about a cause. She said, yeah, she felt bigger than her own issue, but it was a lie. It turned out it's all about her, right?
Yeah, and the reason why this whole thing with the manatee stuff. So Lemonade got mooed at and gets called a cow. I got called names, other people. So she aligns with people who do worse than Jimmer, because Jimmer is one person. These people are a gang. So she has no problem with them, doing it to others, but she
became the evil. That's what people told her. That's what happens on these streams when people have duress or anger. Let's see what they do. Hopefully, I acknowledged I had on principle, but that interests me in streams. Wait to see what happens. And she, I think, was good in the beginning. And then we found out more about her, that it was all really not about the cause, as she's showing now. It's all about her, which makes her not special, right? So, no, I'm done. I'll call her out. Unless she changes. Now, if Rev turned up and he changed, that means a lot. If people can change, right? But Rev, I brought him up, and he starts going after my kids and me, just making up stuff. He starts, I'm fine. I give him 2 hours on his own show. He's doing well. And he starts to tell me my kids don't like me. They hate me. What a creep, right? But I try.
How would he know?
He doesn't know. It's just made up. Like this Ing. Oh, he's so wonderful. No, Ing's a slime bucket because he said my kids were taken away from me. They weren't. They just make it up like Ing did. I'll never forgive him for that. My kids weren't taken. We have a joy. We're civil with that, with my ex-wife. I see my kids. They just make it up like they did with you. But with you, it's evil the way they centered on your gender. Terrible. Wow. I mean, if you went to court, I think you'd take all their money. And I don't know why they centered on you. Why do you bother them so much? Right?
Because I spoke.
I guess.
Excuse me.
No, I think it's more than that. No, I think they're fucked up sexually with women. They don't know how to be with women.
That's true, but they want to silence people, and they thought they're gonna, because I was new. They didn't expect that I wouldn't back down. Like they thought they're gonna run me off. I mean, similar like what they did to Lemonade. I mean,
They're still doing it, and she bought it. It's terrible what they did to Lemonade, but people now say Lemonade, Lemonize. No, Lemon is not an evil person. She's not a nice person, but they still go after her, and I wish people would call it out. May agreed with it. Well, what the fuck? Lemon doesn't damage anybody, and yet people won't call it out. I call it out. I think it stinks how they treat Lemon.
Betty Spaghetti writes, "You call me a drunk, you call me unhappy and bitter, all because I was emotionally triggered
Not
when
all
hearing."
because you're a slime bucket. You follow me. Get out of my life. These people, get your own life.
Wow.
Shut the fuck up. I'm just some small streamer. I'm telling you, every chance she gets, stop. These people get obsessive. I don't know if they do on you. Reb, get the fuck out of here. I'm just some guy, German lady.
That's not Rev, that's Betty.
No, but she's now like a stalker of me. And then
Are you calling her Rev?
no, yeah, she's like Reb. She's obsessed with me. Get out. I'm just some guy. Stop. Go find someone else to be a slime bucket to, not German lady.
I hope she
What
has,
about
I hope she has
Hostbuster?
more teeth than Rev.
What?
Go after Hostbuster. There's a lot there.
What did I do? What did I do to
Well,
her?
you doxed
Nothing.
my nickname.
All right. Yeah, she can do a stream about that. That's fine.
Nobody care. No, if you were nobody. The thing is, you have so much talent, you should be a big streamer. But because of your cough medicine or your arrogance, I mean, I don't give a fuck about these
My
people.
arrogance.
I mean, one person is watching as he talks about Red
Okay.
Bar or some such. Dude,
So that's arrogant or stupid?
Well, if you go
What
on
is that?
air, it's disrespecting. We're supposed to say chat is part of our stream. And instead you go on with this bullshit about now if people were
What?
watching, but I see one viewer, sometimes nobody watched. So out of
You know,
pity, I was that one person. I felt
All
bad
right.
for you, man.
So it's not the most viewed, but how does that make me arrogant?
Not the most viewed because you don't acknowledge when you go on a stream, it's to include a chat or people watching or just talk to yourself. So
I
it's
mean-
disrespectful when no one's watching and you continue on.
You have
Or
a lot of.
streaming.
Who is it disrespectful? The nobody, the lack of people watching.
People watching, yeah.
You said nobody's watching, so how could I
No,
be
one
disrespecting
person.
anybody?
You disrespected me. Give me my time back.
Who? What are you talking about?
No, my point, German lady, is it is if you stream, it's supposed to include other people, and if nobody's watching and you go off on Red Bar, it's just it's arrogant. What do you want from that? What's your goal?
I don't know. What do you mean include? Like read the chat? Is that what you mean?
There's no chat. There's one person watching.
So who is it disrespectful to?
To me, that one
To
person.
you.
Yeah.
Oh, if you're watching and you're in
Well,
the chat and you're saying
It's
things.
disrespectful to the idea of streaming.
Oh, okay.
I think it's terribly arrogant. And then I think, what are you arrogant about? You're
What,
talented,
this-
but you're killing your talent.
The sacred
You're messed
world of
up,
streaming.
I'm messed
I
up.
don't know,
You're really
man.
messed up. You have talent and you squander it. You should be bigger.
Maybe,
Your
but
talent.
I don't. Yeah, all
Not
right.
maybe because you were
Okay.
when I started watching you.
Well,
I don't mean to go
I
at you.
guess it's all. Listen, I strive to be a high value,
No, you
high
don't.
quality,
I don't like your bullshit.
professional
You don't strive,
streamer.
dude. You need to. You're not a
Um,
striver. You're thinking of
I
your
strive. I
next
work
time you
hard.
can get next time you can get your addiction, your cough syrup. That's on your mind.
But,
You wake up in the morning, you make sure you have it, right?
uh,
And it makes you feel secure, even if you don't take it. You're an addict, dude.
I'm addicted to making great content.
Where then you're failing. Then you need to look
Okay.
at it.
Well, it's about the attempt,
It's
not about the
the-
result.
No, it is about the result.
It's about
Pussies,
The
no.
love of the game.
You
the
want
love
your
of the game.
It's like these kids
Yeah.
who get a trophy for just showing up. It's nice they show up, but they don't get a sense of the world. The world don't work that way, and they grow up and they be lazy and they're gamers
Okay.
and they're like you and Rev.
So that's the problem, that I got participation trophies, and
Yeah.
it trained me to be an entitled, arrogant.
There's a compliment
Piece of
to my
shit
attack. Which I'm saying
streamer.
he has talent, German lady. He's not getting
Right?
it. It's kind of I'm frustrated because you have talent. You should be
And you
getting.
wish that I took advantage of it and reached my potential, right?
But that's my issue. That's why I'm projecting, because I'm not
Right.
accomplishing so much.
So you wish you did more
Yeah.
to
And
to
you
take
remind me of it,
advantage.
maybe. I'm
But
kind
why
of like
don't
you.
Okay, so
But I
why
do
don't
take advantage streaming. I do really try my best. You don't. You don't try your best.
you always not on these shows, on the Buster's show, absolutely. This is more of a bullshit.
No, it's not at all.
Well,
What's the
compare
bullshit? I
the
try.
Buster. No, I'm saying like not completely, but I don't
I don't prepare
pressure
like you.
myself to try as hard as I do on Buster's.
You didn't try. German lady.
On
Russell,
Buster's,
you didn't try. Russell and I would talk back and forth about the show. This guy, I would write him and it would take him 3 or 4 days. What is your busy life? If I was a can of syrup, you would make sure you get back 3 or 4
I
days.
see. I
No, he
see.
had one idea, Busters. The whole show is me and Russell, mainly me. Now, I did work on that show, if that's your point. I did prepare.
So maybe off the air, I wasn't a 10 out of 10 attentive. However, on the air, that was where the effort was made. That's where
But you
we
hear what I'm-
innovated.
No, the
you know.
innovative was bits and things I would come up
Okay.
with. That
On air.
helped. That made it kind of special. But that was prep. You did no prep that I saw. don't even
Maybe
get
not
back to
back
me.
in the day, but now, things are
Now what?
different at Buster's Incorporated. Things
not
are happening. Things are,
Good. It might
the
happen.
wheels
Get
are in
German Lady.
motion.
Get German Lady. That would
You
be a
know.
good show. Right?
German
You and
Lady,
German-
yes, you can come on
I'm
the
not.
show.
I'm not co-host material.
Well, you
What
can
do you
still
mean
be
the
on the
material?
show, even if you don't want to commit to that.
Well, she's
So-
a big streamer now, so she got more options.
No,
You've done really
I'm not
well.
a big streamer.
I love that you got
Maybe-
more popular than RDA. I love that.
Well,
You
technically, you are more popular than RDA.
Yeah. Oh, people talk about me, hate or not. Who talks about RDA except me or a couple people? They're nothing, right? We know that, but she does. They got into her. They got her believing in them, which is
They
curious.
May?
destroyed.
Yeah, they destroyed Lemon. I told her.
Yeah, her
You know,
channel. They destroyed her channel pretty much.
They look. I took heat because I was defending her. I was defending her after I saw everything. It was that one time that they moved her, she had a breakdown. People, it's not hyperbole. She never returned like she used to. She used to get 2,000 views. I used to watch. After they did that final move, she hasn't really been around that much. They really
think-
emotionally destroyed that woman.
Yeah, and plus that whole
Terrible.
thing where she passed out and they baited Dana into calling. I think
Yeah.
that's when she really took that long break, and that she never really recovered from that. Really, I mean,
No,
like,
I've said that. You're right. Completely right.
they tried to rehash with her and who was it, Susan M tried to rehash a little, but that did not work out. Then they brought Rostock. Like, Lemonade did not really learn. Like, they made like a show with Rostock together, and
I saw that.
all he did was clowning both of them.
Yeah, they want to bring her back to make fun of her, right?
Yeah.
She got it. I think she got it finally. But you're right. No, she was complicit because she threw away when Rostock came over. She threw away good people who were trying to tell her, and she just got rid of them. And and she let Bellin up, Booey Boo. What's that thing he's
Belly
called?
Boo.
No, she liked Bellin.
Belly Boo.
Bellin's one of the worst. And
Yeah,
she
he is.
threw away good people and brought in them. But that doesn't mean that they should have abused her like they did.
You are a bigger deal than Bellin too, even though Bellin has like he has like 30,000 subscribers. That's
Does he?
all bullshit, because all he does is like what is it called, uploading these
Yeah.
popular short clips of
Yeah.
hip hop, and
Yeah.
that these people will not watch his content. That's why his streams only got like only 20 people or 10 or
Streaming is
something.
a completely different fish. Right?
Because you can get your subscribers up with shorts, but
Oh, yeah.
these subscribers, they are not subscribing for his content. They just
Exactly.
subscribe because they like
The
this
clips.
particular short he uploads. That's what it's all smoke and mirrors with the numbers of subscribers, really, in many cases, actually.
Well, it's for these clips. That's where the big views come, and he's smart. But we're streamers. We're kind of this is our who we are, our personality. On that, he has a terrible. He's a horrible person. He ghosted and stalked me. He's one of the worst people I've ever seen. And this is a man that May seems to love. She refuses to see the truth because
and Ian Ellis is not a draw. Like, I hate to break it to them, Ian Ellis is not a draw. Like,
listen. Sands years ago said the truth about this. Ian Ellis, you don't make me laugh. You're not funny.
Now,
He's
Ian,
not
how is he
funny.
getting caught up in this? I thought Bellin was the bad guy.
Bellin takes his name. Bellin calls himself Ian Ellis, LLC.
but you know,
Right.
at least what's his unique that guy, at least he knows how to hold an audience. Like, he posts what people want to hear on his channel about whatever Brenton Schaub and all these comedians.
Oh,
He knows what the people want to hear.
Yeah.
RDA used to be about comedy, and they went full on with old drama women, and that was their huge mistakes. They drove their core audience away for drama women, and these drama women, they turned on them, and look,
correct.
Ross barely can get 30 people in his chat.
The popular person with these women actually was Rev.
Yeah.
Rev used to go on like FOD, and he took my Braveheart music and he would preach, and they loved it. What happened was this dummy started using the N-word and lost all his support. He's so stupid. Another guy with talent who self-sabotages. That's a theme. People with talent who should be bigger, but Hostbuster does have talent. Why do you think I'm with him even now? But he doesn't. He self-sabotages.
Rev could have an audience. Rev could absolutely have an audience, but
absolutely
he's self-destructive because when he really started with the N-word and all this kind of people, most, I hate. Please, drama women, close your ears. Many drama women are snowflakes. They don't. They collapse when they hear the word retard. So if they hear someone yell the N-word over and over, that's Rev's own fault that he drove people away.
Of course.
And not only that, he lost channel after channel, and people are not going to go out of their way to look. Oh, what's Rev's new channel? So there you go.
Well, but most of the channels taken down were by his girlfriend. This love, first of all, it's a twisted kind of relationship. Yeah. This Nikki twist him around her little finger, and I'm not a fan of hers. What a crazy lady. She lied to me. She would write people like me saying she wanted away from Rev, and she was talking to the guy. She's an absolute liar, don't you think, German lady? Nikki?
I'm not going to say anything bad. I get along with her.
Because you get along with her. You don't want
I do understand your I do understand your opinion.
You get along with her.
I just think it's like a toxic relationship between the two, and they cannot with each other, and they cannot without. Like,
they're worse. They make each other worse, knowing each other. That's what I'm saying. It's worse than neutral. And I'm telling you, the timeline. He was okay. He was good on the show. He met her. He kissed her hand. Maybe went down on her. That's in dispute.
Maybe.
The thing is, they don't want to be with each other. They love each other, but I think they know if they see each other, it won't work. So the whole relationship is so toxic and destructive, and it hurt my stream because he used to be good. He met her, and he says horrible things. He attacks children. He was attacking something with fat women. That's his new thing.
Well, Al Bundy used to do it. Al Bundy was funny doing that. Yeah.
Al Bundy.
Al Bundy was insulting fat women all the time.
He's no Al Bundy. I knew Al Bundy. Al Bundy. Not that good. None of us rise to the level of those like people. You know what I mean? We're good here, but
we're no Al Bundy.
I know Johnny Carson.
But what about so like fat women in general or specific women?
He focuses all of a sudden, because I gave him another chance after months and months. He stayed within boundaries, but He's taken up. He's attacking everybody. Everybody watching us are these fat ladies. I don't
Oh,
care
so
what
he
their
called them.
weight.
Okay.
He's
But he-
taken that up.
Is he
And
talking
he's
about?
a skinny little nothing person. He's a social isolate. He doesn't go out. He doesn't exercise. He got this really pathetic little worm body, and he's attacking the looks of others. Anyway,
Well,
I wish I never met the guy. I'm serious. Wish I never. He took credit for. That's why he got mad at me. He said Samuel Righteous succeeded because of him. I said no. We're good together, and I went out and did everything myself and did well. That's what he can't stand. I showed. Oh, he's not so good. He used to be good. He's a has-been. Like Matt Stearns used to. All these has-been, right, German? It's hard to maintain
Who
cool
is Matt
like
Stern?
Sam Hill behavior.
unbleached.
You
I-
maintain.
Is he still? I see him in chats. Is he still streaming?
Yeah, now and then. But
Occasionally, yeah.
he started up with me, but he came in as a troll. He's a son of a bitch. He's not a nice person, but he used to be good. You can be horrible and a nice person, right? But he's a has-been. He got happy. He got married. He's having a kid. So I liked his angst, but now that he's happy, he's got nothing. He had his anger. You know what I'm saying? Really, that was a basis. He'd rage against the machine, against society, but now he's fully enveloped in society. Now, marriage as a kid.
Yeah, but that's more important, Sam. To some people,
Of
that's
course,
more.
it's like, look, I don't want Walsh to go become a drunk again for 500 views, but that made him as a streamer. Sober, he's nothing.
See, that's another person. Like David Walsh, cover your ears. You know, I don't have nothing against him, yeah. But
I do.
just an observation. There was a time, you know, when all the ponies, you know, were promoting him and stuff. He had like a following there for a little bit, and then he lost that channel, and ever since then he struggles to get 10 people.
I think he stopped drinking so much.
But you think, okay, so
And he says he did.
He has a channel that's not as popular, but he did get voted the most likely to be the president of live streaming.
By who?
So that's got to count for something.
I heard these
movie maniac.
Movie maniacs.
I said he was nuts forever, and people didn't believe me. And now you see it. I was telling look, German lady. What he does is he's some nothing middle-aged man, nothing against that. He would come and he would flatter me. Oh, me and Matt Stearns. And then he came out with that bullshit list. I attacked him and I said, the guy's nothing. And now he's proved it. Go look at his list. If you talk to him, and GLM did, she became we only have one list.
How, like, like you would think a controversial figure like her would pack the house, like, but she's been around for years. She's been around longer than me and you probably. She
was my co-host. Did you know
why
that?
Why is she not clicking? Well, what is your opinion?
Because
why is she not
hate. It's one note. She attacks people. It's one note. She's not.
She's angry all the time.
Because of her. Yes, look, German lady. People are angry at us because they're angry at themselves. They're unhappy.
No, I mean, she's angry. She comes off angry in general. Like whenever I peek in, every now and then I peek in for a minute or something. It's like, oh, woe is me. What they're doing to it's very repetitive. It's just
I'm wonderful. People attack me are horrible.
Yeah.
Right. But Abe, she went on Abe's and me.
Yeah.
You know how she comes across as so religious. Abe tore apart. She didn't even know this religious story, but she says she's religious and she's homophobic. So what does she do? Talk about authenticity. To me, I need people to be authentic, or if they put up an act, be really good. She's half black. By the way, she had a scholarship to UCLA as a Native American. She identifies as so black. So she's black, right? And she goes on B-Sucks, who spouts white supremacist. He called his own biological child, and she has no decency. This is who she supports. B sucks.
But she will play the race card against her
Yes.
enemies. I saw it numerous times. Like she will call people a racist real
Yes.
quick, but she will give other people a pass.
She lies. She lied about me. The reason why I took her wrench was I was doing a show on Sophie's Choice. Do you know that novel?
I heard it, yeah.
Yeah.
You know
Heard
the
about it.
situation in the Holocaust where a Catholic Czech or something Polish went to the camps because she was married in the book to somebody against Hitler. So the mom, they put her in a camp. She has 2 kids. She lines up to a megala-like figure, a doctor, and he says to her, one line goes off to the ovens and the other, and he says to her, "Here's Sophie's choice. Which child do you want to go off to the left to dead?" What a terrible choice, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
So I did a show on it. It kind of got to me, and she comes in and she's trolling me as I'm doing this serious subject. So I took away her wrench, and then now she hated me ever since. She's a real horrible person that people warn me about, right? People get warned, but we always have to find out for ourselves. German lady warns people, but we have to find out.
Yeah.
But she's maybe one of the worst for sure.
I mean, I'm sure there's probably worse, but she like I don't really interact with her ever but I see what she's doing. Like that's not
she's a
someone. That's
Christian,
not
and
someone that I
she
would.
keeps calling people the F word.
Yeah.
She's not.
The
I hate
stuff she
when
says
people
about Robbie.
when
the
people
stuff.
say their religion. Well, look at their actions. I hate that most of all when people pose as religious and they're not. They go against the religion. Jesus, whatever you think, was about acceptance and tolerance, not about going around calling people the F word. She's a phony, is what I'm saying, German lady.
Yeah. And like the point was, she's been around for years. You would thought she built like an audience. Like she's struggling. Like these people, some people are smoke and mirrors. You think they are around. Like I heard Rostock somewhere and in a chat writing. I streamed in front of hundreds of people with comedians. And where are you now? And where are you now after all these years on wasting your time?
Never, and I was part of that. He could never get subs. So what he did was this is why he went to Lemons to poach. You do know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all they do.
Because
Don't you think
they're not entertainers. Cosma can be good, but Ross can be witty, but the actual show never got traction because they stink. So they did these other things with even Hostbuster. He's honest. You're an honest dude, even though the relationship thing you weren't. You're basically
I give you credit.
So.
Sam can you can talk. You can talk for hours. Rostock can't. Like some people, like even people like who get many viewers, like Mark Terry. Terry depends on a panel with people fighting. There's other people,
ways to get views, for sure.
They can. There's people who just can't hold interest by their own. That's how you know how someone is good and talented, really, if they can hold an audience for hours. It doesn't have to be 10 hours, but like 2-3 hours plus, just by themselves,
I found that after 4 hours, people lost interest. But up until then, no, it's not only that we can talk. That's not it. It's that we have things to say. Because there's so much gibberish, and Jarba is intelligent, but to me, it's gibberish. It's having a life.
I can't have you attack a lesbian.
No, defend her then. I think she's got talent, but
you can have your opinion. I just have to, say.
Well, defend her. You should defend her then.
So what's your statement, and then I can respond.
I think she's talented, but my point is that most people are average. You can come up and have your own show, but after time, like with RDA, who wants to give their time to listen to this pothead bullshit? You can be a pothead, but have entertaining things to say. I have a life. I'm educated. Maybe I don't have the right demographic, but I know I've been entertained my whole life, like German Lady. That's why people watch her. She's funny and observant. She
I
doesn't. It's good to have guests, but I'll watch her without guests too.
I don't really like having panel. Like, I'm really not. I'm getting. I'm very impatient. Like, I can go on panels, but when I run my own panels, and I'm sure you have the same thing, Sam.
Yeah,
I get
true.
impatient. I get impatient real quick when I have a panel, and for some reasons, whenever I drop the link, panel killers come up.
Yeah, it
And I
depends.
try to be nice, but
Well, I'll remove myself. If two people come up, my favorite is one-on-one, even without me there. But it has to be sincere. They have to be equal. If they're weak, I won't, I will try to protect them. But most people come up and are strong and intelligent. So but I like a bad guess is work because I have
yeah.
talent. I can bring out stuff, but if they need to share or don't come up.
well,
Don't
do
go,
you
I don't
think
do
that's part of
hangouts.
is that part of the art of it? Is like making a boring person interesting
Yeah.
sometimes?
My favorite, I don't know if you know Johnny Carson. He was my favorite
Yeah,
because he was great at that. And
yeah.
that's our responsibility. And that's why people get mad at me. If someone's going up on a story I don't care about, I have to be abrupt. But do people want me to take 15 minutes to get them off?
Yeah,
But if you're
I
great,
tried.
that's my favorite. A great guest like Abe, I really value, or you, or even HB. But HB is unreliable. Like he just
See,
goes off like he did
I
tonight.
think that you have the right mindset, but also I'm not always in the mood to hear it, right? You may be right that I'm lazy, bad,
Maybe.
etc.
I didn't say
That
bad.
I'm not that I'm no, that I'm lazy, that I'm not taking
Yeah.
advantage of it. But
Yeah. And I
when I
am too.
hear that, I'm just like, all right,
You don't want to hear that.
I don't want to fucking
It's
I don't
like
want to hear that.
people, it's
Maybe
like
it's
telling someone
true,
not,
but I don't feel like
but
hearing it.
it's like you telling someone not to drink. You don't want to hear it. When you're ready, you'll do it. I get that. But you don't want to hear it's like nagging, right?
Well, you're kind
I
of a
nag you.
stream coach,
Yeah.
right? Do
Yeah.
you see yourself as that?
I think all of us who've been around can give good observations, especially me, because I did it by myself against, like German Lady. The one thing I really like is I went against, they had 1,000 people in Discord, no one else, but here she came. So she took a lot of abuse, but instead of walking away and giving up, she attacked them and got a stream much bigger than them, which is really super cool
Wow.
because she's entertaining people. I don't want, why do I want to put time on nonsense or average people? Whatever you say about HB, he's got that talent, which is interesting too. Why doesn't he do more with it?
No.
Which is interesting because then I come into it. Why aren't
Well,
I doing more with
well,
my
there's a
life?
few reasons I'm not doing more with it. For me, I need to move. I need to get to a place that doesn't like really suck. Like I could do so much more with my area, with my setup and everything, but I've kind of put everything
Real.
on pause, waiting for like I don't know. I feel like it would be better if I was somewhere where I actually owned the place that I lived in instead of renting.
Oh, yeah, it is better.
But like as far as okay, so that's explains like the set aspect of it and the putting into the physical aspect. But as far as like content, I guess the past like 2 years, I was dealing with probation, and I basically
Yeah.
mostly focused on that, and I
I get
let
it.
it kind of take over my life, right? And
Mhm.
my mindset. And I'm not so much thinking about that anymore, which is good. I'm kind of like returning to normalcy in a way. But yeah, like that kind of was all I thought about for like 2 years.
No, I kind of
So,
get that. Yeah.
but other than that, like, so that explains some of it. Other than that, I would say I'm just not getting after
Would you
it.
be better if you weren't on cough syrup?
Probably.
I mean, I wonder if it's a big
Yes, but
influence.
I do feel like I need. I mean, I don't know. I need to be healthier, right?
Yeah.
Physically, I need to be. I need to. I don't know. Replace it maybe with ketamine or something, but not like
What? So you
overdose.
can't just be sober. You always need something.
I don't know. Maybe I can. Maybe I just need to get healthy and I'll
Wouldn't you
be
try
good,
that
right?
first? Ketamine is
I'll
not.
consider it.
German lady, ketamine, I don't think it's a good alternative. I
Do
just
you know
want
what
to say,
it? Do you know about it?
yeah.
No, I do
I,
know that Matthew Perry overdosed, but that was
I
from
took it a
taking
couple
too
times.
much.
Yeah.
But also you can
Feels
overdose on
good, but
alcohol. You can
it's too
overdose
druggy
on
feeling for me.
pills.
You know, I don't.
Oh, you had ketamine before?
Yeah, I had a lot of drugs before. I never did heroin
Yeah.
though, but I had a lot of drugs. Yeah, probably German
Yeah,
lady too.
look. I
I
stay
should
away
say
from
that.
like hard stuff.
Yeah, me too. I didn't like
Sure.
the idea of injection. Like I had a girlfriend wanted me to inject. She was a junkie, and I'm glad I said no.
Yeah. Okay. So ketamine. Yeah, I wouldn't do the injection type ketamine. I would just.
No, I'm
I
saying
mean,
that
I would
maybe you
let a
should try
doctor do it,
sobriety. But why would a
yeah.
doctor give you ketamine? It's not going to happen.
Yeah, doctors
I
do it
think.
now. These
Really?
days, they do. Yeah.
They do. I don't know.
Look, I'm keeping all options open.
But ketamine, German lady should talk. I don't think you get off one drug to become addicted to another is a good option.
Yeah, but being addicted,
That's what
like,
most people do, though. Like they have to
Mhm.
have like a
That's a good point. Yeah.
substitute drug.
Mhm.
Many jump from drugs to alcohol, or
That's true. Yeah.
and alcohol can be worse than drugs. Alcohol,
Oh, absolutely.
yeah,
Absolutely worse.
alcohol kills people just like drugs. Drugs
Probably
do.
kills more people than any drug,
It's
I
a
would imagine,
slower,
because
it's a
it's legal and
slow death,
available.
and yeah, I've
What's
seen.
your opinion on Jorg? Do you think he passed away, by the way?
no,
I do have a feeling like the last time I saw him, like what was it, 2-3 months ago?
Uh-huh.
He
Yeah.
was so yellow, and
Yeah.
and
I
that's
talked about that.
yellow gray,
Yeah.
and I have seen people in real life pass
Me
away,
too.
and they were like green,
Me too.
yellow greenish, and
Me
he
too.
probably
Not only
I
that, but the breathing was labored and the mobility was worse, right?
wait. But you did see him on Odyssey, right?
No. People say that, but where's the proof? I said,
I
did you
saw
hear
him on
him?
Odyssey.
Can you talk about that?
All right. So he was actually like, it was like a first person, and I'll try and find his channel. I have no idea what it's called. Maybe it's So What.
Did it show him in real time in the moment?
Yeah, he was. It showed a first person camera, like a GoPro or something. So you're just seeing what he's seeing,
right?
And he's on a motorcycle, like
right.
flying down a highway, and he's just talking
right.
like his
what
usual
I'm saying
self.
is, like in old, like sometimes people put up newspapers of a date. So how did you know that it was in real time and
it was a live video?
How did you know it was live?
Oh, you think it was someone else?
No, I'm just trying to find out. How do you know it was live?
It said it was a live.
It said it was live.
Like how Google says live when it's live.
Maybe it was. German lady, maybe it was.
Wait, what's Odyssey? I don't know. I'll try and find like the website. I don't know what Odyssey's URL is.
I think he's either in the hospital or passed away. Based on what German lady said, he was yellow. Not only that, he was scared because he said for the first time, German lady, that Jews were like everyone else. So he had a change of a very, very strong
change of heart.
Yeah, I think he was scared when it came to it. I mean, when you walk around and you start to have labored breathing, I mean, it's one thing to say, I don't care about dying, but when you get close to it, maybe you do. And I think that happened to him. And that's why he changed his prejudice. I was thinking maybe he's thinking about there might be a God and he don't want to see God with all this prejudice against Jewish people. That's just my conjecture.
You're very pro-Jewish.
My wife was Jewish. My wife,
Samuel. Samuel from Jerusalem. of
But I'll
Jerusalem.
criticize. I don't like the prime minister, and I don't like the settlement policy. War is so dirty. I know it's horrible what's happening to people, but America did drop the bomb on Hiroshima.
Yeah. See, when it comes to
Right.
Israel and Palestine, I have like mixed feelings. I'm not Israel is I'm not an Israel fan at all. But
Right.
I gotta say, like between the two, what's the lesser evil? Like
Oh, there's no comparison.
Palestine, like when people say free Palestine, don't they realize that they want us all gone? Like they hate the West. Like why like of course
Wait,
it's
did you
bad
know
with
that Hostbuster
I don't
isn't
know.
your wife Palestinian or something?
She's Israeli,
Israeli. Okay.
but she's
but
not
many,
Jewish.
and I'm not saying every like there of course there's exceptions, but a majority of Middle Eastern Arab, they want us gone. Like they hate us.
Do you know that I've been in the Middle East? I was in Israel, Egypt, and Jordan, and you're correct. Their religion, not the Catholics like HB, but the Muslims hate the West.
Yeah.
It's not Democrat versus Independent or the Green Party in Germany. It's thousands of years of hate. And it's not only Jews, they have a special hate, but Christians. Some Christian churches are burned in the Middle East that people don't talk about. So I agree with you again.
You go there with a Bible in your hand or the Bible in your pocket, and you're gonna find out.
No, it's not
Oh.
hard to know that Hamas would probably kill all these student protesters for their liberal views. That's reality. But Americans and maybe Germans, when we live in a free democratic state, it's hard for us to envision a different kind of day-to-day life in an intolerant society like Iran or Hamas. We just don't, most Americans, but I have been there, so that gives me a certain
Okay.
advantage. Oh man, there's hate. Ooh, terrible. And the Israelis don't like the Arabs either,
Right.
but they are not Hamas. But why are they building settlements? Let the people have their land. Don't come in and take people off their land to pacify orthodox political movement in Israel. That's just wrong, I think. I think it's wrong.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
they don't want to give that up. They don't want to give that up.
Well, it's part of their belief that the Jews should have control over the whole lot, which goes back to discussion before you came in. We were talking about should there be a Jewish state, whereas Israelis, the government defines themselves as a Jewish state. There might be problems with that. You know what I mean?
Well, it's not a great idea because there's people there who aren't Jewish.
Yeah. Correct.
So they automatically get shunned for not being Jewish.
Not shunned, but not treated equally.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you would know because your wife was she born there?
Yeah.
So I wonder what's her opinion.
She thinks that Zionists are not good.
Okay.
That that being Jewish and supporting Israel should be two completely separate things.
Well, there's a movement among Jews that say that they don't want the state of Israel because, in their belief, when the Messiah comes, it can't be. So there's divisions, but they're in the minority. But actually, they went to Iran, these anti-Zionist Jews, which I thought was kind of interesting. It's really complicated, obviously.
The anti-Zionist.
So there's
Look,
Jews who don't.
I don't
want Israel.
know. I'm no expert. You know me. I'm just a guy.
But you're a guy married to an Israeli, so that
Yeah,
gives
but
you a special perspective.
It gives me a little bit of a perspective, but I'm not gonna act like I know what the fuck a Zionist really is, or
I think a Zionist believes in a Jewish state, I would say, not just a state.
And well, that's the thing. People keep saying the Jews are doing this, the Jews are doing that, but it's so weird because the Jewish people in America have nothing to do with that.
Well, there's so
Or they might
yeah.
they might have something to do with it, but
they do.
the fact that they're tied to it is just so weird.
I don't think it's weird they're tied to it. Just like I want the best for Ireland. You know what I mean?
But what are you part Irish?
My heritage is fully Irish with maybe a little Cajun.
Right. So you're from Ireland, but not
No,
every
I'm not from Ireland. I'm
No,
not
no. Oh, your heritage is
Yeah.
though,
Yeah,
right?
that's what I meant. Yeah.
So you are genetically connected. But a lot of
Ireland?
Jewish people have nothing to, like my genetic
Uh-huh.
connection to I have no genetic connection to
Okay.
Israel,
Okay.
right?
Right. But it's
Well,
interesting because if me or German lady wanted to apply for citizenship, we couldn't, but you could. No,
Why?
no, you couldn't because because a Jewish person is accepted into Israel.
Yeah,
Mm.
Just
that's what I'm
because they're
saying. It's
Jewish.
so weird. It doesn't
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
doesn't really make sense.
It makes sense if you want a Jewish state, you want Jews, not non-Jews. So that makes sense. It is
If you think about it, they like if you like Jewish people, they want to be amongst themselves. I know, like
some. No, it's some.
yeah, but like the hardcore Jewish people
Hardcore.
who
Yeah,
really
yeah,
live, who really live
yeah.
by
Correct.
all like they want to be just like Muslims.
Yeah.
I have not seen it anywhere else really, like Buddhists or even Christians. But Jewish people like really want to be amongst themselves.
Well,
Like,
it
they
goes
Right.
back to the religion. Christianity's
You're
mission
not
want
sure.
converts. Jews don't want converts. They don't. That's not
Yeah.
their plan. Christianities are obligated by Christ to go get to Christians, right?
Yeah.
Their mission. Jews don't have that. That's why there's so few of them, like you say, because they're not interested in having everybody become Jewish. Only the select, I guess,
Okay.
good and bad, right? I have it's called Chabad. They live down the hill from me, so I see these people sometimes. German lady, like they won't
These
walk on Saturday. They won't. Pay. What?
What are you talking about, Jews?
I like talking about Jews. Germans have such.
How do you recognize
those
them? These
people.
people. How do you recognize them?
They have. They wear
Do they
black.
have like these
No,
locks?
they're recognizable. They wear these
Curls?
black suits with these yarmulkes, and their sideburns are really long. They're very. This one group is very identifiable.
Like the Amish.
Yeah, because they're like you were talking about, but that's only a small group. In my
Yeah,
experience, most
what
Jews
you-
are secular. You know what I mean? Not even religious. It's a small group, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Just like in Israel, most Israelis are not the Orthodox. In fact, Israel was founded on socialist principles rather than religious, which is weird because it is a Jewish state. Yeah. The whole idea of a kibbutz is socialist. A lot of socialists who formed Israel were Jewish and socialist.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But then because the secular people are kind of fucked because they don't fuck as much. Part of these religious people is they want big families.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Kind of like Catholics used to be.
Yeah, you can have a big family, but like, what if you lose track of all the people? Too many
Then you have
people,
dementia.
like too many. You know?
I think you probably remember, even if there's 20 people in your family.
I don't know.
But Catholicism has changed for sure.
What do you mean?
Well, the Inquisition is not supported by the current church that I know of.
Inquisition?
I was going to say
No.
pedophilia, maybe, which is bad, but
Well,
no, they've
yeah.
changed. That's a bad joke.
I would
Catholic
hope
Church
that
has cleaned up.
I don't.
What?
You
Say
gotta keep your skepticism.
You're so slow. What's going
No,
on?
I'm saying you gotta keep your. All right, I do need some coffee or something.
No,
You need a
But
5 hour energy.
he slowed down.
some
He's even
5 hour
slower than
energy.
you. No, seriously, uh, if you do choose to get off it, don't think of it in terms of go back on another drug. At least try. You know what I'm saying? Try life. I mean, you probably have a wonderful wife. Go get your
Yeah.
open relationship, whatever. Have fun. I mean, if you're gonna have an open relationship,
You know
have
what drug
fun.
you should be on is Adderall. No, not necessarily Adderall, but something for ADD because you will
I
go
don't
from
have
idea
ADD.
to idea to idea to
I like
idea
that.
to
I like that.
idea.
I like that. It's called stream of consciousness. Joyce is
No,
my
it's
favorite
fun.
author. I
It's
like that.
all right. If it works for you, that's fine. But I'm just
Well,
saying.
it's being authentic. I can
No,
be focused like those political shows. I do go
you
to one
can.
topic. But I'm not predictable. These other people are, you know, a lot what they're going to say, especially like if they're members of RD or group. I don't like predictability. That's why I don't like a lot of TV because a Democrat comes up, you know what they're going to say, a Republican. I like independent thinkers. And German lady, not to kiss her, but is. And you're totally, I don't know.
What?
I don't know what you are.
Say it.
Really.
What?
No, it's true. You're a real kook. You're kooky. But I generally like kooky people if they're funny. Right? You're not typical.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I
You know,
agree.
and that gives you opportunity. You don't want a comic
But
to be typical.
also, what are you saying?
I'm saying you can be special because the great comics were not predictable.
Special.
Yeah.
When you say special, what do you
Special in
mean?
the Kenny kind of way.
Yeah,
No,
is that what
Kenny's a
you're
low
saying?
cow. Not at all. Not at all. No, not at all. German lady.
Okay.
He's a terrible person, but
He's
I feel like
you know, Kenny stayed with Jimmernam until he got kicked out. When other good people like me and other people were leaving after Darius, Kenny stayed. Helen
Wow.
McKellar stayed because I was part of that watch. So these are hypocrites. Kenny stayed for sure. Kenny's not a nice person.
No, he's not.
He exists to be laughed at, and that's cruel too. And Kenny knows it, but he needs it so much. He still stays and represents the group.
But
really
he's a piece of shit too. Like I would
He's a
feel
piece of
bad,
shit.
but he's not a good
That's
guy.
what I'm
He's not a
saying.
good
I just said that. He's a piece of shit.
he's a
But
piece of
because
shit.
people
He's
are
bad,
mentally challenged,
but
Wendy Pack is, I think, a really good person, a good heart.
he is
She's
bad.
not perfect.
Yeah.
She's mentally challenged good. He's not. He's that's like a prejudice saying that because someone's mentally challenged, they should be treated socially as having give them a pass. No, if they know good from right, don't give them a pass. That's discriminatory. You need to be. They might need to have more time or whatever. So Kenny is an example of a piece of shit. Wendy isn't.
Wait,
You get
so
two opposites. They're both mentally challenged, right?
Mhm.
But don't give Kenny a pass. That's discrimination.
That does not make someone a
Okay.
bad person. Like
It doesn't
like I
make
said,
you
like
good or bad.
Wendy's a
Exactly.
complete difference. Wendy's like the complete difference.
That's what I'm saying, German lady. It doesn't make them bad or good. Their actions. Now, they do require understanding something's right or wrong. Once they do, hold them. How are they going to learn? If you
and
give them
this
a
is
pass, they won't
this
learn.
this is why you're considered one of the funniest people in broadcasting.
With 2 teaching credentials. I've worked
Because
with these
you talk
populations.
about serious stuff for 5 hours.
Well, say something funny. What choice are you giving me?
I don't know. I'm just saying,
I
like,
don't know. Sit back and criticize. Be
you're
funny.
talking about.
I can be funny.
Yeah, that was. Listen, we're
You're
talking
so
about
slow.
things.
Why is he so slow?
We're talking about things that are. You know what you are? You're invisible. You'll never go on camera. You're afraid.
No, when I get doxxed, I might go on camera. Say goodbye.
You won't.
The German lady, he doesn't seem to get, why would I go on camera? Look what they did to Rep. What's the advantage? Now, if I was making a lot of money, that's different. Why? What's the advantage to going on camera? So you can say, oh, yeah, he's telling the truth. Or like, no, I see no big advantage to going on camera. I see only negatives.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it has positives and negatives, of course. Like if you strive to go bigger places eventually,
I agree.
like if you want to be like in a range of like 20,000 subs,
Yeah.
or like having like a big audience, being on camera is probably the way to go. But
Absolutely.
if you are okay with where you are, or getting a little higher, then I mean, it's not a requirement to be on camera.
I like what I have right now. I want to get to 1,000 subs.
I think it's
What?
here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a requirement to be on camera, but I am saying that if you are on camera, if you are not on camera, then what you do need to do is consider the possibility that people will get upset if you make fun of their
Absolutely.
looks.
Okay, I try not to do it until they bring their looks into it. Most of the people I criticize, like me, I don't go after her looks, but most of these people, certainly RDA, go after other people's looks, which is interesting.
No, but
because they're an ugly-looking group of people. Generally,
but they
really
can
are.
be seen, right? That's what I'm saying. Like,
There's a certain logic to it.
That's kind
hear
of
what you're
the part I'm
But
saying.
usually those people are terrible people
But
when I make fun of their looks.
Also, I don't really give a shit. I'm just
No.
saying that's how people react.
But I don't. Most people, I really want to go for the smart people. That's the people.
Who are the smart people?
Boostumlock, you, German lady, people in my chat, Charlotte.
Right. And we're going for great.
Yeah, I used to go for great. I used to prepare at Buster's. Me and Russell, we talk, and I do remember those things I do, like put up people. I put up once pictures of Irish people to show that that you do seem to look Irish in a way.
Yeah.
So stuff like that. It was kind of fun. Research on penis size. I thought that was because the myth is that black people have bigger penises. So I researched it. It's true. The research shows it because different racial groups have different sized organs. It's true. Asian people typically have smaller. And so I was interested. Is the myth true?
Yeah.
But I knew it from observation because I remember the locker room and my black buddies. And I went, boy.
Oh, you saw.
You focused on that area. You really focused on that area in the locker room.
Well, that's what you have. You have naked men. You look. It's interesting. There's an etiquette. Like your eyes. You have all these dicks and balls, and I don't want to look at them. So you look away. But sometimes you see the black dick, and I was whoa. They are bigger. Yeah, like when I talked about seeing my father for the first time as a kid. It's horrific, right? It's horrific to see that big schlong
it's
out
not
there
good.
and you're a little kid. It shouldn't. There should
It
be a
was
law against
traumatic.
that.
You
It's
don't
pretty
want to be.
traumatic. It is
involved in that.
actually traumatic. Yeah. I don't know with girls. I don't know how that works. Seeing their moms, but their interior. They're most intimate. Men, they're just flopping around, which is a problem. I wish we didn't have. I wish we were interior, because the balls hanging around gets us in trouble. They get kicked, and it's kind of ugly. I look at a horse sometimes and look at, oh, that's gross. We're walking around with it. I mean, we look down on ourselves, or dogs. It's really, I think it's not God's best creation.
That's not the first thing that you see on a horse, though. Like you literally like go down, and when you see a horse, you literally go on the ground to look at it, because otherwise you don't really see it. Like you have to go out of your way.
I've driven by and horses were mating, and I went, "Oi, it's so uncomfortable," but it's, you know what I mean? Like animals are cute, but their sexuality is avoidable. I try to avoid
It's
acknowledging.
pretty much RAPE what they're doing in the animal world.
What?
What?
Unconsensual sex between
It's
animals.
rape. Animals
Yeah,
rape
it
each
is.
other,
It
don't they?
is.
Yeah, but that's nature. But yeah, the actual act is so simple. It's rods and cones. It goes in, it goes out. That's an act, and everything else is built to perfume, all that stuff, lead up to it, and afterwards. But the actual physical act are like dogs and horses. To me, that it's not partly why I don't like pornography. To me, it's not an aesthetically pleasing look. What do you think?
Do you watch? I hope you don't watch porn with animals involved. I mean,
Yeah.
No, no. I avoid. I don't even like when I go in the street and see dogs. Sometimes I don't want to. Oh, it's gross, right? Honestly, no. I like POV. Actually, I don't watch that much porn, but when I do, like single women,
I am okay.
What about your pornography, German lady?
I'm not saying no.
What do
I
you
watch Christian. I watch Christian TV.
So you don't
Christian
see
television.
men.
I watch Bible studies. I watch
Nice.
prayer hours and
Yeah.
these kind of things.
My wife watches this Mass from the Philippines. It's kind of cool. It makes me feel kind of good, Religion can make you feel really good. It can be a real benefit. I think it's good. I think religion generally is good. Who else says, "Oh, be generous, feed the poor, etc., etc."
You don't hear that from. You're not gonna hear that from May Noodles.
What do you mean?
I was just
What do you
kidding.
mean? No, I've been involved like you and a lot of these people on air. I know so many of them. And what happens is I'm open, I follow, I believe, and then when there's reason not to, I call it out. Like you and me both originally liked RDA. You were part of that Discord.
No, I never liked. I came new into that whole drama community, and right away, I think it was on Republican Ash or somewhere, like, oh yeah, let's go to these guys. They were like in her chat or somewhere, and they dropped the link, and and that was my biggest mistake. Like that I jumped there, like I didn't know what that is, and. At first, I thought, okay, this lemonade woman, she's kind of weird. They're making fun of her. Okay, it's funny. But I realized they don't stop. Like, okay, it was funny, but they're not stopping. Like, it's an ongoing thing. And,
like obsessive.
Yeah.
Why do the people attach themselves? That's what I was trying to talk to Betty. Why do you attach and put so much effort into someone you don't like? We're just streamers. If it's a politician, it's different, but they do, right? Like Vin Bader came up, and I wasn't criticizing him, but I said to him, Vin Bader, it's probably not good for your mental health to be so obsessed with something that bothers you. I was talking about what was good for him, and people took it as criticism. Well, it kind of was.
He really needs to move on. Like,
that was my point.
Like, that cannot be like what he needs to realize is. His whole YouTube existence is Jimmer. Like he has nothing else. Like that's what you want to be known for. The Jimmer guy. That's what you really. That's like that cannot be it. And
mentally healthy. Possible? That's what I was saying.
Forever the victim. Like that's not. Come on.
And he's used by people who hate Jimmer too. I think. But my point was. We can choose where we put our time. I'm choosing in the middle of the night to be with you two. I think that's a good conversation, but he chooses to go after a very, very dark kind of content. Well, it can't be good for you because you're spending all that time with an abusive person. So you should leave. Betty should, when I'm up here and talking, you can leave. It's where we put our time. But I'm like Hostbuster. I'm not doing my best. I'm stuck. I'm lazy. I'm so lazy. I'll be at the market if I have to wait 5 minutes.
You know
That's my life. I'm totally spoiled.
I think your advice isn't bad. It's just everything else around it
Thank you.
that's bad.
Everything around it. Like what?
Like what? Like
Like
what?
what?
Tell me.
Like, like just if you, I didn't mean it in the worst way, but
Well, bad is not a positive word, sir. You do know that.
if you, did I say bad?
You did.
Oh. Well,
You're very passive aggressive toward me. Why are you so mad
Am
at
I?
me? Yeah.
am I mad at you?
Most
I
things you
was-
say about me are negative. Would you agree?
All right. You know what? I don't think you. Maybe
So
I think
quick.
we're different
Slow
kinds
down.
of people. I think we're different kinds of people, right?
Let me write that down.
You
We're
don't
different kinds of people.
feel like the words that you
Are
say.
you telling me how I feel? Thank you.
No, you think that we're at
You're
war
telling me how
when
I
I
think.
trash you.
You're telling me
Okay.
how I think. No, I
I
don't think it's war. This whole idea of war, Germany. They
all right.
use war. This is not war. This is small streaming war. Right? You get. It's not war.
It
War is
seems to
war is
me.
the
I'll
people
say
getting
it
swatted,
seems
real
to
life.
me that you, when you're looking at a situation, it from my perspective, it seems to me that you are
Slow down.
taking things seriously that are just jokes.
Well, when I'm called a creep, when people make up, I wrote my wife at 16. That's evil. I don't joke about stuff like that, and they've gone after me, right? And you
Well,
and
that's
Ro-
not
and
good.
RDA went after you, and you really responded badly, didn't you? I mean, not badly, but you put a lot of effort into. You were really bothered by it.
I
And
wanted
that's
to
nothing
get to
compared
the
to what they say
answer.
about German lady
I
and me.
didn't want to get. I was literally. I wanted to know, is my friend actually guilty of something or not? I wasn't. I didn't have a desire to make you look bad or anything like that.
I think you do. Yeah, I think I've always
No.
When's the last time you said something nice about me? Have you ever?
Yeah, today.
What did
I
you
think
say?
I probably
What did
did.
What did you say?
You really don't
Compliment.
remember
No.
when I
No, I don't remember.
compliment you.
Well, it's been a long night. No, what did you
Okay.
say?
All right. Yes, I'm not the most complimentary person.
No, you're the reverse. You've been very passive aggressive. You get the
But
sense that you only want me on the show to use me, not for my wonderful camaraderie, humor, because you never say anything nice about me.
all right. Well,
And you mod people like Reb, you mod people like Tina, and
let's
then
get.
say, okay, people are calling you pedo in chat. Let's have fun. Why are
No,
you so
I got
serious?
rid of Tina.
But
All
there's
right.
other people. Rev,
You're right.
Betty
I could
Spaghetti is
do
modded.
better. When we're going down the path, the $1 billion,
No,
billion
German
mile
lady,
path.
the goal should be fun. The goal should be
Mhm.
to our strength, right? Witty or funny. Instead, he
Full
mods people calling me horrible things. You're supposed to set up a show to bring out my best, but you want me. You say I'm too serious, and there's people like Tina calling me the P word and just slanderous stuff. Why don't you get that concept? You want people to be at their best, even if they're
I
worse.
do want people to be at their best.
Well, then you don't mod people who say slander against me, sir.
But aren't these the same people who
I-
call May Noodles out for calling people pedophiles? Like, that's like hypocrisy. Yeah?
I call her out now for doing that.
Russell Cook made a good point about you, Sam.
Okay, go ahead.
He said that you will all day talk shit about other people, but say that it's banter or like
No, I don't.
or
I've never
whatever.
said that. I've never
Or
said
it's,
that. That's ridiculous.
I forget the exact phrasing he
You
said.
forget
but,
the exact things, but you're bringing it up against me.
but
No, Russ, this is a
no,
man
hold
who
on.
said he wanted to
Relax.
break my arm. The last
you
time
need
I
to
talked.
relax,
He
Sam.
wanted to break my arm,
Dude.
German lady.
You're not in the comedy mindset.
I'm telling you, and you
You just
are.
gotta relax.
Look, you're too slow right now. Anyone can relax when you have a stream. You're supposed to say funny stuff. Why are you so slow?
No, but
As a
I'm
top
saying
medicine, I'm interested. Why
okay,
so
but
slow? Really?
no,
Are you tired?
You're deflecting. You know you are.
Are you tired? Is that why? No, German lady. I always liked him because he's kind of fast and witty. Would you call him
You're changing the
too
subject.
slow right now or too fast?
He's witty in slow motion. I mean, you know.
All right, I'll speed it up.
That
Sam,
is witty.
listen,
What you said.
I need you to explain to me
Yes.
what's the difference.
Are you speeding it up now?
What's the difference
Gone
between?
from 10 to 11. Get to 50.
All right,
Get to the German Express.
tell me what to do. If you're such a good fitness expert, tell me how to get in shape and get my
not
shit
a
together.
secret. You're not going to change because I say it. Get off the cough syrup that you've been addicted to. How long have you been addicted to it? 5 years? 3 years?
Yeah.
But you're not going to change. But you asked the question. No, the radical change will just be like with drunks. Get off, stop drinking. You know what I mean, German lady? It's
Yeah,
like
but
denigrating.
it's easy for us to say. It's easy for our people from the outside to say
Yeah.
to say to a person, yeah, stop taking drugs.
It doesn't
stop.
work. Doesn't work.
It's you know, it's not going to
Doesn't work.
happen from one day to the other. You know.
But it's not gonna happen through shame. Shame doesn't work in this situation, which is why
A little bit it does a little bit, because you have to put in the person's mind that to the outside it looks bad, like
but they know that. You don't have to put it. They know
but
that.
you know,
They know
No,
it.
they
some
don't
people
necessarily.
some
Yeah.
people
They don't
what do you
know that
call it?
drugs.
Associate with people who are like-minded, and they also take drugs,
Yeah, good
and they
point.
also, oh yeah, buddy, let's
Good point. For sure.
do this
Yeah,
together.
she knows
And they're
exactly.
not, they're not gonna say to each other, "Oh, it's bad, it's bad." People need to hear that you need to be drug shamed. To be honest, like
Well, people you respect, but not through shame, which is why the professionals say it's a disease. If you say alcoholism is a disease or cough syrup, you take away the shame
no,
because
it's a choice. It's not it
but
is
they
a
don't say
choice.
it's a choice. They say it's a
Just
disease. Choice is not a
yeah,
disease.
but
You don't choose to have cancer.
usually people know that what drinking does.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree
People
with
know that what drugs can do. It is
correct.
a choice, and once you take that choice, you
No,
know.
I don't think so. I think they're addicted. Like I think Hostbuster, well, I shouldn't speak for him, that somebody taking cough medicine and it slows them down, would they say it's a choice? I think there's all kinds. I think he's addicted to it.
I think
don't
the
think he can-
quantity that I do is bad, but I think
Well,
that
I wanted to try it once. I really did. It's legal. I wanted to see what you felt like, but I think you told me I would have had to take the full container. I didn't want to do that.
yeah.
Does it taste good, or what is it? Is it
No, it does not taste good. It's bad. It's really bad.
But he described it once that it's wonderful feeling. It's a
yeah.
very
Yeah, it
pleasurable
makes you
feeling.
feel like I don't know, just good. You know, you
Yeah.
can move around. You can like, I don't know, use
But he
your
has to take a
brain.
lot of it, German lady was my point. He has to
Yeah.
take a lot of it. Which is why I didn't want to do it. I thought it was a couple sips. I wasn't going to take a whole bottle. Maybe I should have to try it. Okay, I'll try it at one point. What kind do I get? I'll write it down.
Look, I don't know if I want to encourage you to do this.
One time. Oh, you know what? I don't want to
It's
do it.
going to
Maybe
be
it'll
on my
so good.
conscience.
You'll get me. You get me addicted.
Yeah, exactly.
You tried to get him addicted. Shame on
If
you.
only I had asked him in the middle of the night on that day. Yeah, you're right.
How dare you?
I don't want to know.
Look,
Because he made it sound like it's great. It has to be great for him to go through this.
I don't want to.
And it's legal.
No, I just want to be real.
Do you buy like? Do you go to get like you buy 4? It's a cheaper price. Do you care about the
What?
price? Do you shop around?
Yeah,
What's the cheapest place to go to?
I don't know.
Like
But here's my question.
Costco. Costco probably has it.
Um,
Do you get a discount?
no,
What would he get a discount for? Overweight people. Rev.
Okay.
Didn't you talk about fat shaming earlier?
It's a hard topic on a comedy show to talk about fat shaming.
Where's the comedy show?
Well, exactly, Sam. That's what I'm saying, though. Like, we both need to be funny.
No, I need to laugh. Republican Ash, by the way, that you brought up, destroyed Buster's. I don't know if you knew that. She really did. If she hadn't called me a racist, I would have probably ended up doing
But
more
she's
episodes.
another one.
She called me a
one.
racist.
She killed.
Oh, your audio. She came on Buster's and called me a
Audio.
racist.
And now she has become this fucking hardcore obsessed Christian, like right wing,
really?
like it's
Weird.
and it's so outlandish that you know it's no one wants, even her buddies don't want to listen to that shit. Like
I don't know anything about her now. Does she have a
really
channel?
fall off
I don't know anything about her other than when she called me a racist, and I'm not. This guy, Hostbuster, did not defend me. I just wanted him to say something like, no, he's not a racist. He didn't say it. So I got really upset with him. See, he went off again. He's probably getting the cough syrup. Is that irony? Talking about the cough syrup got him wanting cough syrup.
Because we talk about it, so he probably,
No, I'm serious. I know because I saw him with Jarvita and she was doing gibberish, even though I like her. And he had that drugged, smiling look. You know what I'm talking about? He really did. I could tell. His eyes are glazed and he's smiling, even though she's probably talking about, oh, I painted my house.
Is Jara still, like, I remember, I don't really watch her. I used to, I was subscribed to her old stuff when she did like these avant-garde,
yeah.
I mean, but it's hard to watch. I mean, it's too much dead air and nothing happening, and but is it still that kind of way, or what is her thing?
Well, and I'm talking honestly, scattered thinking is a characteristic of some kind of mental dysfunction. Don't do it by itself. But so I'm watching after all these years, and I'm saying this is obvious scattered thinking. And she keeps saying the word lesbian and like she's perseverating. And I said, I don't know, but it sounds like a dysfunctional person to me, which I think she is. And that's probably why she doesn't work. I like her, but I think she has some dysfunction that is expressed orally with this kind of perseveration, in my opinion, most of all, scattered thinking. Not once. Don't judge, but it's like gibberish. I say after she talks, I say, what is she saying?
So she puts her sexuality, like, she needs to realize she's more than just a lesbian. Like, you cannot just go around, I'm a lesbian.
Wait. She's had male relationships, heterosexual relationships.
But you just said she always says, talks about she's a lesbian. That cannot, that's like, that's why people start, I have a theory, like, many, go at the LGBTQ people because of people like that who look at me, I'm gay, or look at me, I'm lesbian, lesbian this, lesbian this, lesbian. You don't have to make all this about being lesbian or gay or whatnot. Like, just
people turn off to it. What is her goal in saying that? Does she think it's funny? The first couple times, but the constant repeat is turns me off. It's like shtick over and over and over. Well, I want to hear your thoughts on life. I want to hear you sing, not this bullshit on lesbianism.
Yeah, and what kind of audience does she think she's gonna attract with that? Like,
that's an interesting question. She doesn't have much of an audience.
Yeah.
People go there. Some people go there. They like pretty women, obviously. She's interesting in a small measure. And there's a lot of sexuality. Like she said, she doesn't use her sexuality, but a couple years ago, she was literally, she would cut her armpit hair and she was asking people to give her money for it.
Yeah.
So I think she's wasted. I think she's smart, but I think she's got a problem. I don't know, but so why does she keep saying this lesbian? Now the show is shit. Don't no. And want an objective measure. A lot of people just will view her for the way she looks. So she got the door open, but then what does she do? Show her what does she do? Laundry, herself doing laundry. Who would watch that?
Yeah.
I mean, if it's a beautiful woman doing laundry.
I mean,
Well,
if she's
maybe-
making it interesting, if she's making it interesting, she could.
Exactly, but it's not interesting.
But if it's built around, oh, look at me, I'm lesbian now,
That would be
not-
interesting if it's a real experience. If you're sharing your authenticity, like to me, this man, Host Buster, has an open relationship but won't talk about it. To me, that'd be really interesting because that would be a reflection of his authenticity. Instead, he's kept it a secret, apparently. Mr.
Yeah,
Honest.
some people don't want to talk about their personal life that much.
Then why bring up a catfisher and have a catfisher on for 30 or 60 minutes? But how do I know this? Because it came out on air. He never told me.
Maybe he thought no one else is around, whatever.
Well, that's true. Not many people watch a show because he doesn't display his real talent. And also, of course, I've learned that a lot of people will come to you for a topic, right? Me too. I don't want to. Most of these shows, say Granny, she's very, very popular, 400 live, whatever. But if she has talking about someone I don't care about, I'm not watching. You know what I'm saying? So you got to have a topic too.
I don't really get why she gets that much.
Well, you would know. I don't know that.
I mean, of course. I mean, she's not. I don't dislike her, but she's
I don't know her that much.
She's not like an expert of true crime, but still, she gets a lot of things wrong, actually, but.
Then why does she?
I guess she picks the right topics. I don't know what it is, but just like the Glera all of a sudden has like 2,000 people.
Really?
Watching that.
I don't really follow him.
All it takes is the right topic at the right time. Yeah. He covers that Karen Reed.
You're so
Karen
smart.
Reed case.
I miss her smartness. You're complete. I'm thinking of this guy wrote a book on Beatles. How did they succeed? Well, it's serendipity. All these elements had to be in place. And he talked about it in the whole book. If there wasn't a Brian Epstein, there never would have been the Beatles' success. So you're talking about everything has to kind of be in place. And I think you're right. And she's good at
right place, right time, the right topic. And
even the time you stream, right? If I stream in the morning, I'll get fewer. If I do the same, you know what I'm saying? So all these elements you're talking about is true. And if I cared that much, then I would do it every day at a certain time. But it takes a motivation, which I don't have. Hostbuster don't have. With you, it seems like a hobby because you're not on every day.
Yeah. And I think with Granny, it's she managed to build a following, so she can actually talk like uninteresting things, and people still gonna watch because she has like people who are regular. It's like a routine for these people to come. They want to see these other chatters that they build like a relationship. Right. That's how you build a following. She can talk about probably about whatever. A cookbook, and there's gonna be 200 300 people in there like that. I mean, but I don't find her that like
I didn't either.
I don't find her that interesting, like unless she talks about drama stuff like Lycan or whatnot. I might watch,
but these women seem to be interested in these other women. I think these streams are generally led by mostly women, aren't they?
Yeah.
Which I acknowledge, But so I just basically do it for myself and hope I get some smart people. But to your point, like Evil Abe comes on my show, there might be 30 people watching. He goes on his show, there'll be 100. So a lot of
Yeah,
other
but
it's like
you
clubs
know, he he's um I know you like him. He's kind of like a one-trick pony. Like how can I say that? I don't want to be too mean.
just be
He
truthful.
he alone cannot pack either. Like he's like Mark Terry.
He can't monologue forever.
You know who Mark Terry is,
Yeah, I've been on
Mr.
Mark
T.
Terry. I know Mark
Yeah,
Terry. Yeah.
Mr. T. Mark Terry. So
Yeah.
he's kind of like that. He depends on a panel of people fighting. That's when he gets 100 people.
Well,
Other than that,
yeah.
he's floundering. Like him alone,
Well,
he
I think a lot of these people are successful because they network. So I think when he had problems with, say, Authority Check, then he loses a lot of people, and he's not diplomatic. You know what I
no,
mean?
I don't
I
think
kind
he
of get
lost
your point.
people because I don't think that's his audience. I don't think that AC's audience is Evil Ape's audience. They don't share the same.
I thought he would go on that
They,
show a lot. No,
and I heard they had like a problem, but they don't share. Yeah, Ape is more in the Boyd with the Boyd people and stuff. That's
okay.
a whole different. They're not and AC with the 1A and the 1A drama people, but they're not sharing. Them two arguing does not do damage for either one of them, to be honest.
Okay, that's good because I want him to do well. I think you're right. He gets many poor guests, right? But he can monologue and be very good. But I think he depends on guests, like you're saying.
Yeah, he has
And
that
but there's
TBD.
very few great guests, right? And yeah, but he does seem to be
And
sometimes
he
he'll get a lot. He's very funny. Yeah, he's very smart.
and
I've been on with him. He's very quick and smart.
he does the same, and you do that too. I don't know if you do it that much anymore, but you used to. He likes to instigate fights between people. Mark Terry does too,
Oh,
and you used to too. You know, of
not
course. I mean, as
instigate, but put the pieces together where the people can confront. I wouldn't put it like that. I don't intentionally say get the people mean to each other, but if people are up and they have an honest conflict, I would encourage that. I've changed a little bit, right? And because I
yeah,
used to like those fights more. My favorite is like right now, one-on-one or even monologuing because I think I do well at it. But not big panels. I'll have them up like the other day. I mean, you have a Wendy V going on. I'll present that as best I can, but generally I don't because most people on panels are not top tier. You know what I mean? Plus, I don't want to wait. I don't go on many shows unless it's one-on-one because I get bored. Like you're supposed to
me
have a certain amount of time and then listen. I don't want to take my time listening to poor guests. If someone's great, but there's few great people.
I don't have the patience.
Neither.
I really don't. That's why I barely drop links, and
Yeah.
and when if I do from now on, I will say only if you have something to say to the topic at hand. Like
Right.
you know how it is. You drop a random, or some people pin their links so people can
Well, I
jump on
pin it.
all the time, and then people just come on. Oh, I just want to chill. Like you can chill in the chat.
That's the
Like
worst. They want to come. I said, why? You need to be good. And they'll say, I just came to chill. But I'm not a chill hangout. That's not why I do this.
yeah, me neither.
You
I
neither.
mean,
We have some
there's
similarities.
a time and a place for that, but if you have like a packed house there, and then someone comes up, oh, I just want to say hi and chill. Okay, hi.
Well, go say hi in chat. No, but I
Yeah.
think generally people get the idea, but occasionally get the person. I'll say, why aren't you saying anything? Why are you here? Oh, I just want to chill. Well, I'm thinking we'll get the fuck off, but I'll say, well, we're not. So we agree on a lot because we don't do it for money. We do it
Yeah.
for express ourselves. So it's a completely different. Granny probably makes money and her
Yeah.
interest is building up a channel. I don't even really want to learn Link because then I'd have to do it and I'm too lazy. Or even learn how to put up a link. No, I'm really the least amount of effort. You know, that's my life. I criticize. I'm a little bit like Hostbuster. Now, most people could get more subs, right? By the way, do you know what Reb did? This was kind of
What?
clever. Let me tell you. So I like getting 1,000 subs. I like building a channel. When you get 1,000 subs, more guests will come up. You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
there's a truism on that because people want, but I wanted 1,000. So Rev, he has 20 alts. He talked about this, and I figured it out finally. So as I got to 1,000, I would get to 1,001. Well, he would pull out 2 of his subs to psychologically discourage me. And he did this for a while. He had 20. He did. So now what he does is he comes backstage for 5 seconds. You know why he does that? know
To
why?
make his presence known.
No, so he can write evil things in private chat. So when guests come up and they do the private chat, he has all this evil stuff about me. He's very
Oh,
clever.
you know who does that too? Are you familiar with this Prime
Yeah.
person?
Yeah,
He's
I'm not
he's
impressed.
he's the worst. He's a fucking
He's pretty bad.
disgusting.
He's pretty
He
bad.
is horrible. He
Horrible.
is, and he damages channels. He will play music that can
Correct.
get you in trouble. He will
Correct.
porn bomb.
Correct.
He lies like a
Correct.
rock on people.
Correct.
I don't know why people even let this.
He's not even that good. He can be mildly
No.
amusing, but when he does these other things, it's like some people will put up anybody. They're at that point. But no, why people bring up Prime? I agree with you completely. He's a
No.
jerk, right? We agree because both of us have kind of we're individuals and we built our channels. So
Yeah, it's not comedy. It's he tries too hard and
Yeah,
like
completely.
I cannot respect someone who is in chats all day and just waits to go on panels and just does like
Well,
what
if they're
is this
very
fucking
talented and obsessed, I can respect an obsession, but it comes down to the bottom line. Be good. If you're going to do that all the time, you got to be very good. Even a brilliant Johnny Carson, well, he went on every day, but even after I go 4 hours, enough of me, or you know what I mean? Even if you're brilliant, like I put out too much content. I really do.
Yeah,
Because
sometimes less is more, like maybe
less
two,
is
three,
more.
two,
Absolutely.
3 times a week or so or something.
Absolutely. Like you, it's better. People
Like,
feel more special,
but
but
it
I
could be
stream every
worse.
day is not special.
It could be worse. Look at Mark Terry Poon Handler. Poon Handler is like Poon Handler has like these phases where he goes on live like two times
Yeah.
a day, 10 hours, like 20 hours like combined a day with 2 streams. Then he takes a break because he burns himself out. Why
I
is
think
he
you're
not?
leaving out. I think you're leaving out the one reason he can go. He to me, he obviously takes meth, and he speeds up. So I do think he takes meth, and then he can go longer. I like talking about Poon Handler. He's a real person who I've dealt with a lot,
Mhm.
and he's turned on me.
Yeah, you brought him. You pretty much brought him into the daylight on
Not
YouTube.
pretty much. The first time he
You
appeared,
did. I remember. Yeah.
yeah, first time, right? Well, Reb got DMs from 2 women saying that he was harassing, Poon was harassing women. So we took the next 3 or 4 weeks to try to get to the truth on Poon. And we finally, at the final time in that first month, I was questioning him about, the time he tortured that woman with an irritant. He didn't like that. And Reb was giggling. So between my pressing, he got really mad. He lost control. He started screaming, and
Oh.
Reb's giggling more. Poon talked about that, and he left the internet for a while. But later, I offered him a show. I actually gave him a show. He was good the first time. He talked about the honky tonk bullshit. And those are funny stories. But I said, you got to change it up because I've heard the stories. He ignored me. He did it again. The views were bad, and I got rid of him. He doesn't listen.
Do you remember when Marie was your
Yeah.
co-host?
You want to talk about Marie?
No.
So one of the best, I like Real, and in real life, Marie got with Winkler, right? So I bought it. She comes on the show, after Tiffany was fucking Winkler, and Marie's on with Tiffany, and they're going at it, right? That was good. That was
That was
real.
good. Yeah, there was some
But
good
but what
clips.
happened was now it's a script. It's that repulsion compulsion thing, repetition, that Freudian thing. They're going through the same thing that they for us. We're their entertainment. So they get together, they fight, they get together. You know what I mean? I'm done with it. It's not real. It's part of their dance, like Rev and Nikki. So after a while, I get tired of the repetition, but it's the same old script because obviously that's what they do. They need each other. She's bored, so this roguelike character comes in and he's entertaining. He gives color to her boring life. With him, he gets taken care of. It's all about not working. Ha ha ha! I'll give you the looks. I'll give you the attention, and you take care of me. And she did, and it worked. And then he came back here, and then he found Tiffany to take care. But she's a very complex person, this Marie. I've done shows with her, right? She's smart, but I'm mad at her, and I told her because she goes on B-Sucks, who doxes people. So I told her on there, I don't think you should do that because of what he does. So it might get, but she's very, very, very stubborn, right? I did a
And
crime
then-
show. Very stubborn lady. She does what she wants. You know what I mean?
It's just like it's like May noodles. I think Marie just don't care unless it's done to her or one of her friends.
Interesting.
Otherwise she doesn't care about doxing. Like many people will say they do, but in reality most people really only care if it's done to themselves or
Yeah.
someone that they really
Correct.
like.
Correct. Well, we all kind of have that. Well, he's nice to me. Hitler was nice
Exactly.
to Heidi.
By that logic, I'm sure Hitler was nice to someone or fucking
Well,
Kim,
was it
Kim
Heidi the
Jong-un.
dog? Hitler loved the dog, but at the end he killed the dog. So this love is very true love is sacrificial. Like I know that, right? Because I've been married. I'm happily married now. It's you sacrifice, right?
It's actually, if people think about, sometimes when people need to think about what they're saying, many people, when I hear, oh, that or this or that one who does many fucked up shit, oh, he's nice to me, oh, she's nice to me, why should, that's so selfish, that's so you
But
don't care how people think
we do
other
that too
people,
to an extent, right? We do that to an extent, but some of us, it's like most people are here to be part of something small or entertain. Then there's a few people who are thinkers, who really have principles. So, but generally, if someone's nice to you, then you don't look at them in the same way objectively. I've done that all the time. It's hard for me to be objective about Rev when the facts are staring me in the face. Like, yeah, you brought him up 20 times and he fucked up every 20 times. Why do you bring him on? It takes me a while because we're biased, right? But objectively, you should say, well, just because they don't do it to me doesn't mean they're good.
no.
So I agree with you. Some people do it when they're simps. That's why I called May Noodles support. It wasn't nice, but they're simps or ass lickers because they know it's wrong. I don't think, who would agree? And this is why I think she'll have trouble when she comes back. Who would agree that doxing innocent people is a good move?
I'm not 100% against doxing. I mean, if
Innocent people?
it's innocent, no.
Oh, you're
Innocent,
not
no.
against it?
I'm against innocent people, yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. I just said that.
If she would do it out of like to a
If
person
you
who
dox
does
the doxer, I agree. Right. That's
that,
what I'm
I
saying.
absolutely understand.
That's
or
my whole point. That was my principle. But if somebody doxed me, I probably would dox them back. Good chance. But I wouldn't hopefully dox their father, mother, sister. But that's what she's saying she does. So if you're a friend of hers, you're not going to say it's okay. And these ass lickers, will say, well, I don't believe it, but you're cool. No, it's not cool. You need to go after her, and they won't. That's a true friend.
And also they see how she reacts to criticism, and they don't wanna
Boy,
see. They
a
don't
great
wanna.
point.
Yeah, they see how she reacts once you criticize her, and they don't want, even though they claim they're
Yeah,
friends, that friendship will be done if she, and they know it
absolutely.
probably once they start criticizing her.
They go there, they enjoy it, they're part of the chat, they're important, and they realize if they're smart, well, if she would call Sam a dirt troll, the way she goes after, well, this is what happened with me. She said, anybody, you might know this, anybody who disagrees with me doxing and innocent people, fuck you, go away. So I went. But people who disagree with it, they get to stay. And then she says, well, these people didn't turn on me like Sam, but you told us to leave. Why aren't you turning on the people who don't agree with you? So it's all her. I thought it was she was representing other women who have been attacked.
No,
And
no,
that's
no,
a
no.
noble cause. But she turned
It's
out
a
by her
personal
actions to be
vendetta.
like
Yeah.
everyone else, right?
It,
Like
it is
Jimmer.
I saw it from day one. It's not, oh, I'm against predators, this and that. No, 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 no. She knew exactly what she was going into with Jimmer,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's a personal vendetta, and she uses that whole
Yeah.
the predator allegations and stuff against him. No, that's
But
how it
she's
is.
showing by reaction, her general personality, that it wasn't a cause, that the truth has come out. And some people like you caught it early. I said, if she has a vendetta, she could still be doing good. You know what I mean? And it'll evolve into a cause. And I thought that's what's happening because, first of all, I thought the Jimmer stuff would wear off after a while. But a month later, she's talking about Jimmer. There's 70 people watching. She goes to someone else, and a lot of people leave. So it's incredible. It interests me how many people stayed with the anti-Jimmer. But maybe now, I mean, because who's going to really get excited that he worked at Blockbuster and he heard, that's just bullshit. But people will still watch, which is your point with Granny. Why are people watching? But they do, and she gets 400 and 500. So there's something that so many people find their own interest in. Not you, not me, but people connect. And she has ability. She does, and that's why the waste, because she has ability. People want to believe in her. She resonates, and it's so disappointing that it turns out to be she's just like everyone else, or worse.
And
She's Jimmer now.
she's also gassed up by these guys in the background.
What a great point.
They don't want her to stop with that either. That's
what a great point.
Yeah. They're gassing her up, and they will turn. I predicted that a while ago. They're gonna turn on her eventually, and then they're gonna say, "Oh, she's a doxer. We are against that." But look, they're not against that. Really, they're gassing her up, cheering on. But when it's gonna be convenient, they're gonna say, "Oh, we cannot be with her anymore. She's a doxer. This and that."
Well, this is where people should really listen to us because we've been through it. We are observant. We're talking about patterns of behavior.
Yep.
They've done this over and over and over, right? But she won't listen. I tried to not just me. She will not listen, probably because she thinks these people are really supporting her. They're not. They're
cannot.
using her. They're using her.
But she should. Do you remember when Granny's Watching was showing like a screenshot where Ballant was clowning her in Discord, like May Noodles, like he was saying she's a retard, just like Jimmer, they're the same, and fuck all of them, like, and he made like a joke about her Lemonade and Beck, he compared them, and she did not get what Ballant is doing behind her back, like she
or maybe
she
it. Why won't I tell her? I said, I told her about the slander tape, which ask people, you know, that tape where they took voices from my soundboard. You know
Oh
what I'm
yeah.
talking about? I mean, it's obvious. And I told her, and she won't, because truth is not her goal. Her goal is her what she wants. Her truth is not her goal. It's her vengeance. And she's had so many relationships. She needs to look at her people skills, because she can get people, just like now. She can get a lot of viewers, right? For sure. But she can't probably keep them. She probably got a lot of personal relationships, just like, in a way, Jimmer. Jimmer can get women liking him, but the mask, as she said herself, the mask comes off, people see the truth and leave, right? But now she won't see the truth, because of probably what you said, because she's so focused. Her goal is not the truth, but her personal effrontery, which is kind of arrogant, I think.
Yeah.
She wasn't, she's not innocent, right?
I don't. I think she wasn't innocent from the get go. Like I said earlier, from Jimmer's point of view, he had a strange woman there who refused to leave.
Well, a strange woman, but he wanted to have kids by her. They both jumped on
Yeah,
that one.
he probably led her on. He probably led her on, and he had like buyer's. I think he had buyer's remorse. Like once she really was physically there, and
You know,
he should have. You know,
I mentioned
should,
something once and it got no play, and it might be wrong, but as a man, she had her period. So I'm thinking, well, if she was on her period, he no longer could use her sexually, and that might have been it. I don't know, but he's not about other people. He's about being satisfied, which she might be like that. So I do think when you meet a person, you start to care about them, you fantasize, and you put your own projections on them, right? And they show their best. So in the beginning, they were probably thinking, oh, I've met my soulmate. And then you think, well, I want to spend the rest of my life. So okay, I'll put his name tattoo on my arm, because she went all in on it. And I kind of applaud that in a way, because she committed to the love. Well, she took a risk. She wasn't, but in love, you're not rational all the time, German lady. That's part of love. It makes you crazy.
I really think she presented herself to him in a way. I'm not saying she fully catfished him, but she probably, how you can tricks the way.
I don't think of it as a trick, but
I'm not saying she's like completely ugly or anything, but she tricks like the camera angle from above.
yeah,
The heavy lighting, like the bright
of
lighting all
course.
up.
I don't blame her.
And in real life, you don't have these things. A person is not looking from above unless it's like a 7-foot giant. Does not look from above all the time on you. So I think he had buyer's remorse once she physically was there. He tolerated her because she probably sucked him off, or she did. She said it herself.
Right.
But it probably got old for him. And then he told her, go away. I have had it. Like we don't know. We don't know. We can only.
I think he made that decision in our head. You make a decision sometimes. He said, okay, that's it. Right.
Yeah.
But it's so interesting about makeup, because part of the complaint was she spends so much time on her makeup. So I think that's true. So when the makeup came off, maybe when they woke up in the morning, she wasn't so beautiful. And then you need to like the person. You know what I mean?
I mean, there's many women like that. That's not. I don't think that. But like I said, it's probably not even the makeup. It's
well, she looks good. You were saying she looks
like
better
that's
with makeup.
the thing. Like
and him
it's
too.
different on the internet than it's in real life most of the time, unless you really.
You got to meet the person. Yeah, it's like Reb. It's kind of unreal. It's like I really, when I wrote my wife for a year, right? and we learned a lot about each other, and I really, really liked her. But I realized I had to meet her. I couldn't say I loved her until I meet her. The same thing in this situation. You got to meet the people. Like everybody's a friend, and you meet them and find out maybe they're not. You gotta, you can't. If you love a person, you got to meet them, Rev. You can say you love them. You can put the tattoo. They met each other. They saw the real truth, and he said, "Let me out of here." I don't know what she said. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying she fully catfished him. That's not what I'm really
No,
saying.
I agree. I don't think she did.
I don't think she
believed it.
she catfished him, but
No.
she, how can I say that?
Women know how to entangle.
Yeah,
especially if they're ejacking
she
sexually.
knows how to position her camera. And in real life, it's a different. And he probably saw, oh, that's not the one. That's not what really what she was advertising. That's what I'm thinking. And I mean, he's nothing to write. He's nothing to.
No,
He's not a
unattractive.
prize. He's not a prize, in my opinion.
Like
I don't.
me.
I don't
I'm
see
a
how.
prize. Or you.
Yeah,
No, I'm serious.
you are a beautiful, gorgeous, handsome man, and Jimmer apparently is not. And Jimmer, I don't know how he gets that notion that he can be that picky with women, but apparently he is. And
Well, if you have 100 people live views, and some of these women are probably writing to him because they're simps.
yeah,
So
that
it gives you an illusion. The whole thing is an illusion, right?
Yeah,
The whole persona is based on Howard Stern, a phoniness.
that's the thing.
So, and he replicates himself because I watched him 6 years ago. He does the same thing. Right?
Many guys and women also use internet to boost their egos, because in real life it's a different ball game for not for all. I mean, there's exceptions.
No, you're right. You're right.
There's women who are in a relationship, they don't care about it. There's men who don't care. There are literally women who they don't get that attention in real life.
Correct.
So, and you will find, like, I have seen women who me personally, I think no one would turn their heads ever on the street, but they have like simps on the internet, like, literally drooling over them. But that would not happen in real life. But see, the internet is such, it's like a alternate universe, really, when it comes to these things.
Yeah, there's a lot of pretend. I'm thinking Rev. It seems all internet based. When they actually saw each other, you know, they came on when they went to the Poconos. I don't know if you know the story. They came on Shaw. Rev was banned. He made an anti-Semitic remark and said, "Stay away for a week. I can't accept it." And all of a sudden, they're backstage and they're around the campfire. And her body language is, "Stay away from this guy." Why would she?
Well, he was on camera. I remember he was on camera too.
Yeah. Well, RDA goaded him to walk out on the porch. He walks out on the porch, and that's where they got the no teeth from.
Yeah.
When he came on camera.
Yeah.
Right. He's a very interesting guy. I'm just sorry that he went to the dark side. He got worse and worse. He never used to say the N-word and stuff like that. He met her. And by the way, she said the N-word too. She fooled me. She's an interesting story. She used to write me and other people. She wanted to get away from this guy while she was talking to him the whole time. What a liar. And she even went after, she said bad things about Robbie, and Robbie caught her. So she's no great prize. Right? So
I mean, the thing with Robbie, I mean, I like Robbie, but
I like Robbie.
I understand, you know,
he's flawed.
I kind of understand her position too, in a way. To her, it's like her seeing that May Noodles is welcomed, you know, the way I kind of understand. Like, she probably really, it probably really surprised her in a way, and you know.
Well, she lives in a pretend world. My take is, my common experience, that to me, I'm thinking 15 years ago, she was probably very powerful. I assume she was very attractive. And women, when they're
She's,
younger, they're
she
very
does not.
attractive, get a
She
lot
does
of
not.
attention.
She's how old is she? 48.
In her 40s, isn't she? Late 40s?
She looks great for her. Like
Okay.
she does not.
Honestly, a
Of
lot
course,
of men,
they do to her just like they do to me. They will pause in
uh,
videos to make her look ugly. She's not ugly.
that's not what I was going to say. Don't
She
tell
no, no,
me.
no, but I'm saying like she looks good.
No, she's
Like,
attractive for her age. We
she
agree.
looks good. Like
I've always said that. It's pretend if you don't. But the reality is that a woman at 18 can be the most powerful person in a room of millionaires if they're beautiful. Attractiveness is a feature of evolution and culture. So imagine her if she's attractive at 48, what she must have looked like 20. And I know how powerful looks are, not putting a judgment. That's just reality. So as she gets older, the attention she used to get just from its appearance, she doesn't get. So
we don't know. We don't know. That's I, I s- I mean, I don't want to reveal my age really, but
I'm not asking you.
I get hit on the street, but sometimes
Yeah.
with guys in their mid 20s or something like
Right.
I don't think she has a problem finding a man in real life. I really don't. I really don't think really.
Then why doesn't she have one in real life?
That's an interesting question. That there's probably other issues going on.
Well,
I don't know.
I have theories. I speculate. I think, like most people, she's been hurt in love. She talked about on air. I don't on air. She had a long relationship. I forget. I think she said the man wanted kids and she don't want kids. But I have a feeling she was really, really hurt. But she couldn't control the dynamics and it broke up. Well, with Rev, she's miscontrol. She got a guy who will roll over and bark. So she's not going to be hurt because she controls the action, which is dysfunctional. Because I can't think why she would be with them. Why would
I don't see the appeal. I don't like.
Why would anyone? I mean, at first you can charm. It's like Jimmernam. At first they can play that game for a while, and then the mask comes off, or you have to meet the person. But they met each other and hated each other. At least she hated him, and yet here they are. She went on RDA and just tore him up, and yet. So I think he doesn't have to deal with real life. He can think like, "Oh, I love a woman," rather than face anxiety. Go meet women. Open your mouth and the teeth. It's an avoidance, right? No, honestly, teeth are so fucking important.
Yeah.
Right? They are. I mean, so he's a mess. He's a hater. She's turned into a hater, but also she's not that interesting except when she rages.
No, I have to say it is entertaining when she goes at a whole chat or like when she's on a
she's
panel
good at
and
it.
that's
Very
good television. I gotta say.
It's great, but that's her worth. I'd never say it to her, but I used to have her on. I was going to do a show. We can talk about Europe, whatever, but she's not that interesting. Lemon, the same thing. Lemon will come up and she'll talk with Reb about what tea. Totally boring, but when she fights, she's wonderful. We're talking about streaming. That's her worth, right?
Yeah.
No, I think Lemon can be very funny, but so you're talking about provoking. No, I was just trying to make her interesting. Lemon. These people, it's not manipulation because I'll tell you now, if you're not going to be good, don't come up. And if you're not good, I'm going to do my best to bring out something interesting. Maybe you do that too. But so I don't like guests so much who are terrible. It's like work. I don't do this to work. But so the great guests like Abe, whatever you say about him, I think could be a great guest. AC can be funny. You're always good. You know what I mean? But we don't always get those guests, do we?
No.
That's why, like, I was on Andy Cruz, and I like Hello Starlight, but she said mute Sam. Well, that was stupid because I left. The goal is to keep the person up, not to have them leave if they're good.
Let's name some panel killers.
Okay.
Who's comes into your mind? Who's like a real who might be even a nice person, but it's just
Well, Exiled, I went through
yeah,
his bullshit. He's terrible, right?
he's terrible. Yes.
What's her Shift won't like this, but Shift is interesting because she doesn't know it's always about her. We get a sense of really, really selfish people. Like when new people come up, I really do say, check out the channel. So some of these people like Poon never promote. Andy promotes when he's in a good. So that's a standard. Abe absolutely will promote. Mark Terry is very generous, but some of these people, and they're bad, like Exile. Who else? Your turn. Who's a panel killer?
I feel bad. Like the guy is nice, but that Seal hater, he's the
Terrible.
worst.
He's
He's the
pretty bad.
worst. Like the
Yeah.
way, like he
He's
talks extra slow motion. It's I can't. Then
Well,
that
he's a drunk makes him probably worse. He's terrible.
who's also very terrible, Mojo Jojo, very
Oh,
terrible.
nice person, not the most dynamic,
She overtalks. She does.
but she's
She.
so nice. I don't want to criticize her. You know what I
Hmm.
mean?
Who else?
Yeah, she's
That
not.
Carlos Zaya.
If Mojo comes on, it's fun to sing the Beatles with her. Boy, you're saying people I like. Not
Yeah,
the
that's what
most
I'm
dynamic.
saying. That they're nice people, but
Yeah,
they're on panels. They're fucking.
yeah. I've
You know.
said this that Carlos can be nicer than me. He could have a better life, but in terms of stream, even though you're not, it doesn't mean you're going to be great on stream. If you're nice, you probably won't be because nice is bland, right? So be extreme, you'll be better. But yeah, we basically agree so far. Let's see who else.
Let me think.
Betty Spaghetti's interesting. She'll be good for 15 minutes, but when she goes too long, she's terrible, right? Certain people are good for certain periods of time, but they go too long. They're
I
not
think
so.
Winkler is kind of a panel killer too.
Who is?
Winkler.
What a great boy. Winkler is a script, is a fool. That you think he's good, but it's tricks, the looks, the rogue. So I was trying to get to the real Winkler, and he wouldn't give it up. He wouldn't talk. I said, what started you getting drunk? Well, I said that to York. He said when he was falsely accused, and then he started drinking. Winkler wouldn't tell me. When I was 30, well, what happened? So he would have been a good stream to share about his life. But when it came to it, he's all tricks. He's really not that nice a person because we know that because how he treated Marie going with Tiffany. Does he work? Oh, I'm diabetic. Well, dude, if you can be on air, you can be a telemarketer. So it's all bullshit. These people like Rev, like Winkler, like B-Sucks, like EFD are sucking on the tit of society, and they're detriments. They're parasites. And Winkler's like that. He doesn't fool me, but I liked him at first. But I agree. After a while, he's a panel killer. But for a while, he's pretty good. And plus, you can kind of work him to be good. You know what I mean? He's workable. Some people have nothing. So whatever you try, it doesn't work. But they can have great lives.
Yeah.
It's a different game. We're talking about streaming. And
Let
it's
me think.
amazing
Who else?
that somebody can be so bad. I can't watch, but they have 300 live views, which you talked about earlier. So there's something these people give off. It could be the chat. Probably some people come to Shot because sometimes I have such nice people in chat. Right. When I went to Jimmers, I wouldn't follow him all the time, but I like people in chat. So there's all kind of different reasons. But if you're boring eventually, or if you do shtick like B-Sucks, without all the alcoholism and all these stories, he's pretty lame. He hasn't lived life. He doesn't have stories. His evil is interesting, but it's played out. So eventually, if you're up here long enough, hopefully You got to have a personality, I hope. Personality counts.
Yeah.
If you're a good-looking woman, not as much. Because some men, we're talking about Jarba, right? Well, if Jarba wasn't pretty, a lot of those people watching would not be watching. That's just real life.
Yeah.
But some ugly people can be wonderful, like Roseanne Barr. Ugly doesn't hurt in comedy, I think. It might be better because looking ugly and funny is better than looking really normal. Hostbuster looks funny, like a comic.
That was a nice way to call him ugly.
I don't think he's ugly. I really don't, but I don't think he's good looking. And he doesn't care about his appearance, and he's disheveled.
Have you ever had New Zealand Jake on panel?
I've heard him. He said horrible things about Abe, so I really don't watch.
Yeah,
but I
and
know
then,
the guy.
like he falls. To me he falls under the panel killer too.
You know what? I watched once, and I said, "Why are people watching this guy? How can
He's
he get so
not.
many views?"
Yeah, there's a
Right?
reason why. Yeah.
Maybe he buys views. Like that's interests me too, right? Ross Dog did a show. The whole show or stream was how easy it is to buy views, and he did it on air, and he ended up in 20 minutes with buying views with a lot of Indian named people. So if you know how to do it, probably a lot of these people are buying views. Sands
course.
used to, right?
He
So
did. I mean,
yeah,
Ross absolutely did buy subs.
absolutely. So I looked at HB, and he was getting 100 views, 50 views, 110, 105, 761. And I said, "How did that happen?" Well, sometimes people can like, oh, go over there. But in that case, if that many people are watching, there should be more thumbs up, and there should be people in chat. So who
Yeah.
did it? So I think Sheppy did, because Sheppy bought views before, and Sheppy is entwined in this Jarba business. A real interesting but bad guy, Sheppy, who's probably African American, by the way. Did you know that?
No.
Because High Number, who's not the nicest person, but he usually doesn't lie, caught a glitch in Sheppy, and High Number swore that he's African American.
Oh my God.
So either, but High Number likes Sheppy. So I do believe that. I'm not sure, but I think pretty much he is. He's a
I
complete.
don't mind him. Sometimes, he makes it like he knows less is more. He's not gonna be on panels like for hours or so. Like he will do. It will get old because he's very energetic. He's too energetic in a way.
Yeah.
So him
I
doing like these short appearances, like that's perfect.
I agree.
Like that's perfect. He
Well,
should not be on a panel for half an hour
I
or
so agree with you. When he goes too long, he's horrible. So one time he came up, and I took the stream off air, but he remained, right? So now I got to talk to him behind the scenes. He went on and on and on. I just want, and I'm thinking, this is a lonely guy. So out of pity, finally after an hour, I left. The guy's like a total, now he projects, he calls me phony, but he's the phony. Is he gay? Is he not gay? He makes like he has a wife, so he's sending money to Jarba. But is he? You don't bother him. How about if he made a slanderous tape about you, doctored the tapes about you, or took your name and tried to steal views? No, he's a terrible guy. Sorry. Personally, on air, he can be funny, but after 15 or 20 minutes, he's a panel killer. So we agree pretty much. Who else? Panel killer. Most people are.
Oh, I tell you who. Have you had that Mojo Bo on a panel?
No, who's that? I don't know that person.
He's like he goes on Poons. I think he
Oh,
goes
really?
on Apes too. Like he has like he's very drunk and he will
Oh, okay.
not. He will overtalk. He will. I think Kenny TV is a total panel killer. Honestly,
A what?
a panel killer. Kenny TV.
Absolutely. He's one of the few people. When I was doing a show with Ross Dog, right? I said, "There's two people do not let up," and Kenny was one of them. Me
Yeah,
and Kenny go way
he's
back
horrible.
from Jimmernam days. He's terrible. I went on a show once, got him high views, but he's so RDA. He's like that kid at high school that we might include in a group to make fun of.
Yeah.
And they take it because they need the attention. So, because what kind of life just? But Kenny had a job once, and he got fired for sexual harassment.
Oh,
He once went on a date with one of the co-hosts of Jimmernam, right? And he divulged that when he went on the date in his backpack, he had like rope. Why the fuck did you? No, I wouldn't trust this guy at all. I think he's really bad news. Would you let any of these people in your neighborhood? A couple.
I would move.
Busa Malaka's a nice guy, but he won't come on air. I like him a lot.
Was he ever?
Busa Malaka went on Nick DiPaolo's show. I heard it. He was very good. Very good. But a lot of people don't want to come on air. I don't blame them. I was chat mainly. I don't know if you were. People who make an impression. I'm discouraged because I stopped caring about most of the streamers. Like, I don't want to care about David Walsh on Bleach. Right? Because they're not worth spending time. So when May came along, I said, this lady's interesting and she's fighting a good cause. So I'll try. And she was good, but I was not getting, I go overboard, right? I support the people too much. I expect too much. And then I find out they're either average or horrible. And that was May Noodles. You saw the signs. I knew she was after Jimmer, but I said, well, it's kind of interesting because she's standing up to the guy. And let's see what develops. And that's the great thing about streams. Over time, you find out what German ladies like, that she's not the RDA simp. I was called by Beck. Beck went after me saying I'm RDA. What a dummy you are, Beck.
When did she do that?
Before I came here. I woke up at 1 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Woke up at 1 o'clock. What do you do at 1 o'clock in the morning? So I
went on. Beck is she's probably, I'm not a doctor. I guess she's bipolar or something, but something or paranoid schizophrenia, something like.
Maybe she just drinks too much.
Allegedly.
Maybe she just drinks too much.
She will be. She me and her will get along, and out of the blue, we start fighting. That's just how she is. She's.
I got it. So take people sometimes at their word. Poon told us years ago he's bipolar. And he turned out to be bipolar because, like I said, when I was going to become a therapist, the other therapist said the one client you don't want is bipolar. Why? Because you'll be Mother Teresa. You say one thing they don't like, and then you're the devil. And that's what Poon did. He could be really, really nice, or Frank DeRosa, these bipolar people. And then he's so nice to me. I'm giving him 8 hours. I really did. And then he's saying finger in the butt. You know what I mean? The finger in the butt is making fun of a sexual assault against me at 16. How could a nice person do that? Well, a bipolar person could. So when he's cool, I consider him, but they can be terrible in the opposite. You know what I mean? So bipolar, wow, look out. But I hope Beck doesn't, but that might explain it. She's wonderful with words, I think. She can be funny, she's smart.
So what would make her say that you are RDA?
I don't know. I was going to go up. So I went up and she left. And then I waited, 5 minutes? Then I saw HB was on, and that was like 3 hours ago. Now the sun's up, my wife's ready, but I get to talk to you, so it's worth it because I like talking to you.
Yeah, but I think I had the same feeling. Like you were praising them, like not anymore. But there was like
praising May Noodle.
Two, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Like no. But you were praising Ross.
That's what I do. Or your audio
and
just
maybe she saw
I
that
like
too, and
people, but I want to go all in. I don't want to hold back,
she,
you know, because it is the internet. But I don't come in critical a lot of times like you, right? So it took me a while. I still like the abilities of May, but the more I hear the reaction to criticism, it's not complimentary. It's not a good thing to say you're going to go after innocent people. It's not a good to say, if you don't agree with me, fuck off. She used those words, fuck off if you don't support this. She did.
Mhm.
And it's weak for people staying, right? Like Sue, I liked, she stayed. Allie Wright stayed. Well, that means, what does that mean? That you support somebody who doxes innocent people? But May doesn't seem to get that because she probably cares about one thing, like you say, right?
And these
So
people
I
will
don't think
scream
she'll
the
last. You
loudest
think
when
she'll
they
last?
get doxxed.
What?
These people who will stick by her and have no problem with it, they would scream the loudest if someone doxes them.
They did. I think Allie was
Yeah.
doxxed,
Yeah.
and I don't know. Hopefully Sue wasn't, but you're exactly right. It goes back to this idea: as long as it's not you, it's called hypocrisy or projection, which interests me. We're all hypocrites, but once we become aware of it, then we're responsible to do something, right?
Yeah.
Because we're fooled. It's very the Jim is an expert at fooling people. He's had years of it. That's what he does. But when you find out the real man, then the woman ends up on the couch crying. Beck didn't finally stay with him. Look, German lady, why can't these men get women in their neighborhoods, in real life, in their city? Why does AOC have to fly down 1,000 miles? Because there's people all around, right? But they can't. So that tells you something. If they can only get women off the internet,
Yeah.
and a lot of these men, that's why they're here. Believe me, I've gotten complaints from women saying, you know, that guy on your chat who's so wonderful, well, he's creeping on me. So a lot of these men honestly come on here to get women.
Yeah.
I don't know about the women so much, which is interesting, right? Because you're presented with they're so nice in chat, and then you find out that they're like David Walsh actually did go to Nikki and try to creep on her because Nikki told
Really?
him, yeah. David Walsh was having a show. Reb came up and he said, David Walsh or David, you've been going in Nikki's DMs trying to get with her. And then
No,
David
but Rev will accuse
no,
are we sure
Nikki
that
confirmed it. Nikki confirmed it.
Okay.
Right. So he's a phony. You think he's really religious? He's an anti-Semite. I said Robin Gross. He said the Star of David is demonic. Why do people look away? She's Jewish. I mean, if someone went after the Irish, if someone went after Americans like this globalist who did Terry, I'd go after them. I don't like anti-Americanism. If you go after America, I will argue with her. Right. So that's just, but Robin is Jewish. I told her, he asked him about the Star of David. Walsh is anti-Semitic. Walsh, I think years ago had a big channel and supposedly got it canceled because he kept talking about Polish nationalism.
Oh, God. Nothing will attract more viewers than if someone talks about.
But he doesn't
Polish.
even, he says he's half Irish. I don't buy it. I think he's full Polish, which is, if you're going to create a ethnic, what it wouldn't be, would it be Irish? I mean, I'm Irish, but it's not I think, what would you create if you had to be a phony ethnic group? Who'd you want to be? What group? White Protestant, maybe? I don't know. Probably not Catholic. Maybe. So it interested me that if he's full Polish, why would he pick half Irish? If he did. But he's a complete phony. I go back 6 years with David Walsh. He once said he had an accident on air and asked for money, And then I got messages saying he's scamming, asking for a picture. I asked him for a picture. It took him a week to show a car. So he's a scammer. These people, it interests me, right? Not
Oh,
everybody is, but usually if they're talking religion, look out. Like they're bad.
yeah, yeah,
Right.
yeah. The you s- really people who really overly talk about religion. That's
Right?
me.
That's a red flag.
Yeah, that is a red
Like
flag.
your dick too. If I'm secure with my dick, I'm happy with my dick. I don't go around talking about the size of my dick, but many do. AOC, he had a dick off with Not Late General. Can you believe that?
Aren't they both posted they literally both posted their dicks all over Discord to compete with each
I
other. Like,
know.
imagine that. And didn't May Noodles restream the Discord and accidentally that was AOC's dick pic in a chat? Oh god.
Some women like it because, like I asked Sarah, when AOC came back from his exile, for some reason, he came to me first. And he put Sarah on the phone. And I said, why are you attracted to this guy? And she said, well, he's unusual and he's got a big dick. Right. And then I started telling her about AOC and he got her off the phone and wouldn't let her talk to me ever again. It had to go through him. And he got mad at me. So I know because AOC, it's like they don't know women. No, women want friends, go out with their friends and they're social and they want to do things. They don't want a guy like AOC screaming into a computer in the middle of the night, which I have done, by the way, at times. I've done that. My wife didn't like it. So obviously, I think AOC is going to have trouble with long-term relationships with normal people. I said she's going to leave you within 2 weeks, and she did. And then I mentioned it, and he got real mad at me. And that's when he came up trying to hurt me by coming up with this story that I wrote my wife at 16, because Cynthia, maybe, who said on air she hated me most of all, said that. I never did. And there's no proof because it didn't happen. Don't you think if there was proof, people would, RDA or whomever would bring it up?
Yeah.
So all these stories, it's hard being on air. Most of you don't do it, but I don't work, German lady. And I'm good. I've always been good with people, right? So I get to laugh. But there's been times, of course, I want to quit, right? And I do. And then I say, well, I want to laugh at myself or something. Where are you, host Buster?
I have to actually drop down. I
Nice
have
talking with you.
nice
really.
talking, great
Take care.
conversation, and yeah,
Come on my show. What I can do is I can just go one-on-one and only let you up if you want.
Okay, we
All right?
can do that.
Okay,
We can do
take
that
care.
someday. Yeah,
Okay.
you take care to everyone listening. Take care.
Auf
Yeah,
Wiedersehen.
till the next
Danke.
time. Bye.
Okay, bye. See, things happen when you wait sometimes. So I didn't get off, and then I got to talk to German lady, and we go way back. I think we were closer when we had a common struggle, which was taking on RDA, because it got personal. It got real personal, especially for German lady. I still don't know why they have gone after German lady so obsessively. She said, well, she fought back. That was probably a part of it. It's probably jealousy. And some men don't like smart women because it makes them look stupid. That may be part. German lady, whatever you say about her, is pretty smart, which interests me. People like Betty, why do people attach out of balance? So let's say Betty, she could make a few comments, or Rev. Rev says he don't want to pay attention to me, and he keeps coming up. But it's their projections. Most of us, German lady, me, we're just average, not average, but people come on here for a hobby. I don't come on here for friends. I've said that. excuse me, when Reb said he loved me on air, that was uncomfortable. Dude, you don't get it. I don't love anybody here. Love my wife, etc. Robin showed up I don't know if she's still here. I brought up Robin. I think I'm right on this. David Walsh was Robin's friend. I don't think she got that he said anti-Semitic things. Like May don't want to listen. And I probably didn't want to listen. But to me, it was obvious that David is not joking. I've heard him 6 years, and he actually said some really anti-Semitic things. He didn't say he was joking. He was driving his car. He was upset, in a bad mood, and the feelings came out, and they weren't pretty. And I don't know if I think that stream's gone. Robin is a normal, decent person, I think. One proof is she has a 9-year relationship with a man who loves her, and that's hard. Relationships are hard, but she did it. But I think she was blind to David Walsh. Really, I'm sincere. I think he is an anti-Semite, and he plays he's Jewish. He's not Jewish. I've known him for years, and I do call him out on it, and I've had enough. But especially if you're Jewish. And David said one time, what's wrong? There should be created a part of the United States where only white Christians can live. What about a convert? What about a Mexican American? There's a lot of Protestant Mexicans. Apparently not. That's the truth. And I miss it. I call out Robin. I don't know why she turned on me. I don't know. Jealousy or what she said didn't make sense. But that interests me. But essentially, I think Robin's a good person. And I attacked her, but I've defended her too. May Noodles, I think the last time I was with her, in chat, she kept going after Robin. And I said, well, Robin doesn't talk that much about you anymore. So maybe you shouldn't do that. I think Robin was always she said she's not the initiator. So she kind of hung back, had a good time. And then she responded to May, and she saw her usual, let's say 30 viewers were now 70 or 80 or 100. Well, that feels good. More people are listening to you. So I think she put herself out there more and found out she's going to get attacked like never before. And everybody can talk about that. But once you start getting attacked and targeted, you go, whoa, I'm just up here for fun. Not being called, she was called, and it was terrible of May, and she never should. May called Robin a pedo supporter. Well, I think that's when your stream morally started to fall apart. Because when you start calling people that, well, if you're Robin Gross, you're not used to that. She's obviously not that vile thing. But I don't like being called that, even now. But that's part of doing this. So if Robin wants to put herself out there, if not May, she'll get attacked by other people. Is it worth it to her? She can have fun going on Andy's or doing her own show, not dealing with the worst elements. When you put yourself out there, a lot of the people dealing with you are the worst elements. Because most people won't get that involved. So you get the extremes. You get a wonderful person like Charlotte, or you get somebody like RDA, or Lydia for that example. Lydia's a terrible troll. If Lydia wanted to make peace, I'd let her back up. But that's her call. If Betty wants to stop talking about me, I'll stop talking. I don't like holding grudges. Someone said, Sam, you haven't changed. I said, no, I haven't. But that's good in the sense that I'm genuine. I'm the same personality. I shouldn't be changing. But my life is stuck. So when I go after HB, I try to include the fact that, yeah, we have some common elements. But it's pretty fun. Being on air can be pretty fun, especially when you get an Abe or you get a nice person, you get a Nocto up there. It's great. I'm good at conversation. I like monologue, but I like one-on-one. If Robin came up, I bet we'd have an interesting conversation. Should I apologize to Robin for what I said? No. I never called Robin names. I still will attack Robin for going in a place like David Waltz and not calling out this idea of the Star of David is demonic. But she's a decent person, and she wants to believe the good in people. I wanted to believe the best in me. I just saw her in chat an hour ago, but she's probably still mad at me. That's okay, because that's the last comment. Oh, let's see. You can't come up anyway because Hostbuster is not here and can't bring you up. Somebody brought up Space Monster. I don't know what happened to her. She wanted me to call out May, and I did because I was doing it anyway. She liked me. But then was she going after Robbie, which I don't like. Same thing with this Tiffany. What's her name? Tiffany Poison or something. That she thanked me for speaking out against May. And I said on there, that doesn't mean I'm going to like you. But I was maybe too hard on Tiffany. I saw this Tiffany, whatever, on Jimmernam, and she seemed to be sucking up to him. But I don't know her that well. This person who I probably didn't like, this Tiffany or Moot, said that, hey, May, we all love our kids, which I resonate with. Most of us love our kids, so keep kids out of it. So May brought up something that Granny did 10 years ago, 15 years ago. That was wrong. May could bring it up. It was a public document, like Granny got cited or something for neglect, some such. But really, 15 years ago, if it was a public document, she had consequence. But I think it's wrong. Stay away from kids generally. If you truly believe somebody's abusive to children, you do morally need to contact not YouTube, not on here, but an authority. But make sure it's real. Because most people go after and manipulate and stage like the person is still being bad toward their children. I don't see any evidence that Granny is doing any of this. So I don't think that May should have brought up something against Granny from 15, 20 years ago. I think that's wrong. And I think May, wow. Will she come back? I think she will. It's pretty powerful being listened to. In our real lives, do you have 70 people hanging on your every word? Probably. I don't know. But when she comes back, I think she's lost her cause. I think she still has people who follow her, even though her views went down from what I saw, from about 70. She had like 35, 40 the other night. That's a lot to build her channel up. She might get many, many views or not. But if it's crap, it's still crap. And German lady was talking about 400 live views, which is impressive, really. But if I go there and I'm not interested, it don't mean nothing. Poon Handler, to me, used to have some quality shows. And I think he's gone down, and a lot of the shows have been crap. And he would say, well, he got more views than you, Sam Hill. Okay. Probably there's ladies showing lingerie who get a lot. So, yeah, numbers do mean something. But other things might mean more. Like, are you interesting? Do you try? Do you bring up issues? Do you have good guests? Do you bring up topics that people care about? And that's not always easy to judge. Sometimes 30 people don't want to talk about Da Vinci. Guest does. 10 people go away. You still talk about Da Vinci. But if it's about somebody on YouTube that people don't want to cover, then I think you should turn away. So it depends on what you're talking about, what's important. The lowest viewed streams on Shaw, 50, 70, are the ones I did on artists. And they're still up there. And I'm still proud of them. But yeah, I of course I'd like more views. But I try to talk about what's important to me, and hopefully people relate, even to topics I don't want to bring up. So this COVID guy was on my last stream, the stream before that, and he starts bringing up what happened to me at 16. So was I going to talk about it? People said, well, don't talk about it. But if I avoid it, then I'm giving power and suggesting it bothers me so much I can't talk about it. So I talked about it. And then the guy, I think, got creepy. He said he wanted the details. So he's trolling me. So what I was thinking was, I'll just label the comment, rephrase it. Why are you going so low? You want details of a sexual assault on me at 16? Why do you want those details? And I was hoping, there's so much truth in the creepiness. I was trying to highlight that people would get it. The trolls are going to love it. So you're coming up with a troll. I'm not a troll. But I'd still have him up again, except he said he was going to sue me. Oh, we're talking, we're going back and forth. I made fun of his voice, his laugh. Not the nicest thing. People make fun of my laugh. I don't go low. He kept calling me gay. And let's be honest. He's not calling me gay like, oh, good for you, gays can be art. No, they use gay as a put down, as bad. In our society, online, even I was watching a TV program, oh, you're gay. So gay has become go-to for putting someone down. But it's corrupt. There's many good gay people. Say Robbie is proudly gay, better than most streamers. Certainly COVID's. So I call it out. Am I going to affect society? No, but this is my world, my channel, where I'm up here. It's wrong. What if you come in chat to laugh at me or have fun, and your child is gay, or your brother or your friend? Why should you have to listen to some creep using gay to put down someone? it's interesting that gender tolerance is evident. Most of the people who keep calling everyone gay, not everyone, me especially, because probably in my voice, whatever, I'm not. Mainly men. Mainly men. Why does that bother them? I hear the anti-gay very rarely from women. So it's something within them. So these people who keep saying gay, okay, I get it. Okay, say gay 10 times. I don't like it. But when you constantly bring up gay, including Poon Handler, there's something there. Why is that a preoccupation? But it is. And I called COVID on it too. He didn't like it. What am I supposed to do? Robin, are you still here? I'm not afraid of the guy. It was great stream-wise. It was. But I can't bring up the guy again because he threatened to sue me. Now, you could say he's probably trolling, right? What's he going to sue me for? I said he might have a gay part of him, and I made fun of his laugh. So it probably wasn't serious. But there are some people who are. There are some people who love to sue. That's their hobby. So here's a guy saying he's going to sue me. And I'm thinking, well, you're probably trolling. But I don't want to have to think and put time into thinking if you're trolling or not. And if he's serious, why am I letting him up here? What am I supposed to do? So I probably won't let him up again unless he apologizes and promises not to come up with this bullshit. AC Authority Check came on and said, well, most people don't sue. But what if you're one of those people who are sued? You could be right? But the process can punish you, meaning you might hire a lawyer. You have to show up in court. You have to pay for whatever, maybe a plane ticket. There's no win in being sued. I'm just a small streamer, Robin. The guy tells me he's going to sue me. So that's stupid, COVID. If your intent was to sue me, okay. But that's stupid because I haven't done anything suable. Why don't you sue the people who really slander? My wife's here, so I'm about to go off. You get the idea. It's streaming. And thanks for listening. My name's Samuel.